Okay, so we should be in and ready to rock and roll in that very seamless transition, expertly done. Right. For heaven's sake, I hope this has worked. Right. Okay. So testing. When you hear me, give me a hell yeah. Give me a hell yeah, man. Come on. I can see the delay is much less already. Oh, that's better. That's better. Right, we'll wait for the people to filter back in. People are like, people who've just randomly stumbled into this will be like, who the hell is this? Who the hell is this fraud? Who is this amateur that can't even set streams up properly? I'm not watching him anymore. Yeah, some imposter. I don't know who it was myself. Some imposter stream, yeah. Right, okay, so now that I've got you guys live, essentially, I've got you guys live, proper live, we can enjoy ourselves now. I feel like I need some rum. I'm stressed, man. Right, where were we? We were here. I was telling you, we've already done it. We've already done the hell yeah test. You were too late. You came across too slowly. Come on, we haven't got time to dawdle here. I've only got 7 hours. Larry, welcome. Yes, Larry, we have just started. There's been no technical glitches whatsoever. This has been a perfect start, and you have joined just in time. Welcome. Welcome. The blue mood light isn't doing the job. What's up with it? It's too light for a start. This is going to be a problem. It's varying lighting conditions. No, he didn't do that face that I did. He hasn't, has he? He searched for it. I shouldn't have mentioned anything. He's done. Is he emojied my evil child face? He's emojied my evil child face, hasn't he? Right. Okay. So I shall start taking questions whilst rambling on about some of the features of the game. We'll start the time going eventually on 1 speed. You'll be pleased to know. Some things don't change. So that things just start to tick over whilst I'm talking, so you can kind of see what's happening. But how big is the map? Right, let's have a look at the map to start with then. So we've got this lovely paper map. And I like this. I quite like this. Dr. Johnson says, get yourself to the clinic, okay? I like this paper map very much. So as you can see, it's a paper map mode, and you get all the various bits and bobs. But in terms of its size, it stretches across to India, across to modern day Mongolia, right across, not quite to China, but there. It goes a little bit further south in Africa, so it goes quite southerly. Southerly, that's a word, isn't it? Southerly. So, yeah, southerly. It goes quite south in Africa compared to how it used to do. So you know, it's fairly expansive. I think it's bigger than the CK2 map in its original form. In terms of number of counties, I think some areas have got more and some areas have got less. Like Ireland, compared to Holy Fury, has got less. And maybe England as well to some degree, but some places have got a little bit more. So there's a little bit about that. So what I like about this map is the further in you zoom, it changes the map mode automatically for you, so you don't have to fanny about clicking buttons all the time. In fact, it's very rare that you need to change the map mode yourself. So this is the paper map mode. This is just an overview. You zoom in a little bit more and it changes to the political map mode. So if you left click on rule in areas, you get the ruler, the top liege. So you can see at a glance who the top liege is, which is pretty cool. And if you right click in this mode, you can get down to the minutiae of the various counts and dukes, which is pretty nice. So that's the realm map mode. And then if you zoom in the final level, you get to the detailed map mode, which gives you the terrain. It gives you all the individual counties you hold, and all that kind of jazz. So this is the map mode. You know, I kind of rotate between these two, and that's as much as you need, really. If you want to see anything particular, you've got the map modes down here. So you've got the duchy, the de jure duchy map mode. You've got the kingdoms, empires. You've got the religion map mode. So let's look at the overview of the religion in this current time period at the moment. There you go. Feast your eyes on that. And then you've got cultures. So all the various cultures. And then you've got the final one, which is the houses. So there are some map modes missing from the previous game, like which you'll notice, like epidemics, illness and stuff. Opinion was one in the previous game as well. What else is missing? Government type. There's a few that are missing, but I'm assuming the ones that people probably didn't use as much, possibly. So that's your map modes. Let's zoom in. Let's zoom in. Let's get to the nitty gritty. So, this is our character. This is our character. And the first thing you'll notice is the screen, of course. You've still got the age-old sort of parents, grandparents, children, and siblings, and all that kind of jazz. You've got your claims and your titles here. Alliances are now shown here. Hang on a second. When is this autosave from? I don't think this is the right autosave, you know. Is he still alive, this guy? Okay, this is not the right save. I may have overwritten a previous save. Which is this cloud save? Should we try that one? 1 day ago. 2nd of February, 871. Is that right? No, that's 872. I played this morning. It's not saved. Autosave exit. Oh, I know what's happened. I didn't save it. I autosaved exit and it's overwritten. It's overwritten from this morning. Never mind. I didn't do too much. Oh my god. 2 new emojis? Okay, so anyway, I've lost this morning's progress, which is fine. It's no problem. Right, so yes, this is... So you can see your ruler. You can see your ruler. Somebody mentioned you can customize your ruler. Yes, you can. If you right-click on him, you can go to the barber shop. You can change his hairstyle. You can change his clothing if you wish. There you go. There's a fair few clothings to choose from. I'm sure as the game progresses there will be more because there's not a great deal. There's different types, so we can stick him in Arabic garb if we wish. But in terms of sort of high nobility, there's like 1 and 2. Or you can go for Western high nobility where you get 1, 2, 3 and 4. So there's a bit of variety. There's a bit of variety, but there's obviously scope for improvement and for more. You can change his crown, you can change his hair, you can change his beard, headwear, stick a cap on him, kind of a beggar king, or a king that likes to go undercover. Who knows? And you can change hairstyles and hair colours and stuff. But yeah, so there's a bit of customization possible should you wish to customize your character. But let's go to traits, because the first thing that I noticed as the sun now beams in and changes the lighting, I do apologise. The first thing that I noticed about the trait system is in the previous game you could have a crap ton of traits, right? You could have a crap ton of traits. There was no limit to how many traits you could have. I don't think. And you know, you would seem to have characters that had like long lists of traits spanning the entirety of the bloody thing here. In this game, I think as far as I've come across, the maximum amount of personality traits you can have is 4. Most people have 3, some people have 4 of the personality traits, and then after that you get combat traits and congenital traits or physical traits which you can pass on to your children. So the actual personality traits such as content, zealous, brave, all that kind of jazz, you get 3 or 4. And I think they were going for the kind of less is more approach with that, and focusing more on these traits so that they kind of, you know, honed in on these particular traits rather than being spread thinly. So we'll see how that works. I haven't played with it long enough, but as somebody that likes to role play, I think a bit more than 4 would be nice. I think 4's a little bit short, but we'll see how it pans out. But speaking of the traits system here, I'll just quickly swoop on to the fact that the game doesn't force you, but the game kind of rewards roleplay, because if you take an honest, just, gregarious and diligent ruler that we are, should we decide to go against his traits and wish to, say, kill the petty king of Mercia because he's a dog, we could go for a murder scheme, but because it's against our personality, we gain stress, and a lot of stress, because we're honest and just. And honest and just people don't go around murdering folk. So the game kind of rewards you for playing in character, because if you don't, you're going to gather stress. And stress, as you can see here, is a measure of your mental well-being. If you get stress, you can get negative effects and illness and stuff like that. So it kind of stops min-maxing to a degree, because you can reduce stress. So if you're going to go against your character's traits, just be prepared to have to relieve a lot of stress. So I kind of like that. So that's kind of pro RP, which is pretty good. So that's a little bit of stress and personality traits. But speaking of, I was just highlighting over a tooltip. What I will say about this game, and there's a common theme here, and be this as whether it's something that you like or whether it's something you don't, but I've got a feeling that they have tailored this game a bit more to to sort of new people and I won't say casual, maybe casual, not casual players is a bit harsh, but players that really dove and right deep into the previous game, especially around combat and stuff, which I'll explain as we get to that bit later. The game has been simplified. Now, it's going to be a matter of personal taste as whether to those simplifications are your cup of tea or not. But bear that in mind when we go through. But what I do like about this game so far is it's very clean. Everything is clean. I like the layout of the interface. Everything seems very accessible. It doesn't seem... It's a lot easier on new players. So if you're a new player coming in, the previous game was pretty overwhelming. This is going to be much more user-friendly. There's a useful tutorial which takes you through step by step some of the kind of core elements of the game. It leads you by the hand. It explains everything really well. It's based in good old Ireland, as most tutorials are. So it's really good for new players. And the best thing about this game is the tooltip system is great. It doesn't work properly at the minute, I don't think, because if you go over tooltips, sometimes you can't mouse down to them. You should be able to mouse down to them, but it keeps going off like that. You can't do it on some things. Sometimes you can do it, sometimes you can't. It's a bit of annoyance, but I don't know. That must be a bug, because sometimes it does work. But that's, if you tooltip over something that is explained in the game, it will give you the explanation, and then from that tooltip you can then go into another tooltip to another tooltip. You can click on it, and it's really good and really accessible. So I kind of like that. So I'll be tooltipping today if we come across things that I've not come across. But in addition to the tooltip system, there's also a pretty nifty encyclopedia as well. So if you can't remember, what's fame again? What does fame do? You type it in, and boom, you get your explanation about fame. And then again, you can tooltip off and to read various different things, etc., etc. So between the encyclopedia and the tooltips and the tutorial, this is very friendly to new players. So that's what I like. Oh, as my orange aura beams brightly. So that's pretty good. So let's have a look. So I should have structured this session. I should have done like a plan of what to discuss, because it's going to be very haphazard, this. But if you want to see stuff, keep shouting out. I'll try and pick up your comments. Right then. Yeah, encyclopedia in-game, very good. It's very useful. It's very useful. Okay, where shall we start? Where shall we start our little tour of some of the various features? Culture, technology system. Culture. Okay, we'll start on this. Somebody's asked about religion and somebody's asked about culture. They're both kind of accessed through the same little screen. So, I'm not an expert at this game by any stretch of imagination. So, take what I'm saying with a pinch of salt. I'm sure when you get the game, you'll probably find out far more than me. But we'll start with culture. So, Anglo-Saxon. Where is there a culture map? I think there was. Cultures, there you go. So we are Anglo-Saxon. We are Alfred the Great, Anglo-Saxon. And the way the culture system works is, if you are the head of culture, you have a bit more control over the direction the culture takes. So we are the head of the culture for Anglo-Saxon because it's based on how many counties you have. So if you have the most counties in Anglo-Saxon culture, you will be the cultural head, which is handy. So because we get to dictate where we go. So let's have a look at that. So if we click on this little candle, we get to the Anglo-Saxon culture screen. So what perks are there to being the sort of cultural head? Well, the way that culture works, and there might be a culture tooltip. So there you go. It represents the language and customs of a character. Different cultural characters will have different opinions of each other, and there's a larger culture group, aka West Germanic for Anglo-Saxon. But in this game, cultures dictate what kind of innovations you have, and these different innovations give you different kinds of bonuses. So, and also different cultures will have different innovations available to them. So, for instance, if we want to change our succession law, if I remember how to do it, it's currently Confederate Partition, which is basically Gavelkind. If I want to change it to a different level of Gavelkind, then you need different sort of prerequisites. One of them is a certain culture. So if we want to change to sort of partition, we have to have the hereditary rule innovation, which is nowhere near here at the moment. It must be a early medieval one. Yes. So cultures are based on the time period as well. So if we're not in that particular time period, then we can't get that culture yet. So in our current culture, we're not going to be able to change our succession law for several years at the moment. So that's that. But for instance, I'm trying to... Yeah, here. We've got Crown Authority back again. So if we want to go to limited Crown Authority, because we're currently autonomous vassals, we need plenary assemblies. So here we are. There's plenary assemblies. So how can we speed up our ranking of getting plenary assemblies? Well, you can see already that we've got some of our military innovations already unlocked. Some of them aren't. They all tick over at a certain pace as the time progresses, and you can speed up the development of the culture, but it's based on there's a base chance there. I don't know the exact calculations, but what does influence it is your neighbours. So if we were trying to research plenary assemblies, which we are, if a different culture that's next door to you have that culture already unlocked, it will speed up your development of that culture, because I assume you're kind of nicking it from them and they're nearby, so you can just kind of have a bit of a nosy poke down there and nick that sort of that cultural development for yourself. So if these guys had plenary assemblies, we get an extra boost to that sort of speed. And the best way to boost the speed in which you research something is by have your cultural head focus on it as a fascination. They're fascinated with it, and only the cultural head can pick the specific fascination that they have. So we have a fascination with plenary assemblies, because you can pick that yourself. You can click on it and pick your fascination, and it significantly speeds it up. So before I had my fascination with this, it was going to take about 400 years for this to develop. Because I became fascinated with it, it shot right down to 27 years. So you can see the calculations there on the tooltip if you want to kind of look at the calculations. But fascination gives you a 60% boost to the timing. So that's how culture works. Basically, you unlock innovations. You can speed these up by having your cultural head become fascinated with certain things. You can look at what they all provide. They unlock certain buildings. They give you certain boosts to development growth and stuff. They all have different things. So it's a bit more depth. It's a bit more depth rather than just having a culture well, I'm Anglo-Saxon, whoop-de-doo. It gives a little bit of a meaning to it, because each culture will have different innovations, and depending on the cultural head at the time that you play different campaigns, even within your own culture, you will have different variations of what innovations are unlocked and not. So they'll play slightly differently, and no two cultures in any two playthroughs will ever be the same. So I think that's quite good. I think that's quite good. So that's a little bit about culture. I hope that explains culture for you guys. Religion, somebody asked for. This has been another thing that's kind of been fleshed out, and again another thing that I quite like. Now there's not as much in terms of interactions that you can have with, like, there's no College of Cardinals, for example. Well, I mean, is that a loss? I mean, other than looking at it, did I ever interact with the College of Cardinals? Did I ever fund a campaign? Not really, not very often. So I don't think it's a massive loss. But you still have your Pope in terms of our Catholic. You can still ask him for indulgence. You can still ask him for gold. We have already done that with this character, which is quite historically correct, because this guy, Alfred the Great, was quite religious and it was in good terms with the popes at the time. So I kind of asked him for some money to help repel the Vikings, and he said, yeah, have 150 gold. So I thank him for that. But yeah, so we still got our Pope. We can still do certain things with him. But as you can quite see, we've got a whole screen for the religion. We've got holy sites again, as usual, and they all offer certain bonuses and stuff. But this is where it gets really interesting with religion, because first of all, we've got faiths within the religion. So Christianity is the... let me get this right. Christianity is the religion, and Catholicism is the faith, right? So Catholicism is like the predominant, well, it's not even the predominant actually, Orthodoxy is, but it's one of the predominant faiths in the Catholic religion. So you've got all these different faiths, and they've all got different fervour, which again, it waxes and wanes depending on what's happening in the world, and and the higher the fervour, the more likely things are to happen. I'm not completely sure how that works, but the main thing is, you get these tenets which dictate kind of how your faith works. So like our faith tenets are armed pilgrimages, which means that we can declare a great holy war, and you can do other things due to this, additional bonuses based on pilgrimages. Yeah, we can declare holy wars. So that's one of the tenets of this faith. But the different faiths of Christianity have different tenets. So it all works differently for different faiths of Christianity, which is really interesting. Communion, so we can seek indulgences from the Pope. We can seek indulgences to alleviate us of our criminal past. It gives us the option to excommunicate, or the Pope to excommunicate. It makes certain traits of virtue. So that's communion, and it's also monasticism. We can take the vows. It makes temperate a virtue. So these are there's loads of these. There's loads of these. So it's quite cool. Don't know, not at the moment, doesn't look like. But leading on from that, sins and virtues, 7 deadly sins, 7 virtues in the previous game were fixed in the previous game, whereas in this one they're not fixed. It depends on the faith and how the faith is set up. So some of them have come out of these, and some of them must be maybe standard, I'm not sure. But like in Catholicism, the sins are lustful, gluttonous, deceitful, sadistic, and vengeful. So if anybody has any of those specific traits, they would be considered sinful traits. And virtuous traits are chaste, temperate, honest, compassionate, and forgiving. So that's kind of cool. So these differ from faith to faith. As you can see, they are changing depending on what the faith is. And then you get the doctrines. You get like the laws of the faith. So the doctrine of Catholicism is it's male dominated. I think most of these will be probably male dominated. Righteous. So you can revoke landed titles from evil, infidels, and suffering some penalties with other faiths. It's theocratic, which means temple holdings are leased out to the holder's realm priest. It works differently. We'll get to that when we come to vassals. Priests work differently in this game. And whatever that word means. It means that other Christian faiths that have the ecumenism doctrine are considered astray instead of hostile. Well, there you go. There you go. So we've got marriage doctrines as well. So it dictates what happens with marriages. So we've got we can only have one spouse. You can legitimize bastards, but only the house head or the dynasty head can do that. Divorce must be approved by the head of faith. And consanguinity. You can basically marry your aunts, your nephews, your uncles, your nieces, and your cousins. And you can have sex with those guys as well. So, yeah, bit of rumpy-pumpy with your non-immediate family. It's fine in this faith. Knock yourselves out. Knock yourselves out. So these doctrines, again, will change according to faith. So, like, this is Christianity, but this is Nestorianism. Apparently, you can have only one spouse. No, I've misclicked there. What have I missed? What have I seen? I saw a change. One of these changed. Okay, well, I thought it changed. Anyway, you can see they're all different. And then finally, you've got crime doctrine. Oh no, there's two more. You've got crime doctrine, so you've got same-sex relations, what their opinion is of that. Men with the same-sex relations are shunned. Male adultery is shunned. But when it comes to female adultery, it's criminal, which is actually realistic, because women's adultery was much more serious than men's adultery, who got a slap on the hand. Females got executed. Such as the times. Deviancy. There's some really funny deviant stuff that happens in this game. I hope it triggers when we start playing. Is a criminal offence. Deviancy is like poking yourself with a scepter. I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Deviancy. Kinslaying. Close kinslaying is a criminal offence, as is witchcraft. But again, these can be different in different faiths. And then finally, rules for the doctrines of the clergy. Clergy have extra control. They provide a control growth boost. They cannot marry. They can only be men. And they are appointed for life. But again, there are different options. So, I mean, religion, a bit more in depth. And it provides, again, a variety of difference between different religions. And it's nice that, you know, these things are laid out so you exactly know what you're playing with when it comes to all things religion. You know, you want to sleep with your pig? No, can't sleep with Piggy, because it's deviancy and it's a criminal offence. So put the pig away. One last thing about religion. The best thing, and I asked you to remind me about something yesterday in the stream, and I can't remember what it was, but the reason why I asked you to remind me about it was because you can create your new faith. You can create your new faith. You just click on that. It costs you piety. It costs you piety. And it costs you other stuff as well. You know, but you can do it. And then you can create your own faith. You can pick what you want to do with your faith. Shall we have you can pick your doctrines. Equal rights. Religion, theocratic, marriage type. Loads of marriages. I want everybody to marry many times. And bastards, who the hell are they? No, bastards, evil children. You can tailor your own religion. Tailor your own religion. Choose your name for your own religion. That's going to be a load of fun. It's going to be a load of fun, isn't it? You're going to get battered and bruised from crusades against you every 5 minutes if you branch away from Catholicism and create your own religion. But it's going to be a lot of fun. Imagine the amount of different things you can tailor here. You could have such a great laugh with this. Create your own little kind of unique faith with different quirky things. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. And at some playthrough in the future, I'm going to have to try that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Church of England, that's Henry VIII Star. Let's create a very boring. Very boring Church of England. We'll create something far, far more fun than that. So, yeah. I hope that gives you a little bit of a flavour of religion. Thank you for asking. As I said, the more you play with it yourselves, the better you'll understand it. But there's scope there for a bit of fun. So, you know, well, there's a lot of things that are more fleshed out in this version from the previous version, which is promising. And a lot of these can lead to some pretty good roleplay as well, which I'm really a good fan of. So that's pretty cool. Relationships, you've got your wars, you've got your lovers, you've got your friends and rivals, you've got your court. Now, one thing that irks me is in the previous game you could sort by court opinion and you could sort by vassal opinion. Unless I'm missing a trick, you can't do that here. No, you can't do it. There's no little things to search. So if I want to search by my vassal's opinion to see which vassals are the most troublesome at a glance, I can't seem to do that. So I have to go down manually and look, and that's a pain in the arse. That's gotta... I mean, this is early access, of course. It could be changed when the game comes out tomorrow, but if they could implement that pretty quickly, I'd be grateful. Not that they're going to listen to me, like, but if I am missing a trick, then fine. But yeah, searching by opinion doesn't seem to be a thing. But yeah, pretty much everything else on this screen is very similar. You've seen it all before. And one final thing while I'm here, people's opinion of you, always present, you know, always there, always front and centre, quite clear to see. In TK2, you had an opinion of other people, which provided a nice little bit of kind of roleplay things, but I don't think it had a particular kind of mechanic behind it, other than it was nice to see what your character thought of somebody else as per the game's calculations. I don't think there's a similar opinion here. So yeah, it leaves it open for you to roleplay whether your character likes somebody. So like my character's probably not going to like a wrathful, devious kind of person, with him being honest and just. So, you know, it is what it is. So that's a little bit about our characters. So if somebody wants to see hooks, we'll go down the tabs. I think is probably best. So we'll go down the tabs and hooks will come out. Somebody wants to see perks. Perks won't come out from the side tabs. So we'll look at perks first. So I think it was Dark Phoenix that asked about perks and vassal contracts. We'll look at that as we go down the tabs because that will come out. So some factors and some features from DLCs in CK2 have come across into this game, such as like lifestyles and stuff and education. So that's pretty cool. So we can pick like lifestyles for our character. So our character is let's get rid of that for a second. Our character is sorry, I had a brain fart moment. Brain fade, brain fart, brain fade. Talk amongst yourselves. Our character is fighting Vikings at the moment, and I'll get to the story of this kind of where we are at the moment when we start playing, which will hopefully be before 7 o'clock, so we can have a bit of fun with this guy. So he's focusing on war, and so if you can pick a lifestyle with all your characters. So if you click on this little tab here, you can choose a lifestyle, and you get a diplomacy lifestyle, a martial lifestyle, focusing on one of your traits. And the way the lifestyle works is you gather lifestyle points or experience points, and then when you get to the end of your experience threshold, you get to pick a perk point. And there's different perk points in different trees, and these don't relate to these. These are just a focus that you can pick to give you some certain boosts to certain stats. So if you pick a strategy focus, you get a martial +3 and some extra martial experience. If you pick an authority focus, you get martial and a bit of extra dread gain. Dread is quite an interesting stat, which we'll go through eventually. And chivalry focus is extra fighting style, gives you extra advantage, which again we'll go over when we look at battles. So this is pretty cool. So it's now I'm not going to go through every single trait, but you can see the trees, and like for instance, my character is focusing on military, so I've gone for stalwart leader, which gives me extra fighting prowess. Chivalric dominance, which this is I'll go into the ins and outs of this very shortly. Nice effectiveness, and I'm working towards extra knights, peacemaker, and then we get at the end of every tree you get a trait, a permanent trait, which gives you obviously some bonuses. This one is gallant, which is, as you can see, +2 to martial, extra prowess, extra prestige, and extra attraction opinion. So yeah, and you can chop and change. Now you will see that you have, like in the first game, an education trait. So, you know, great eminence, mastermind theologian, those kind of traits, you know, misguided warrior, thrifty clerk, all those kind of education traits, they all make a return. And the higher your education rank in your trait is, the bigger a boost you get in that trait's perk system. So for instance, this chappie is a brilliant strategist, which is a martial education. So it's a 4-star martial education, which is the highest you can get. So he gets the maximum 40% experience boost to his martial experience gain. So if you pick a diplomacy lifestyle with him, for whatever reason, you won't get that boost. So there's a little bit of a drawback to that, but you still may want to do it for roleplay reasons or for whatever reason. So you know, we are going down martial not just because of the boost, but because we need to, because of the Vikings. I'm getting a 40% boost to my experience gain because he's an excellent military educated chap. So that's how that kind of marries together. So that's your perk system. So, you know, if you want to have a quick look, you've got these different perk trees. I'm sure you can probably find these online. It's going to be so time-consuming to go through them all one by one. But they offer a variety of different boons and bonuses, some of which seem to be quite role-play friendly, some of which you may have to do a bit of shoehorning in because they might be less role-playing, a bit more gamey, as some people have found. But it is what it is. You know, play and pick as you wish. There's the intrigue tree. I'm really looking forward to playing an intriguing character in this game. There's a lot of fun that could be had with a kind of a Yesek Cobbler build. It'd be quite fun. And then you've got the learning trees as well. So there you go. That's a little bit about perks. I say, I'm not going into the individual perks per se, but it's just a bit about the perk system. You know, play around with them as and when you get the game yourself. If you're going to get it, of course, you can dive in and look at the particular perks in much more detail. Once per lifetime, I think. Yes, once per lifetime, you can unlock all your perks and get them all your perk points refunded, and you can respec. But it costs you a lot of stress, 120 stress. It's going to stress your character to high heaven, but it's possible. So if you get to the end, so say I'm fighting the Vikings now, I'm going completely martial ability to get all the extra boosts for the knights and all the stuff that's going to help me battle the Vikings. We beat the Vikings out of England and out of Great Britain, and we're now going to settle down to a much more peaceful lifestyle because the Vikings are beaten and bloodied and not going to be a threat. We might want to reset our perks and put them all into diplomacy or stewardship. But you know, again, that seems a little bit that seems a little bit far-fetched, considering that you've spent your entire life working towards a military build and your character's excelled at military, to then click a button and completely say, right, and he's now an expert in intrigue, just like that, I think is a bit anti-roleplay. So I probably won't be using that feature, but it is there. So there you go. That just doesn't seem very right to me, but it is there should you wish to use it. So that's a little bit about the perk system. As I say, some of them work, some of them you might want to not pick for whatever reason, but you know, it is as it is. It's an option for those that want it, exactly. So just don't press it if you don't want to. So that's a bit about the perk system. So what we'll do now is we'll go through the top screen, and then we'll go through the side screen, and then we should be ready to start playing, and we'll just kind of see what happens, and I'll take questions as and when they crop up. How's that for a plan? So, right then. Money, it's the same as in the first game. You get income from your vassals, from vassal taxes, from domain taxes, from church holdings, and it tells you how much it's costing and stuff. Things are instant in this game, which I quite like, because in the previous game you could dismiss your levies, you could dismiss your retinue and whatever else you're doing, and the game would take an age to readjust. So you know, he still says you're losing 50 gold a month, and he's like, everything's been disbanded and everything's gone, and there'll be like a cool-off period before everything adjusts. So so this is quite instantaneous. So when you change and chop and change and start hiring stuff, and instantaneously you can straight away see how it affects your income, which is good. It's just a little minor thing, but it really makes a difference. So that's nothing really new there. So we'll go now. Does this work? No, the tooltip's not going down. You see. So you got prestige, piety, which is the same as in the first game. Nothing new there. You gain piety for doing certain things and prestige for doing certain things. Things cost prestige. Things cost prestige in TK2, so there's nothing new there. But some things cost prestige that previously didn't cost prestige, I think. So, you know, as and when options have happened, certain things take a little bit of prestige or piety to do. So, so that is it as it is. But there's different ranks of the requisite thing. So, for instance, with prestige, you're ranking up your prestige as time goes by, and then you get into like levels. So if you think of it like this funny thing, you think of it like a bar. It's chopped up into 5 bits or 6 bits or whatever, and as your cumulative prestige, because when you're spending it, you know, the prestige will go up and down, but the cumulative bar will continue to always go up. And when you get to a particular point in that cumulative bar, you will rank up a level of prestige, which is called fame. And there's different levels of fame which we can't get to because the tooltip's not working properly. So I'll see if I can search for it here instead. There we go. Let's go. Oh, screwed. Yeah. Okay. So there's different levels of fame when it comes to prestige, and different levels of fame as you get higher and more. As you get more and more famous, you get more and more little buffs. So like people will. I can't remember. Oh, there you go. It's worked. So as you get to higher levels of fame, you get different bonuses. So as an established individual, you'll get no effects. You're just like run-of-the-mill average Joe character. As you get distinguished and, you know, increasing level of prestige, you'll get extra opinion, secular opinion, which is opinion of all characters that are not clergy. So all non-clergy characters will have a +5 opinion of you, and you'll get 1 extra knight. Illustrious, you'll get extra opinion, extra knights, extra opinion, extra knights, extra. So the bonus to getting more and more prestigious, you get more knights, and you get more opinion from non-clergy characters, which I think works. I think that's quite good. It kind of works. We'll get to knights, don't worry, it's coming. So I think that's quite cool. It gives you, you know, as your character gets more and more known and famous and whatever else, you know, people are going to have a higher opinion. It's like that celebrity thing, isn't it? You know, more and more famous. So I can be on board with that kind of thing. But sometimes certain decisions require a certain level of fame. So like some of the major decisions, like creating a kingdom, might require a certain level of fame before you can create a kingdom. Whether or not that works, I don't know. I've not tried it yet, but it's kind of like a barrier placed from doing things. You need a certain level of fame or a certain level of devotion, which is the piety's version. So if we go to what's it called? Piety, devotion, flames of devotion. So levels of devotion. There you go. So you've got the different levels of devotion. You've got it doesn't seem to want to work if you click on these, unfortunately, and the tooltip's not working. But different levels of devotion will give you the same kind of thing. So probably an increase in piety, percentage increase, and the secular opinion will increase. Clergy opinion, sorry. So yeah, the more devoted you are, the more opinion you get with priests and clergy. In fact, that is the only bonus you get. So higher levels of devotion, of course, more opinion with those religious types. But again, like with fame, certain important decisions require a certain level of devotion for you to be able to do them as well. Which then takes me on to the new stat, which is renown, which is a statistic. Is like prestige, but it's a dynasty shared. A dynasty shared kind of prestige level. And it's based on number of living members, number of rulers, number of spouses to other rulers. So this kind of rewards you from marrying marrying far and wide, expanding that dynasty, getting rulers, and like the Duchy of Galilee, the Duchess of Galilee, having family members scattered around, married to the King of Germany, and all that kind of jazz. That's kind of how that works. But it increases your level of splendour. So renown is the actual base stat, like prestige or like piety. The level of splendour is again the rank system. So level of splendour goes from base, origins, obscure, and there's more ranks to this than with the other two. And as you increase as your dynasty increases in terms of its level of renown, becomes more and more famous, you get bonuses. So children are born with more prestige. Kind of makes sense. A more prestigious child born into a more renowned dynasty. Marrying into the dynasty gives other people more prestige. Again, that kind of makes sense. And you get a better maximum long-term reign opinion, which you can take or leave. But so if your dynasty is quite well known, you might get a maximum of +5 long reign, even though you've reigned for 50 years. But the more prestigious, the more renowned your dynasty is, that'll increase up to a maximum of +20. So that's the way it works. And then renown, I'm sure there'll be other things that it might help with as well. But that's how it works in a nutshell. So that's your kind of stats at the top. Nothing massively groundbreaking there, but there's like a rank system to it now, which offers incremental bonuses as you move up, which I can get behind. I can get behind that. So we'll move down then. We'll move down the screen to all the various major tabs, which is where a lot of your questions will probably be answered. We'll start with the realm. So you've got a realm tab, which is, oh yeah, you've got your little domain holdings up there. So you've got your crown authority, which you can increase by by researching cultural stuff and you also need prestige to do it as well. It costs prestige to change it, but other than that, I think it's pretty similar to CK2. How it works: the higher the crown authority, you can revoke titles, you can retract vassals. The higher up you go, you stop your vassals from warring with each other, and all the descriptions are there. So I think this works pretty similarly to CK2. Rulers can designate their heir. What, all the time? Interesting. Didn't notice that before. So there you go. There's your crown authority. To get an increased level of crown authority, as you've seen, with the cultural stuff, some of these require cultures that you can't unlock until later eras of time. So there's no rushing to get primogeniture. There's no rushing to get high crown authority. That's somebody spamming some nonsense. Yeah. It seems to me that they've kind of limited people rushing to get certain things, which, I don't know. I mean, if it's historically accurate that these things didn't happen till later, then that could be a good thing. But if you're like me, that doesn't play for a long period of time, I think the longest playthrough I ever had was about 150 years. I'm not going to see a lot of these things unless I play for an entire length of time. But anyway, this is the realm screen, and you can see at a glance all your different realms, how much money and taxes they're giving to you, how many levies they're giving to you. You can click on that to construct a building instantaneously. We'll get to buildings in a second. It's at a glance, and it also splits them up. It also splits them up into petty kingdoms, into duchies. So you can clearly see which of your counties fall within a specific petty kingdom or duchy, as it is. So that's quite useful. So you can see straight away that Kent, Surrey and Sussex are formed the de jure part of petty kingdom of Kent. So it helps you to kind of keep things nice and neat, because you can see straight away, if I wanted to give away some land, I can give away the land that falls outside of my main duchy tiles. You can see that at a glance. I like that. That's quite cool. That's quite handy. You can also see how many empty holdings are in each of your duchies. So that's quite a handy feature. So you can see where you can expand. It's quite good fun. So that's a bit quick. That's just an overview of your domain. Vassals. Again, like the other screen, there's no way to search for opinion here. So again, you've got to go down the list and check out which vassals have what opinion. So, it is what it is. We'll live with it from now. I'm sure that will be changed at some point. Somebody mentioned vassal contracts, so we're going to dive in to see vassal contracts, because I actually changed the vassal contracts for all of these guys before this point in the save, or after this point in the save, but it didn't save. So all of your people pretty much start out. You can see the vassal contracts right here. You can see that. So at a glance you can see what contracts all your vassals have, which is quite cool. Is there still county culture, or is it just based on who is in charge? That's an interesting question, which I'll cover it now, so don't forget. I've just taken Devon recently because I had a claim on it. Alfred had a claim on Devon, and I want more land because I need as much land as possible to get more levies to repel the Vikings. So I took Devon. Now Devon is Cornish culture, whereas we're Anglo-Saxon. Saxon. So you can see here that yes, each county still has its own culture group, and even further to that, if somebody from a different culture group, such as this vassal that I put into play, an Anglo-Saxon man, differs to the county's culture, it's going to lead to a bit of upset with the county. So there's going to be a bit of a unhappy populace. So there's a -10 penalty popular opinion, which will confer some issue, I'm sure, more likely for rebellions to rise up and revolts. So yeah, there is individual county culture, and there is something to be said for putting vassals into place that might be the same culture in difficult to control places, unless you're trying to convert them to your culture, at which point they can go to hell and like their Anglo-Saxon liege and, stick it up their ass. Control and development. While we're here, we'll cover that now. Control influences how much you get in terms of taxes and holdings. And this goes up and down based on a variety of different things. If you conquer a land, the level of control will be low because you've just taken it by storm. And, I'm assuming they're not happy with the new rulers. So you get a penalty to levies and taxes based on a lower control. You can increase your control a variety of ways through buildings. So some buildings will confer bonuses to control. You saw, if you remember, in the religious doctrines or the religious tab, One of the doctrines boosts control growth by 20%, so that will increase control in our counties because of that doctrine. And one of our council members, I think it's the marshal, can boost a control growth as well. So you can manipulate control improvements to go faster, but it does increase by a base amount. So development, every county has a development. This is a long-term kind of. This is technology. Somebody asked about technology. It might have been Tej earlier. Development happens over a long period of time. No more sending your spy master to Constantinople. Development happens based on counties around you. So let's take, for instance, my capital of Hampshire. It's got the highest development in our petty kingdom. It's got a development of 8. Buildings can increase your development. Certain buildings will boost development. One of your council members, a steward, increases development growth. Some of the cultural, what do you call them? Go away. Innovations. Some of the cultural innovations boost development. So, like currency here, boosts development by 10% per month. So your innovations, buildings will increase development rate, and also neighbouring counties. So if this county here has got a development of 4, this one's got a development of 8, so this will be getting a boost of development from its neighbour, because its neighbour is more technologically advanced. So it's a much more slow burning process with technology. There's no technology to pick, it's just based on development, and higher developments only give increased levy, increased taxes, and increased supply limit. That's it. There's no other bonuses to technology, or to development in this case. So that's how it works. Take that as you may. So that's a little bit about that. Yeah. Factions are, low popular opinion leads to factions, so that's if you've got the wrong culture, prepare for potential revolts. Okay, so vassal contracts then. Somebody asked. You control, rather than in the previous game, you control all your vassals' levy or tax contributions through one slider. Each of your vassals are treated independently here, so they all have contracts, and as you can see, you exempt up to extortionate, and like in the previous game, it gives you a variety of different opinion modifiers based on how high or low this is, and you can change this but once a lifetime for each character. So as soon as I've changed his vassal contract, I can never change it again, and I've changed it. So until he's dead, there's no more changing that. I don't know how to feel about that, but it stops you from, I suppose, going off the scale with it. But I think maybe a cooldown might be nice. I think changing it once is a little bit unrealistic. I think maybe changing it with a cooldown would be better, because the situation on the map changes, If we're at peace, would we want his levies to be high? We might say, you know what, now that we're at peacetime, I'm going to cut you some slack. We're going to decrease your levy contribution if you give me a bit more money. And he might say, yeah, that's a good deal, that, yeah, not a problem. So I think that having this be only once per character, I think it might be better with a cooldown. Make it a significant cooldown, but a cooldown for when, the situation on the map, in the playthrough changes, or the map changes, I think would be quite handy. That's my opinion. But in terms of changing it, it's going to be difficult to demonstrate, really, because I've changed all of my vassal contracts. If you change it, it's classed as tyrannical. Not if you lower it, of course, it's a gift. But if you increase it, it's classed as tyrannical. So, you can be a tyrannical ruler, effectively in this game, because of dread. Which will remind me about dread, I'll tell you about dread shortly. You can be a tyrannical ruler without it being a pain in the arse. It will probably still be difficult, but the dread stat helps a little bit with tyranny. You can really channel your inner tyrannical self. But if you increase it, you've got to give them something in return. It makes sense, right? A bit of a negotiation. So the first thing is you might be able to use a hook. Well, we've not discussed hooks yet, we will do. But a hook is basically a favour. They may owe you a favour for something, and you can call in that favour by saying, look, pal, give me more troops. End of story. If you don't have a hook, then you've got other options to barter with them. You can forced partition succession right. So this vassal, you can force partition upon them. I don't know why they would like that. No, that's actually worse for them, isn't it? That's actually worse for them. So you can keep your vassals fractured. I'm learning new stuff as I speak. You can keep your vassals fractured by forcing them into a partition succession law so that when they die, their land fractures. It's quite handy, isn't it? It's quite handy indeed. Anyway, so that's not a negotiation. That is definitely a tyrannical move, increasing his taxes and forcing him into partition. It makes no sense now because we're in partition anyway, we can't get any higher, but if we were primogeniture across the realm, yeah, forcing them into partition could be handy. War declaration. We can allow them to declare war with their allies, even if our crown laws do not permit it. So if our crown laws are high enough to stop a vassal into vassal war, we can say, look, give me more money, and I'll allow you to wage war with who the damn hell you please. Nice bit of bartering there. We can guarantee him a place on our council. Give us more money, and you can have a place on our council guaranteed. Works as well. And finally, you can say, give me more money or troops, and I will never revoke your titles from you. So we cannot revoke his titles. And so, there's a couple of it. I'm sure in time to come, there may be a few more little negotiations added to the game through DLCs and stuff. But I think it's quite a nice feature. You can favour certain vassals with your kind of with your contracts. Have more favourable contracts for vassals that you like, less favourable contracts for vassals that you don't give a crap about. It's quite a cool feature. What would be a nice feature though, having had to increase all my vassals' contracts because I'm trying to get levy to repel the Vikings. So I thought, right, I'm going to put all my vassals' levy to high. So I had to do it for each and every character, and that took me about a good 5 minutes. If we can get a slider or get an option to change all your vassals in one go, that would be pretty nice. That would be pretty good. And there might be some more contracts for more advanced technologies. Could well be. If that's the case, great. That'll be pretty cool. You get a bonus for a great wonder. Not sure. Right, give me a second. Let me just check if everything is fine. I'm just getting a few issues with my tabs here. That's fine. Shut up. There we go. That's better. Okay. So that's your little vassal. That's your vassal contracts. You can see your vassals here. You can see who they are. You've got your republic vassals, which are your mayors, and you've got your feudal vassals, which are your counts or your dukes or your kings, as the case may be. Okay. So any questions about this particular screen? You can see your overall generic vassal opinion modifier down here. So all vassals are plus 52 to start with, based on personal diplomacy, personal affairs. So you can kind of see that. That's pretty nice. And there's your little dread star. I was talking about dread. So okay. So status of the vassal might give different contracts. Well, because I've only played with this one character. I might not have seen, all the different types of stuff we can negotiate for, which would be pretty cool to see with the next character. Yeah, dread. Basically, if you increase in dread, which you get by torturing prisoners, executing prisoners, doing just general nasty stuff. Vassal contracts, hiking up people's tax contributions. You get like a dread meter, so it's between 0 and 100. And it can also be defined by personality traits as well. But basically, it gives a boost, and certain characters, if they fear you enough, will not do things against you. So, for instance, if they fear you enough, they will not join factions against you. It says discouraged. I'm assuming that means they will not join. Or less likely, maybe. I'm not sure. Increases the likelihood of them accepting stuff such as, revoking their titles because they're petrified of us, right? Offer vassalization acceptance. Voting elections will, electors will vote more likely to vote in the same way as you. And it says they're unlikely to oppose law changes. So being dreadful has its bonuses, so it's a bit more viable to play as a complete and utter tyrannical so-and-so. But also, depending on how a character's traits are, will depend on how likely they are to be fearful from you. So brave characters have a higher threshold. So you might have a brave character that would require you to be more dreadful before they basically break and say, do you know what, this guy, let's not cross him. Whereas craven characters are fearful of you, even with no dread. So, like, take my vassals here. Let's find one. This guy here, he's craven. He must be. No, he's not craven. I wonder if it's content then. But yeah, especially craven characters, they are already kind of intimidated by us. I mean, it says here, intimidated by your dreadful reputation. Well, we've got like 0 dread. we're completely not. We are the least dreadful person you are likely to see. But because they've got certain traits which make them a bit more meek and mild-mannered, even when you're not playing a dreadful character, certain craven types will still not meddle with you. Which I think that works for me as well. So you could purposely pick loads of cravens as your vassals, and not be a dreadful character, and still basically have them eaten at the palm of your hands, which is an interesting twist, an interesting strategy to employ. And you can also see at a glance how many troops they're giving you and how much gold they're giving you as well. So there you go. That's a little bit about vassals. Vassal limit down there, and you can see at a glance exactly how much they're giving you when compared with your own domain. So it's a little bit about your vassal screen, your domain screen, your realm screen. Any questions about that, or should we move on? Somebody said about wonders. I don't even know if wonders are in this game, And also somebody mentioned about the campaign map. Does it show your stuff? Well, you can see the city, you can see your castles, you can see your cities. Somebody mentioned the fact that the bigger your city gets, or the longer it is, there's no kind of growth, spread, or whatever it's called. So, this is how your cities will stay indefinitely, regardless of any growth or anything. I think the response to that was, it is in the pipeline for that to change. Not immediately, but I'm sure as part of some sort of, and I'm sure it mentioned it was going to be free, some sort of free content, where you actually get a bit of sort of city spread or whatever it's called. And as we're zoomed in, you can see that the campaign map is actually broken down into specific baronies. So whereas before you got your Somerset was your county, and that's as far in as you could go, with this it does break it down even further into specific baronies, and it does make a slight difference because you can actually set yourself up in certain, so all areas of this county are not the same. Some are wetlands, some are forests, some are plains, so you can kind of stage attacks and stuff in particular areas of your county. You can't start as a baron, no, but it's nice to see it broken down even further. It does have some purpose because, you know, you besiege certain baronies rather than the whole county, so you can plot up your army in one of these 4 to besiege it, and you can build buildings as normal. They all provide different bonuses as they did before. Your kind of barony buildings, so you can build buildings in your city, you can build buildings in your bishoprics, or you can build buildings in your castle, and they all confer different bonuses, taxes, garrisons, levies, etc. One extra bonus that's new, whilst we're talking about the kind of building and stuff. If you own an entire duchy, you get a duchy building. So in addition to the normal buildings, which give you bonuses to that specific area, to that specific county, you can construct duchy-wide buildings, which confer bonuses to the entire duchy, or even to the entire realm, depending on the building. So, like for example, this building here, military academies, that gives you extra knights for the whole realm and extra knight effectiveness for the whole realm. Some just apply to the duchy area. So there's quite a, you know, there's a bit of a reward for you controlling an entire de jure duchy. So there's a bit of a reward there, which is quite nice. And you can actually see the full building tree. So you can see the full building tree, preview what the bonuses are, what the prerequisites are for these buildings, so you can kind of plan out your builds as you wish. You can see what you're going to need, how much money, what innovations you need. So that's kind of good, and it's very quick, very easy to get there. This is what I like about this game. There's a lot of, you know, it's very accessible to get to the various bits. So you can see again, you can see all the different builds. Same with the county buildings. You can see all the different builds here, and how it progresses with each tier. There's more tiers to the county buildings, cost, etc. So, building wise, I think it's quite good. I'm not a Spurs fan, no. Somebody asked that earlier. So yeah, building browser has expanded, and yeah, but there is a limit, as you've just noticed. There is a limit to how many buildings you can have, and it depends on the area. Some have only 3, some have 4, you know, etc. Castles have 4, and then 1 duchy building. I don't know if it's all. I don't know if it's the same for all. Yeah, I think it might be the same for all. And you can build, like you could before, you can construct new holdings. You can construct castles, cities, temples. You can expand your county with more holdings. Generally speaking, I think there's more holdings per county in general now. So like Hampshire, here you can see we've got 4. You know, different sizes as usual. Different sizes, number in terms of the amounts. Right, there you go. So that's a little bit about the structure of the kind of granular level of the counties and the baronies and the buildings. Oh, we're in for a ride now, my friends. You might want to grab a cup of tea for this one. We're going on to combat, and this is probably one of the biggest changes. And this is why I can imagine some people are not going to be happy, especially if you. I mean, I don't know how many people were, because I wasn't. In terms of getting to the granular level and into the nitty gritty of combat, but you were rewarded in CK2. If you did that, because you could tailor your armies to certain specifications and do certain things with your armies if you understood the mechanics. But I'll tell you now, this has been simplified, and it could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing. It depends what works for you. Some of these changes will work for some people and they won't work for others, and it depends what you liked in CK2 and what you don't and what you didn't. So some of these will work and some of them won't, but I'll try and give you what they do and leave it for you to decide whether or not you think that's good or horrendous. But there's a lot of changes with combat. So I'm going to take a quick drink. I've got my drink here. I'm not going to drink alcohol today. I'm going to keep a clear head for this one. And the reason why I've chosen this character is because I've got some stuff going on with the military, which I can show you. So where's Stonehenge? Do we have Stonehenge here? There is Stonehenge. The Barony of Salisbury contains Stonehenge. There you go. It's a special building. It gives +2 to learning for the realm, minus 20% faith conversion cost, and extra learning lifestyles. So yeah, your wonders do give you realm bonuses if those wonders are there. So if we go back to the religious screen, right, you can see that there are different wonders per religion. That's a pagan wonder, right, though? So if we go to religion again, other faiths, that's fine. Holy sites, so you can see all the holy sites, and you can see the different holy sites bonuses that you get. So Cologne, Rome, Santiago, Canterbury. Is that Stonehenge? That's not Canterbury. Is that Stonehenge? No, it's down there. Canterbury. I live in the UK. Not very good with my UK geography, apparently. But yeah, so holy sites confer bonuses. Stonehenge is a pagan site, but it still seems to give us some kind of bonus for our realm anyway. So we've got the model there. There is a slight model. There's a slight model there. How am I streaming? I'm streaming until I've got no more voice left because I'm chattering away too much, or probably about sort of 10:30ish. Canterbury Cathedral. Ah, is there a cathedral here? Yes, there is. Look at that. Oh, it's a bishopric actually. Not quite the same, is it? But it's the Canterbury Cathedral, which gives extra realm piety. Piety per powerful vassal on the council, monthly renown, and extra control growth factor, so that's quite a handy little bonus as well. So there you go. There's your little wonders kind of situation, your kind of religious sites at least. Yeah, 10 British time. I'm being attacked by birds here. Birds are landing on my roof and causing a massive scene. Okay. Are we ready for combat, folks? We're not in combat right now, which is a shame, but we might, when we set the time rolling, we'll see combat. Because we're going to get raided. Vikings are everywhere here. Right, combat then. Combat. Where do I start with combat? Okay, so combat then. Levies. We've got levies again. Well, we had levies last time. So how do levies work in this game? Well, levies are one unit. In the previous game, correct me if I'm wrong, but your levies were made up of light horse, heavy infantry, light infantry, archers, etc., etc. So you could, and certain buildings that you could build would increase your number of a certain type of unit within your levy. So for instance, you could tailor your levy to be more heavy infantry focused. I believe, right? You could do that. You can't do that here. Your levy is your levy. It's just a unit type. Boom. You've got 3,489 men. So that's levies for you. Lack of customization there. Another thing with levies, which you can't call up individual counts, dukes, kings, levies. Case in point, take my last playthrough of CK2 with the Johansons. I became emperor. I had a problem king, and that problem king was in a faction, and factions were based on levy strength, military strength. So as a little tactic, it's not just this, you don't just do it for this reason, but I wanted to raise that man's levy to go to Norway, because I wanted his levy to die and not mine, so that his people were weakened, not mine. That alleviated the pressure on the faction. It was a pretty useful little tactic there. It's quite interesting. And plus, if you had stuff going on at certain points in the map, you might want to raise certain people's levy. It was just nice to have the option. Whereas here, you raise your levy. Raise all levies. Raise all armies or whatever. You can't raise levies per county, per duchy, whatever. They just raise. And they raise in a rally point. They all raise in one pot. I don't know if you could... I think you can add more rally points. I've not tried this. If you click on this, you can actually add... You can move it, but I'm sure you can add another... I think you can add another rally point. I'm not certain. I haven't played with this bit. But you can move it quite easily. You just right-click and you move your rally point around. So we're getting attacked by Vikings, besieging our land. We can... where's raise local army? Where's that? Are you seeing something that I'm not seeing? I might be wrong. Where's that? Have I missed a trick? Where did you see that? Raise all armies, disband all. Raise local. On the last window, what did I have open? Did I have that open? Oh, shooting hell. What did I have open? Rally point. Oh! Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Raise local army. Oh, okay. I stand corrected. As you see, I was looking for this for ages. I thought it's not here. It's not here. It is. Okay, so you can raise. You can raise. Okay, I stand corrected. I stand corrected. I'm glad that. I'm glad for that reason. I'm glad for that then. So if you move your rally point, you can raise the local army closest to this particular rally point. Okay, good. Now I know how to do it. Thank you. You've taught me something. So you can raise... So forget that argument then. That's completely wrong. You can raise local levies based on the rally point's position, which is maybe why you can put more than one rally point down there. So that's handy. But yeah, armies raise in a rally point. So if you want to raise your entire force, if you want to raise your entire force. I know you can get more. I've seen it. I've seen it. This is why it's a let's try. Look, this. That's this. Where am I clicking? There. There you go. Extra rally points. Okay, let's put another one down. I want one here. Oh, green one. Eh? What happened? Give me another one. I want one there. Okay. Oh. Rally points. So 2 rally points. So raise all armies. So levies will be raised at their closest rally point. Aha. So if we click raise all armies, we'll get some armies raising here, and we'll get some armies raising here, I'm assuming. Let's try it. There you go, yes. We're getting 2 sets of armies. Disband armies. Thank you. There you go. Okay. Okay, that's I've learned something new. Thank you very much for that input. Let's remove that rally point for now. So yeah, so armies raise in rally points. So that's that. But it removes by having rally points. What it does remove is some would call it a kerfuffle, some would call it accurate. More realistic. The fact that when I want to go to war on a grand scale with West Francia, which is bound to happen at some point, of course, because it's, why not? It's historically accurate. Your levies would raise from all over the damn place. I'm the Empire of Britannia. My levies will be coming from Ireland. My levies will be coming from up here, from over here, from down, from across the land. You'd have to then highlight them all, and then get them all moving, and get them all mustered to certain points. You don't have to do that anymore. As I said, that may be to some people's tastes. It may not be to others if they crave a bit more realism. They would all spawn at the closest rally point. And if I want to be completely and utterly carefree, I can just leave the one rally point, hit raise all armies, and all my levies spawn there within 4 to 7 days or whatever it is. It takes time for them to arrive. You get a countdown timer as to where they are, and it may be determined by how widely spread your land is. So if your land is spread really far and wide, that might be a longer period of time for your levies to arrive. So if that's the case, that kind of negates, or it makes it a bit more realistic in that sense. But what it does is it takes it away from you having to manually do it, to move your men from island across to there, across to here, bound, blah 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 boom. It takes that out of it, but it sounds like there may be a kind of a recompense to that by increasing the timer based on the breadth of your empire. So take away from that what you will. For me personally, I did find mustering my men a bit of a faff, but it did lead to a couple of interesting battles prematurely, where our armies were mustering and suddenly we were finding ourselves fighting against the Queen of England at the time, or whatever it was. So it is what it is. But one of the biggest removals is the removal of ships. So if we were to raise a levy here, which I will do, raise all armies. Let's do it. So you can see here that all my men are in the Wessex area, so it's quite a small area. I raise all my men. They're coming from not too far away, and they're coming and mustering, and they will muster in 4 days. That's the cooldown period. That's the timer period for my men mustering. So we'll count that down, and we get pretty much our full contingent of men. There you go, 4 days have passed, and we get our full contingent of men ready to rock and roll. We want to go to France. Let's go to France then. Click on France. You pay money for your army to embark on transport ships, and they go in the water and sail away. It takes some time for them to move. It takes 41 days. So it's a timely process sailing across the water apparently. But yeah, so there's no more requirement for you to have ships. Again, that could be a blessing to some people, it could be a curse to others. But there was no ship combat in the previous game anyway, so I mean there's no combat loss. Again, it seems like a change for convenience. You're still paying a price to have your ships take the people across, but it is what it is. That's how it's working at the moment. So who knows? Maybe they'll add it back in, maybe they won't. It depends how people like it, I suppose. Until you've played with it properly and seen it and experienced it, make your judgments at that point. Oh, somebody's falling in love with me. I don't know. Oh no, can't be having that going on. Right, so there you go. So that is your levies: mustering, rival in something new, rally points, and traversing the high seas. So, as I said, there's no, as far as I'm aware, there's no tailoring to the levy. The levy is just one clump of people, and what confirms that for me really is if you go to a building in here and say, right, let's get some more levies, man. Let's get some more levies. Some buildings give you more levies. A barracks gives you more levies as a whole. It's just a unit. Now, you will notice that we have a quality button here, quality icon, as to the quality of your army, the quality of your troops. This is not quality in equipment, this is not quality in weaponry, this is quality in terms of the experience of your army. So take levies. They are the least experienced group of soldiers that you can have, just basically peasants with pitchforks and great big moustaches and beards and snarling faces. So as much as they can muster. So they are the lowest quality. And if you were to raise an army of just levy, it would be a poor quality army. It would be a low quality army. So how do you increase the quality of your army? If you hover over the levy troops, you can see the different trends. Let's have a look. You might be right. I might be learning something new again. That is not quite correct. That is not quite correct. It is showing the different types of units in my army, but the levy is that. That's the levy group. These are man-at-arms regiments, so it's not. No, it's still levies are still one group. But yeah, in terms of increasing the quality of your army, how do you do that? Well, there's two ways which you can increase the quality of your army. The first way is to increase the level of your, increase the amount of your men-at-arms regiment. So your men-at-arms are akin to the retinue from the first game. They are the professional fighting soldiers. And these... Flipping hell's that? Flipping, I thought somebody was behind me. I had like a creak on one of my floorboards. Jesus wept. Give me a right shock. So, you can create your man-at-arms regiments, and you have a limit to how many you can have, and that limit will increase as you go up through the ranks. So kings and emperors can have more than 3. Maybe some technologies or innovations might also be able to increase the men-at-arms. Maybe some military perks in your kind of your perk tree. I've not seen it, but might be able to increase the amount of men-at-arms units you have. But these are your professional fighting soldiers. And to get them, all you do is you click on Create Man-at-Arms Regiment, and you can see a Man-at-Arms Regiment cost. Light Footmen, Bowmen, Light Horse Pikemen, Armoured Footmen, Onagers. I think these are also determined by your culture and where you are. So like you can get elephants, maybe camels or whatever. It depends what you can get. So, and the good thing about these, which is why I think they should implement the levy system. I don't know. I would like to see levies split out again, because these men-at-arms regiments counter others. So, for instance, if you take the light footmen, they counter heavy infantry. So, if the enemy army has loads of heavy infantry man-at-arms regiments, then your light footmen will have a bonus against those because they counter. Archers counter light infantry, horses counter archers, spear counter horses. You know, typical kind of situation. Rock, paper, scissor. So, I mean, if you had levies that were particularly made up of a certain troop type, you know, and you could see that, you could tailor your man-at-arms to counter levy troops as well, I suppose. But hey ho. So yeah, they count. So as things currently stand, they only counter other man-at-arms regiments. But they are professional soldiers, so they are inherently better stats-wise than levy. They've got 10 attack, or 10 damage, and 16 toughness, 16 defend. Whereas levy have 10-10. So 10 damage, 10 toughness. So naturally, these light footmen are actually better than levies. These heavy troops with 32 and 22 are 3 times better in attack than regular levy, and 2 times as good in defence. So, you know. So the more professional soldiers you have, the more your quality rating will go up. So because I've got so far close to 500 man-at-arms units, the ratio from levy to man-at-arms means that the quality of my army is pretty good. So if I was to face an army of just, say, 5,000 peasants, levy, although they outnumber me, because I've got a higher quality rating than they will, I will still probably win that fight. The second way you can increase your quality of your army is through knights. Now this is an interesting one. I quite like this feature. It's quite simplistic at the moment, but I quite like it, and I'll tell you why I like it in a second. So knights are like your typical kind of fantasy-based, or I mean realistic as well, your knights, these are the people that train night and day to become fighting machines, hero units. We've got 6. You can get more through perks, you can get more through innovations, you can get more through buildings, but currently it stands at 6. And these have the biggest impact on your quality, because knights, they make mincemeat of stuff. When you have a battle, you get a breakdown of the battle, and you can see how many men the levies killed, how many men the men-at-arms killed, you can see how many men the knights killed, and you can see how many men each individual knight killed. This is why I like it, because the more prowess your knight has, the better they fight, the more kills they have. And as a roleplay situation, you can have a knight that goes into like 4 or 5 battles and comes away with like hundreds of kills. It gives them a bit of history, it gives them a bit of that kind of status, like this guy is an epic fighter, and it's just an extra bit of story behind characters, you know, make them more memorable. You can have heroic, memorable knights. So I kind of like that. It's kind of cool. I'll take you, for example, where is he? I'll click on him. Here, this guy. Earl Aethelric of Buckingham has a pretty decent 22 prowess skill, which is pretty high. It's the highest I've seen so far. And in the last battle, I think he killed about 80 odd men, single-handedly, which is kind of cool. But knights fight more effectively based on their effectiveness rating, and you can increase this through perks and through buildings. So our knights are running at 175% effectiveness because we got the chivalric dominance perk to increase the knight's effectiveness. I want to go for an extra 25% effectiveness to make them 200% more effective, because by getting this ducal building here, military academies, and that will give them go away. They'll give an extra 25%. And then by increasing the number of knights that you can field and having them be twice as effective, that would have a massive impact on the quality of your army. Massive impact. So yeah, knights are pretty nifty. So yeah, that's how the makeup of your army works. A levy, that's just peasants, boom, done. Man-at-arms regiments that you can tailor according to need. They take a little bit of while. They're not massively expensive to reinforce. As soon as you've paid your cost up front, there's a little bit of a cost to reinforce them, but I'm reinforcing these at the moment, and it's costing me about two gold per month. It's not as expensive as raising retinues. But there's of course limits to how many you can have. And of course, different regiments fight better in certain terrain. So terrain effects, you can see they do more damage in a forest, you know, in taiga, in jungle. So depending on where you're fighting, depending on who you're fighting, you might want to tailor your man-at-arms according to the situation. So there's a little scope of tacticalness there. And as I said, the knights. The knights are the knights. You can forbid them, you can allow them. From being knights, I forbid everybody below a 10, for instance, so it makes it easier. But basically the game, if you get a knight that's got a high prowess of 25 that randomly appears in your court, they will automatically become a knight, and it will push the lowest member down and out for you automatically. You don't have to manually do it every time, which is quite handy. And you'll notice there's an option there, but in the decision tree, in the decision options, you can actually invite knights to the realm. It's an option that you can do every 10 years. You can put a call out for knights to attend your court as guests, and you can recruit them to become knights for you. It costs a bit of prestige. Send the herald for the knights. So you asked, can you search for characters? Yes, you can. Find character. Down there, you can filter it. Search within top realm, diplomatic range, inside range, no rulers, male only, blah de blah de blah de blah, and then you can search it. And you can sort these. Not like vassals, you can sort these. So you can search by rank, you can search by age, you can search by opinion, you can search by rating. So that works as it did in the previous game. The only thing is, I've gone through a lot of characters, and none of them want to come to my court. None of them. Not a single character wants to come to my court. So I don't know how that works. I'm yet to find a character that would wish to come. And we're talking like there's 40 characters here. I've done it inside all characters across the realm, 2,500. I don't even know if there's an icon that will show up if they're interested to come to your court, because I've never seen it. And I've gone through manual and clicked, and nobody wants to come. What? I found somebody! I tried this for half an hour pretty much this morning. I was going through religiously thinking, is this a bug? Nobody wants to come. And within seconds, I found somebody. Just to prove me wrong. Okay, there you go. Apparently, but is he? No, apologies. Apologies, no. Stand by. He's already in my court. He's a guest. He's a guest in my court. He's already here. He's already here. Look, he's in Hampshire. Sorry, he's already here. It's not the same. We'll get to courtiers in a second, but basically, people come to your court as guests. Kind of wanderers, just wander in and say hello. And if they're in your court, you can recruit them to your court. You can recruit them. So, somebody said use a hook. I think you can use a hook to invite. Yeah, I think you can use a hook. Maybe can you use a hook to invite to court? Yes, you can. So one way to get somebody to your court is to get a hook on them. We'll go to hooks shortly. So that's definitely an opportunity, kind of a plan that you could employ. But getting a hook on somebody isn't easy. But yeah, I've not come across anybody that wants to come to my court. And I'm like, you see my stats. I'm quite a chivalrous, diplomatic guy. Everybody's got a very high opinion of me, and even people with 100 opinion. Just not interested. So it seems to be, in this game, inviting people to your court willy-nilly, like you used to be able to do, is going to be a bit trickier. It's going to be a bit trickier. I don't know if they're going to change any sort of modifiers or what, or balance the game eventually, or maybe this is how it's intended to work. But getting anybody to come to your court, it seems quite a difficult task. There's nobody. There's nobody interested. But that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it even says. Like in the other game, you had like a little thumbs up icon if there was interested. Because I've not seen a difference here, and because nobody wants to come, maybe there is. I'm just not, and it's just not here at the moment. I don't know. And I've played the game's been going for about 5-6 years now, so things should have leveled out. People have had time to get uppity with their lieges. But no, there's no. I'm looking for a change in icon. Can't see one. Can't see one. So I don't know. Just nobody wants to come. I challenge you folks to find a video of somebody where this works. I'd be interested as to see what the reason is that they would come. I mean, if they completely and utterly hate their liege, probably would work. No, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do... bollocks. I wanted to do that to see what the reasons are. So, we'll accept if Tory is positive. So, base reluctance, opinion of me. There'll be other modifiers out there. It's just that nobody is feeling particularly strongly enough to want to move courts. So, we'll see. But yeah, not quite as a readily available feature, just inviting random Joes to your court for whatever purpose. What other European countries? Maybe possibly actually. That could be a good point. More renown, maybe. So there you go. That's a little bit about the military. We haven't finished yet. So you noticed that we raised troops, right? We raised troops. There is our troops. Okay. You can play Muslim. You can play Muslims. I think you can play pagans. You can play everybody, as far as I'm aware. So we've raised our men. We've got a supply limit, which depends on where you're going, as to how fast it goes down. If you're in a county that's not very well supplied, it'll go down faster, I think, and you start suffering attrition and stuff. But yeah, we're on our merry way. To France for some strange reason. We have no reason to be going to France. So what I'm going to do, quickly reload, see if I can get into a fight. I want to fight somebody. It's that one. So show you the combat mechanics. So let's see if we can. I'm in a war at the moment up here. So Well, actually, what we can do is we can... Oh, where are we? See, that's the wrong load. What the hell is happening here? It's that one. God's sake. Let's try that one. Right. There we go. Is that right? That's better. Okay, so there was a war going on here. I'm sure there was... Was there a war here? That's right, this is the right one. So, we'll wait to see if they get into a war. Can we get into a war? Did we offer to join his war? No, we didn't. I'm gonna see if we can actually, if we can find a war very quickly. He's at war, this chappie. Oh, I'll tell you what I can do. I had it set up perfectly and it didn't say. I've overwritten my save. Right, you were married to my sister, who isn't dead. She died in childbirth this morning, but she's still alive at the moment. So we have an alliance with this guy, I believe. We should do. Why don't we have an alliance? Negotiate an alliance. There you go. So he's married to my sister, so we should... Oh, okay, we've got a war going on, it's fine. So, there you go. We're now allied, so we're now at war with whoever he's at war with. But we've got the screen up anyway. So, battles then. So this is the battle screen for you guys. Now, how battles work. As you saw, when I raised my levies, you have an option of picking one commander. There's no more 3 commanders, 1 for each flank. You pick a commander for the army, just the one, and you pick them from your courtiers. And then your commander has an advantage rating based on a variety of different things. So your advantage rating can be martial skill is 1. Your chivalry focus, and a variety of other things. You can have advantage from terrain. There's that bird again. You see, look, his tail is wagging right in my eye line. You're going to get different advantages, and terrain can be advantage. Some are commander specific, some are context specific in terms of say in terms of terrain and stuff. But you get an overall advantage score. So if I raise my army, if I join, let me offer to join his war. Might be easier. Offer to join war. Of course you accept. And why wouldn't you? I raise my powerful levy. I raise my powerful army with my 6 knights and my man-at-arms and all my good stuff. So I raise it. I raise it. So I raise my army, and you can change your commander. Select your commander. You can pick your commanders. You can pick from your knights. You can pick from your courtiers. It doesn't matter. And then you'll get a command rating. So my guy, who is pretty decent, as you've seen, with his prowess and his military martial ability, gets a pretty decent 39 commander advantage. So 24 martial skill. If he's leading his own men, if the liege is leading his own men, you get an extra +5. He's got a couple of things also. Never back down, which is a perk, which gives him +5 advantage. And he's focusing on chivalry, which also gives him another 5. So you kind of total up your advantage based on traits and perks and stuff, and that's your commander advantage. And then when you go to war with an enemy, you will see that the other commander also has an advantage. Oh, he's dead now. Where's he gone? Oh, have they killed his commander? Okay. Well, ordinarily there would be a commander here. He's probably dead. And they pit his command ability, his advantage against his advantage to get the difference of the two. So his is 21, for instance, and mine was what? Mine was 39. So I get a whopping, 18 advantage before we even start. So that's that. And then there's a dice roll. There's a good old dice roll, which there has to be some mechanic, but and based on the dice roll, that's added. So I'll roll a dice, it'll add to my advantage. He'll roll a dice, and it'll add to his advantage. and then the difference between the two, the outcome of that, will then be this number here. So for instance, as things currently stand, he's got a plus 23 advantage this particular round, because he's got a plus 21 versus their 0, I'm assuming, and he's also got a dice roll, I'm assuming, of plus 2 or something. And a battle roll. So it kind of tallies up the differences. So having a commander with a superior advantage gives you a better opportunity of having this be a positive when it comes to the crunch. Yeah, and different cultural names for your knights. So you've got knights, you've got champions. If you've got a Muslim faction, it's probably different again, but it's the same concept. So yeah, it's just based on it's just a type of knight based on the culture or the faith or whatever. So yeah, and the bigger the advantage, this number is, the more damage this side of the army does. So if you've got an army with a significant advantage, because your commander is top notch, then you're going to get, your army in general is going to do more damage. So that's how the command kind of thing works. It's just a damage bonus, but it's based on advantage and a dice roll, and it kind of totals up there. You can see there's also you know, as I say, there's defending in the forest buff, so there's terrain points as well. It all rolls together, you get that number, and this number refreshes every so often. Every 3 days, I would like to say. It refreshes every 3 days. Now, some peoples can get perks, or some people have traits that alter the spread of their dice roll. So, you know, if it's between 0 and 10, it might make it less variance, basically. But yeah, that's the crux of it. That's the crux of it. We're not going to join this battle because we're too far away. But this is basically, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Flashing blue. Mind you, he needs help, right? He needs help. Shall we? We could totter up there eventually. When we start playing, we'll totter up. Boo, 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 boo. So I think that's pretty much it for battles. I mean, sieges. We can't see a siege at the moment because he's been attacked from somebody that's miles away. Let's have a look. Where's the bloody war map? Who are you? Cheshire. Well, that's the target. Where's the guy that's attacking us? Oh, he's all the way over here. But basically, sieges work in a very similar way. We might get to a siege a bit later, but sieges now tell you exactly how many days and months it takes to siege. To take a county, before you had to siege the castle, the bishopric, the city. I think now you just siege out the castle, and then it takes the whole county. But it may take a bit longer than it used to do that. Rather than do three different sieges, you just do the one siege. There's still events that happen, and you've got siege equipment in this as well. So you can't assault without breaching the walls, and to breach the walls you need siege equipment. And siege equipment is a man-at-arms regiment, so you can take your onagers with you, and that also helps with speeding up the siege, I think. So you can speed up the siege by getting better siege equipment. So we'll see a bit more sieging hopefully at some point today if we get into a siege. We'll see how that works and have a look at that. But yeah, it's very similar. There's a few little tweaks and improvements possibly with the siege equipment side of things. But yeah. So you can already start to see some of the tactics you can employ to increase the competence of your army. So for instance, before I move to the rest of the screens, I'll give you a quick précis of this kind of start period of time that we're in. So we started off as Alfred the Great, as he was, Earl of Dorset or whatever. We became the petty king of Wessex because our brother died. As you start this campaign at 867, I think it is, you and Mercia are at war. We're all in an alliance because he's married to our sister, and this arse, Ivar the Boneless of the Isles, this Norse man, basically was attacking East Anglia. He was attacking East Anglia in an invasion. And this chappy here, Mr. Halfdan Whiteshirt of Jorvik, this guy's brother, he was attacking Northumberland, so there was a bit of a Viking invasion going on as we started this campaign, and Mercia and Wessex were embroiled in it all. We were trying to help out Northumberland, we were trying to help out these people here. And as you can quite clearly see, the Vikings, because they've got event-spawned troops at this start date, who I'm assuming are just numbers they've been given to make them more fearsome at the start of the campaign, they won't be able to replenish them, they swept Northumberland aside. East Anglia lasted out a bit longer, but eventually East Anglia fell. Because between the two of them, they had like 10,000 men. They've now got 4,000. This guy's now got 4,600. So still, between the two of them, they've still got 8,000 men, which is a damn lot. So their threat is pretty real. So I, in my very intelligent, martial manner that I am, Petty King Alfred, decided that the best thing for us to do is to bolster our men and make ourselves as tough as possible, so that if we ever get invaded, we will be ready to beat down the enemy. So I was focusing on quality. So my plan is, and still is, I will continue this campaign off camera, is to increase the quality. So like I said, the way I'm focusing on increasing quality to make my army be able to brush aside much poorer armies, focusing on quantity rather than quality, is by getting the man-at-arms regiments. So all of these will get to 300. Once you get to 100, you can just upgrade the size, and it knocks it up to a maximum of size 3. So you can have 300 per regiment. Back again. So by getting 900 man-at-arms, that's going to increase the quality of my army. By me focusing on improving the quality of my knights, these guys make a massive difference to your army. By getting that focus here, by getting that building, that duchy building, making my knights even more effective, I invited knights to the realm so I could get as many decent knights as possible by having quite a strong, by the end of my plans I'll have 12 knights who are working at 200% effectiveness. I'll have a full contingent of professional troops that I can have. I'll have about 4,500 men, but my army quality will be pretty good. So, that's the long-term plan. So, there's a little bit of scope for that. And I'm hoping that at that point we'll have 4,500 men that could rip apart, especially with this guy's command as well, 24 Marshal. His command advantage as well, doing extra damage in the battle with his 4,500 merry men. He'll be probably ripping apart armies of at least 5, 6, 7, 8,000 maybe, if they're quite low quality with low commanders. I would reckon so, just by having a few little plans in place to improve equality. Graphics. Default, I think. Graphics. I haven't tweaked these, I don't think. Quality preset, custom. Low, medium, high. I haven't touched these. These are original. But you can see some of the things you can tweak. My guest Berenger looks like a decent knight candidate. He did, but he's very anti-Alfred. He's wrathful, callous, and vengeful, and a torturer. I mean, he's a knight, I suppose, but me being honest and just and nice and all very things rosy, I don't want his sort in my army, even if he is a good fighter. And he likes to sleep around. Yeah. I mean, nasty people serve a purpose, but I mean, me being me, I mean, look at me, I'm honest and just and gregarious and diligent and a very intelligent man. And my intelligence says those types of people just sow discord in the army. No good, no good. A certain Senrud would love him as a knight. Exactly. So that's what I like about the knights, is that there's a bit of scope for extra roleplay there, because as I said, some knights they can start to forge their own story, because you can track how many kills they've had, which is quite cool. Right, so there you go. That's as much as I can tell you about armies. Oh, mercenaries. Mercenaries work a little bit different here. You've got an upfront payment cost. and they last, I think it's 3 years. There's no monthly cost. You pay up front for 3 years, boom, you've got them for 3 years. If after the 3 years you still need them, you can get them again. If you don't need them after 3 years, they're done. It's an upfront payment. Can your own character become a knight for his liege? Interesting question. We can find out. We can find out because I start out as my I start out as my brother's vassal when we start as this guy. So I'll have the highest marshal in my brother's court. So I should be a knight for him, shouldn't I? So we'll load the game up and have a look at that. Just remind me. I'll check that out. But yeah, if we could become a knight, that would be quite cool. I have a sneaking suspicion not, but I'm hoping I'm wrong. So no, we'll do it now. I don't like to leave things hanging. Let's check it out now. Let's check it out now. Main menu. Let's have a look. So if we let's go quickly. New game. Let's go new. Is this going to overwrite my save? Ah, bollocks. It's fine. Wrath of the Northman, Earl Alfred. Let's go. Start. So we start off as our brother's vassal. So we should, we are in line to be a knight for him, right? So let's have a look at us. We are. If we go to our liege's council, which I haven't shown you the council screen yet, but here is our liege. Here is our liege's council. I am his marshal. But I don't think we can see our liege's army. But it doesn't. So it says here. It says I'm the marshal here, right? +2. But where I don't know how I would check if I'm. I don't know how I would check if I'm a knight in his army. That's my knights. Start as my brother and give you the knight title and then switch to Alfred again and see if you stay a knight. We could try that. But how do we switch characters? Can you like the previous game, if you save it and start, you can pick a character in that it's getting a bit complicated. Right, let's. But like it doesn't even say. How would you? Where's it? Where does it say I'm his marshal? Is there a trait that says? Because like before in the previous game, you hovered over your guy and it says, I am the Count of such and such, and I am Marshal of Wessex or whatever. There's no. Where does it show you where you sit? There's no option there, is there? So technically speaking, we could be his knight, but we just can't see it. Titles. Where's titles? Here? Yeah, we could be a commander, right? I mean, we may just have to check manually ourselves. Which is unfortunate, but yeah. One of the ways to check is if he goes into battle. If he goes into battle and we fight and get the victory screen, we can see the knights broken down. If he raises an army, his army is broken. If he raises an army, his army is broken down also into levy, as you've seen. So we can hover over the knights of the army and see who's in it. But well, we might have a play with that after I've finished. It's an interesting question, actually. It would be nice to know. No, not that one. That one. Let's go again. So we'll have a quick look at the council then. Well, it's time to look at the council. So, military. Sorry, one last thing. So yeah, mercenaries. Once purchased. Yeah, 3 years. I think it's 3 years. It might not be 3. It might be a bit longer or shorter. But a set amount of time, you get the contract, and then you have to rehire. And mercenaries have a specialism. So, like the countering with the men-at-arms regiment, if you want to counter an army that's got lots of heavy infantry men-at-arms, you might want to go for a skirmisher-based mercenary company. And the company is broken down, so you can see that this mercenary company has got some levy, has got some light footmen, has got 2 knights, which you should be able to, 2 knights and levies and stuff. But another thing about the knights as well, just going back to the knights and how I like the knights feature because it gives them a bit more of a story, etc. It could also be a viable prospect. If you've got a particularly strong knight in the enemy ranks that you think might cause you a bit of problem, you might want to assassinate him. So it adds a few little extra twists as well, you know. So anyway, Holy Orders, I think work very similar to the last game. I don't have one. There's none available at the moment, so I haven't played with them. But you can... Have you researched it? You should be able to be a knight. It would make sense that you could be. You can found your own Holy Order, which I don't know if you could do in CK2, but if you couldn't, you can now. It will cost you some stuff. You need to be a king to do it. You need to have a good opinion with the Pope to do it. You need to have that level of devotion. Remember what I said, that some decisions require you to have a certain level of either, you know, devotion or prestige, fame, or you know, renown. You need to have at least a devoted servant level of piety to do that. So there you go, Holy Orders. You can have your own. You have to have a barony with a city or a castle that you can lease out as the headquarters. There you go. So that's your military tab. So what's just a general consensus? What's your thoughts on the military so far? What's your thoughts on the game so far? There's still a little bit more to go through, and there's probably still a crap ton of stuff that I haven't even explored or seen yet. I've not played any other different kind of religions. I haven't gone very far in the game. I've gone 5 years, 40 hours, and I've gone 5 years. Slow-paced even for me. So there's lots of random events that will happen that I am not even completely sure of. The most humorous I've seen so far is somebody playing with a scepter with themselves whilst naked. And yes, if you're not careful, naked people do appear on the screen. Issues. But, yeah. So looking good. It's certainly got a different feel. When I've been playing this game, it's got a different feel. But one thing I really like so far is I like the accessibility. I like the slickness of it. It's very slick. It feels much less clunky. There are some features that I think, you know, I would like to see, as I've already discussed as we go through. I mean, some of those things, whether they come in mods, whether they come in DLCs, it would be nice that if certain things that are obviously lacking, in my opinion, are patched for free, of course. So, you know, I think I get the general feeling that the game in its base form here is a bit more content than the base game of CK2. I played the base game of CK2. It was a long time ago, so it's hard to compare. But I think there's more in this base game, because I was thinking that this game was good. I think it still does. But I was concerned that it was going to suffer from Sims syndrome, where you've got all the DLCs of the Sims 2 and you play the Sims 3 base game and it felt completely naked. It felt bare bones, literally. You couldn't do anything hardly. Whereas I don't get quite the same feeling. There's still a lot to do in this, and they have taken features from DLCs of CK2 and put them in here. So, you know, it does feel less like a step backwards from a fully modded and kind of DLC CK2. Yeah, there is that. But then on the flip side, I mean, sometimes it depends how you played with that mechanic. And like, sometimes commanders came and went so very, very quickly that it became a revolving door and a nightmare to flipping hire commanders all the time. So it kind of worked both ways. But it's a role play feature. It's a story building feature. Having, you know, we in previous playthroughs we have had the A team in one of the playthroughs, it might have been the Cobblers, where all my commanders started with the letter A, or was it B? I can't remember. You can, the blind man, the old man, and the king, or the emperor, the blind man, and the old man triumvirate in the Johanssons. You're not going to get that, are you? But, you know, it is what it is. Having my blind commander, no more. Unless my ruler is blind, or the commander I pick is blind, but yeah. So that's your battle screen. Let's go to the council screen. I'm conscious it's not almost 7 o'clock and I've not even played with this character. I think we might only be playing with one character at this rate, which will be a brand new character. So your council, you have the same council as the previous game. There are no minor titles as far as I'm aware, other than court physician. I've not seen any other minor titles. Not a major loss, but those of you that enjoyed recruiting a court dwarf for entertainment purposes might be disappointed. But we have our wife, who we can choose how she aids us. Before, I think we got half of all her stats added to our state intrigue levels. There's no state stats anymore, so state intrigue, there's no state, it's all personal, I think. So vassals, do they fight in your wars? No, not that I'm aware of, because they're not in your levy, and if they're not in your knights, then they won't be fighting, and if they're not commanders, then they won't be fighting. No, so maybe only if they're knights they would take to the field of battle. Could well be. So our spouse is kind of formally on the council in some respects, but you can force them into being nice. Yes, you can. You can force them. You can, if you want. Yeah, if you wish to get rid of a problem vassal, you know, and send him on his merry way to his death. Yes, you can force that really crappy prowess, irksome vassal to become a knight. And have him ride off into battle hoping that he dies, and then you can cry into your coffee as he suddenly kills 50 people unexpectedly and comes back a battle hero. Yeah, but in terms of your wife, you can, rather than her giving you half of all her stats towards your state score, she provides to your personal score, but you can determine how she provides that assistance. So she has stats as well, and these stats will determine how good she is in providing assistance. So you can have assist ruler, which basically gives you 1 to all your scores. So basically, it adds to your personal score. So as you can see, my diplomacy is being added to by 1 because she's assisting me. So it adds to my direct score there. Or you can have her focus on one particular trait. So if you think, you know what, I want to up my intrigue game. My intrigue isn't what it should be. Therefore, I'm going to marry a really devious wife to assist me in matters, and then have her help you with court intrigue. You'll get the biggest boost, because I think she adds half of her stat. So in one of the scores, or 1 to all of them. So she's got +4 to domain and +4 to politics, because her highest stats are diplomacy and stewardship. So yeah, it's half rounded down. So with 10, she'd offer +5, but 8 and 9, she gives you +4. So yeah, because our character is pretty kick-ass in everything, and he's honest and just, so wouldn't dare to involve himself with schemes, he's just going for the general +1 for everything, assist ruler. So you can kind of tinker and tailor there. But it is kind of a formalised council position, apparently, so she can't do anything else in terms of council tasks, though. So is she a formal council position? Maybe not. Let's cover the council positions then. So we've got bishop, we've got the same as before, but they do different jobs. And a lot of them, they don't require to be put anywhere. They just happen behind the scenes. So you don't have to manage putting them down into different spots. They just manage behind the scenes, working their magic. So we've got the Chancellor, diplomacy. These are the tasks that he can do. He can do foreign affairs, which increases our ruler opinion. So, I don't know. It doesn't really say. I mean, you can roleplay it as that she sits there. She doesn't do anything specific other than providing you with assistance. So, I mean, I don't know. She's not providing a particular task, though. But she's down as listed, so, I mean, having my wife sat by my side. Would we be left out of council if our wife was sat with us or sat on the council? Don't know. Can she be given a particular role in terms of, can she be assigned? That's an interesting question. She can be appointed as court physician. I've seen people assign characters to council. I don't know if it was his wife, though. There's no option to do it here. But it will, it will. Well, first of all, it would depend on women's rights, certainly. Spy master was always the easiest one to get, wasn't it? To get your wife as a spy master. Something to play with, something to research. This may come out into when in the wash. There was a distinct lack of Wikipedia entries, or not Wikipedia. No, what do you call them? Like the wiki, like a CK2 wiki. There was lack of entries, given the game wasn't released. So these things will come out in the wash, I'm sure. Chancellor, you can increase foreign affairs, which basically increases external ruler's opinion of you. So, like this random ruler here, he's not random. Seems like a pretty decent guy, to be honest with you. He's pretty good. He's probably historically a momentous guy. He's entitled the Great, Prince Rodri of Gwynedd. If you care to research him, did great deeds, I've no doubt. But anyway, if we choose this, I think his opinion will go up of us. Although it may require a tick over, I'm not sure. His opinion went up, certainly. Should go up, right? It says, independent ruler opinion increases. It increases over time, so it's not instant. It will tick up, maybe. But anyway, so it increases independent ruler opinion, which I'm reading as external people, external rulers. This is domestic affairs, and this increases vassal opinion. See, that's instant. As you can see there, it's instantly going up. But this gives you a bit of a modifier increase with your domestic vassals. So all of your vassals. And this is integrate title. I have no clue what that does. No clue what that does. And there's no tooltip for it either. I need to be a king or an emperor to do it. Integrate title. Not a clue. So I can't tell you about that one. Apologies. So that's your Chancellor. You'll notice there's no fabricate claim. Because fabricate claim is the task of the bishop. With the bishop. You can fabricate a claim with your bishop. Now what I like about this, and some people may like or dislike it, it actually tells you how long it's going to take to fabricate your claim. So no more sitting there with your 32 diplomacy chancellor, who seems to be taking an eternity to fabricate your claim, and you wonder what the hell's going on. Is he dead? Is he drinking in the brothel? Is he... Which could be roleplayed, of course. It tells you. It gives you a countdown. Speeds de jour drift. Ah. Aha! Thank you. So you can see that. And fabricating a claim takes a different length of time based on where that county is. So for instance, this county here, it's a neighbouring county. It's a county held by a foreign culture. So these will all boost the speed to fabricate the claim. So fabricating a claim on Suffolk, I can tell you, will take a year. Fabricating a claim here, which is what I'm doing at the moment, because it's held by heathen, pagan, Viking scum, will take 2 years, because it's still held by pagan people, so I get a bit of a boost there, but it's not a neighbouring county. It's a bit further away, so it takes a little bit longer. It takes 2 years. If you take a county that's kind of, say, there, which is the same culture as you, is not bordering you, it will take even longer still. Maybe 3 years. So it takes a different length of time depending on the circumstances, but you get to see how long it takes. And if you look at the count, if you look at the skill, there's still an opportunity to fabricate a claim on the duchy. So if I was fabricating a claim on the county of Suffolk, then there is a chance, like before, to get a claim on the entire duchy as well. We can still ask the Pope to give us claims on fellow Catholic lands. That's still a thing. Whilst we're talking about bishop, I'll get to game rules. I think the best thing to do is we'll look at the game rules when we set up the game for our new character. Because there are game rules we can set up. We'll look at the game rules and we'll set the game up and see what the rules are, because I can't remember. So, the bishops, how they work in this game, they work differently. Before, if the bishops liked you more than they liked the Pope, they gave you their money. There's like a pooling system here. So this guy is the head bishop for the petty kingdom. And all the bishops across your land give him their money and their levies. This guy here. Almost like a conduit. And then he, depending upon whether he likes you or not, will give you that money and that levy, or will give it to the Pope. So if there's no comparison, so it's not like, does he like me more than the Pope or does he like me less than the Pope? It's just like, does he like you? So if this is a positive opinion, he'll give them to you. If it's a negative opinion, he won't give them to you. It's as simple as that. So it's simplified a little bit. So he's like the head honcho. He's the head bishop of my realm, so I have to please this one guy. I don't have to please any other bishop. Every other bishop could for toffee, could go kiss my derriere. I have to please this one guy. There is exclave independence rules. Okay, there you go. There's your border gauze kind of answer. So that's him. He boosts religious relations with religious people. He can also convert faith in a county, and he can fabricate a claim. As I say, the bishop is the one that fabricates the claim now. We've gone through Chancellor. Marshal, he organises the levies, which increases levy size, garrison size, and it also increases reinforcement rate of the levies. You get possible side effects like previously. Increased military presence, well-organised service. Train commanders. Cheapens the maintenance cost for man-at-arms regiments. Also increases the chance of finding a commander or a knight. So there's another way to find new knights. You can use that little councillor task. I posted the Metacritic link in the Discord. Some of the reviews came out a bit earlier. There was an embargo on the reviews. I knew when the review embargo was, and the review embargo was exactly the same time as the stream embargo, which was at 3 PM British Standard Time. Summertime, British summertime. Increase the control of a county. So like this county here is very low control at the moment. It's at 35. We could increase the control rate by clicking on that and sticking him here. And so that will increase the control level of this county so that we can get control of it and get more levy and taxes from it. So that's one of his specific tasks. So that's the Marshal. So this guy, already I'm liking this guy in my playthrough because he's my Marshal. He's pretty nifty Marshal, but he is my super hotshot commander, knight that's killed several men. His wife's in prison, but he's brave, he's diligent, he's got a bit of a temper. And he's not actually got that good of a military training, but education. He's not well educated in military, but he's learned on the job. He's one of these guys that learns by doing, and boy has he learned. He's a bit reckless, but he's a pretty nifty guy. I keep hearing noises. Right, we move to the steward. Steward, collect taxes. It's got to be, hasn't it? The bread and butter of your steward. Collecting taxes. No difference there. Increases the development. So remember I said about increasing development? It's quite a slow thing. Some things help it, such as perks and innovations. One way you can use is by getting this guy to increase development in a specific county. It's very slow and probably not worth it, apparently. but it's an option if you're trying to powerhouse as much as you can, getting your development up for technological purposes. And you can promote culture, which boosts and speeds up culture change to Anglo-Saxon, which could be handy because we've got some Cornish culture in Devon, which we might want to speed over to Anglo-Saxon. Probably more useful because it seems to be... Is it a county-wide thing? Yeah, it is. It's a county-wide thing. And then we've got Spymaster, who... This is where it comes to schemes. Now, we're going to go to schemes in a second. But basically, you can disrupt schemes, which hinders people's chance to scheme against you. You can support schemes, which gives you extra scheming potential power. And also find secrets. Now, somebody mentioned hooks as well. So we can kind of... Where you get hooks, you can fabricate some hooks with certain perks. But the main way to get hooks is to find out secrets about people. So if you know that somebody's a murderer, you can kind of blackmail them and say, look, I know you're a murderer, you criminal heathen you. I'm gonna keep your secret if you owe me a favour. And so that's how you get a hook. And you can get weak hooks and you can get strong hooks. Weak hooks can be used once and can do kind of low-level-y things like vassal contracts. And you get strong hooks, which can be used multiple times on cooldown and can do slightly better things, more pertinent things. You can convince people and force people to do, like, accept marriages and things. So if you want to find secrets on people in your court, for instance, you can do so. To uncover, dig the dirt on people. So that's kind of cool. So, like, this guy is... I'm not a schemer, so finding hooks and supporting schemes for me is not a problem. However, defending against potential schemes against me might prove to be useful. Not that anybody would scheme against such a pious man, but who knows? But yeah, there's some good... Again, there's a lot of scope in this game, and a lot of fun to be had in this game from playing a really dreadful, intriguing character, because there's some great gameplay mechanics to have some fun with that. Senra II would have a field day in this game. I'm telling you now. So I'm looking forward to creating some nasty characters in this. Not all nasty, but I'm looking forward to creating some nasty characters. Blackmailing people, left, right and centre, and scheming and plotting and stuff. Oh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be some great fun. So that's your council. Tasks, you know, quite self-explanatory, and pretty good. And yes, you do have powerful vassals. So like before, if you've got a vassal that's, you know, wants a place on the council, then they shall or shall not have a place on the council. And the way powerful vassals work, you still get that -40 penalty if they are not on the council, but also it's your powerful vassals that determine whether or not you can change succession laws, I think. Is it succession laws? Yeah. If you want to change a succession law, all of your powerful vassals, not like in the previous game, some succession laws required you to have a positive opinion with all your vassals. This game, you're only required to have a positive opinion with your powerful vassals to change a succession law. And I think that's with all succession laws. So you have to please a slightly lower number of vassals. Yeah, so that dread system should really help with creating that kind of evil character that really does strike fear in all of his vassals. You know, that kind of 100 dread, even the bravest of vassals dare not put a toe out of line. And, you know, having the satisfaction to have your entire realm basically quaking in their boots, that'd be fun, right? That'd be fun. So anyway, there you go. There's your vassals. There's nothing to say about the court screen other than you see your prisoners here. There's different things you can do to your prisoners. You can torture your prisoners and stuff. I haven't seen it yet, but you can. You can negotiate your release for prisoners. So if I want to release this prisoner, right? Negotiate release. It's not just like in the previous game, if you want to release, they just go for free. Oh no, I don't need money. You can keep your coins. We're going to negotiate for a release here. We're going to negotiate. So this guy is a prisoner in my realm. He is a Viking, Nordic, pagan type We can go to his liege, or go to him. Actually, he's not got a liege, he's just a peasant. So we're speaking to him, basically, and we can say, right, you, I will release you on a bit of a negotiation. We can demand that he converts to Catholicism. Oh, he's not a pagan type, he's not, apologies. Thinking of another playthrough that I had going on. But basically, if he was a pagan ruler within that, he could be a pagan, you know, whatever, on the borders, and we can kind of say, look, you can demand that he converts to your religion as a part of this release clause. You can release him for a favour, for a weak hook. You can order him to take the vows. Or you could recruit him into your court and say, look, you can come along to our court. So I don't know whether, again, these would change depending on religion, depending on culture types, depending on, you know, the era of the game you're in and what's available. These may change, which would be cool. But yeah, you can release them and get other things other than money, which I think is quite nice. So there's a bit of extra scope there for a bit of negotiation on releases of prisoners. Or you can just lop the heads off again. I'm going to lop his head off because I want to see how we execute him. Do we get some... Oh, beheading. Execution method. I was going to say, do we get to wall people up? Do we get to, you know, pull their fingernails out before we pluck their eyeballs out, before we stab them through the heart? Can we select this depending on who we are? Maybe. We'll have to see. But we can only behead this guy. Anyway, so yeah, court, you get your courtiers. So you've got courtiers, you've got knights, and then you also get guests. So if you, you know, you're playing along, guests will randomly appear. Just wanderers, people wandering the realm, you know. And your courtiers, some of your courtiers, if they've got claims, for instance, they're sat there festering away, and you're not pressing their claim. They might think to you, they might come to you with an ultimatum and say, look, you're not pushing my claim for 15 years. I would really like that county. Are you going to do something about it? Because if you're not, I'm going to swan off elsewhere. So courtiers move around the map. So they move around, going to and froing, and you get visitors coming in. And if you like the look of them, you think, right, a guest has wandered in, and you think, bloody hell, this got a bloody prowess of 15. He's a pretty good knight. Fancy joining my court? You just ask them, you pay a little bit of coin, a bit of a, you know, fee to move all their stuff and whatever else, and you recruit them into your court. So random guests appear. You can invite guests through, like inviting knights and stuff to come along specifically. But it's a nice way to keep people flowing around, like a sense of movement, I suppose. So you know, people don't just sit in your court and fester if they want to move around. Whether or not traits or stuff lead people to be more likely to move, like if people are sort of more adventurer types, they would move more quickly, or I don't know, but that would be quite cool if they did. But yeah, you get some guests in there. You can choose to recruit them or not. You can invite claimants to your court as well, so you can invite specific claimants, so people that have got claims. I don't think you can specify what claims they are, but there you go. Yeah, that would make sense. So we move on then to something that I can't really show you. I can actually show you. He's going to get stressed about it, but tough. Schemes, hooks, and secrets. So first of all, we haven't actually covered Dynasty very much, have we? We are the Dynasty and also the House Head. Now, I don't know the minor intricacies of this, but we are House Wessex. We have a word, a slogan which we can't change at the moment, but I'm assuming that when you get ruler designer and create your own, you can probably create your own words, maybe. So we are part of the House Wessex within the Serdising, not pronounced right, of course, dynasty. So you've got a little bit of an overview of your total members of the dynasty. You've got total houses within the dynasty, and you can see the level of splendour, how long to go to the next level of splendour. You can see who the dynasty head is. You can actually rename the dynasty. Oh, interesting. Okay, so you've got dynasties and you've got houses, right? So the dynasty is the founding dynasty. The founding dynasty, and it's the middle mouse button to move this. It took me ages to figure this out. I'm like, how do you move this screen? It's not moving. It's not going anywhere. I'm right clicking, I'm left clicking, I'm using arrow keys. Nothing is happening. It's the middle mouse button. So you've got the dynasty. You can track the tree. So there's the founding father, the dynasty of the Cerdisings. And then there's ways in the game for you to create your own cadet branch, it's called, where you're still part of the dynasty, but you form your own separate house. And one example of that is if we take this guy here. He's part of this dynasty, but as part of this dynasty, the Crusader dynasty, again, pronunciation, they've all formed their own separate houses. Well, not all of them, some of them have. So he should be still part of the Crusader dynasty, but then they're all brothers, but he's created his own dynasty, sort of house there, and they're all kind of branching off. So you can kind of have other houses, cadet branches within your own dynasty. And there's a way to create a cadet branch, and if you not Google it, if you encyclopedia it, it might tell you. Cadet branching. So the founding house is the dynasty, but if someone wants to become a house head, landed members can choose to create their own new house, a cadet branch. Members of such offshoot houses are free to do the same, eventually leading to a tree of houses within a larger dynasty. But what's the prerequisite for doing that? I don't know. So the two houses of our dynasty is Wessex and the founding house. So the founding, yes, exactly. Yes, that's where it's come from. That's a reference I saw. So yeah, the Cerdising is the founding house and dynasty. The cadet branch is the Wessex house. That's the two houses. So we're part of. So we could be the house head of our house, but not the dynasty head. Gets a little bit complicated. I say it's complicated. A bit more in depth. And depending on whether you are the dynasty head or the house head will depend on what kind of bonuses you get and what kind of little things you can do. For instance, the dynasty head is the only person that can determine what dynasty legacies we have. Now, we've not covered this yet, so we'll cover it now. Dynasties, you can focus your dynasty on certain things, and it costs a number of renown. So we're tottering up this renown total here. And the more renown we get by marrying our people off far and wide will depend on how much renown we get, and depending on how much renown we get, we can actually pick little perky type things for the whole dynasty. So we can kind of focus our dynasty to form a legacy. So if we want our dynasty to be all very, very learned people, then you go down this kind of tree, and you get a variety of different things that kind of represent that. Or guile, you can see that you get extra dread gain, extra scheme success chance, intrigue lifestyle experience points, monthly tyranny bonus. So a major chance to prevent one murder. So we're kind of specialising in becoming masters of intrigue. So you're kind of forming and shaping your dynasty to be remembered for being a certain way. So, you've got careful breeding? Where's that? You can focus on blood, yeah, like, where is it? Kin, there you go. Got, like, different stuff. Education traits. Fewer complications during pregnancy. There was one way you can kind of breed, is it blood? Yeah, breeding. Careful breeding to produce more worthy successors. Kind of like test tube breeding, focusing on marrying and honing those perfect traits, increasing the chance of inheriting congenital traits. And stuff. So these renown points are used to spend on legacies to kind of shape your dynasty. And they take a long time. This is a long time thing. It's not something you're just going to get in 100 years. We're talking like for the whole long haul 600-year playthrough here, where you can really craft. This game reward, from what I'm seeing in terms of the development points and the dynasties and the innovations, the game really rewards you for playing out a full playthrough, which I've never done in CK2. So I might actually at one point in this game actually get down to playing a complete and utter playthrough to create something. It rewards a really long playthrough. You get all these benefits and perks the longer you play, so it rewards longevity. It requires prestige. You don't stand to inherit. There is a way to see that. I've seen it in the game, or did I see it in the dev diary maybe? I might have seen it in the dev diary. And your father can't be alive. Okay. So there's a few little, yeah. I think if we tried to create it, we'd probably get it'd probably come up in the tooltip. But because we have a dynasty head, I don't think we can create a separate house, which is probably the problem. But yeah, we can see the family tree, we can see the dynasty tree, we can see the separate houses. So being the house head, I think gives you some bonuses, right? Like for instance, any members that are born into the same house as us, we get instantaneously get a hook on them. So this, oh, we don't have a child now, but she was born into our dynasty, right? So we should have a hook on her, I think. You are my niece. You are part of House Wessex, yes. So anybody that's born, so as the house head, anybody born into that house after I become house head, instantaneously we get a hook on them because we are the head of the house. So we're kind of like the godfather. Therefore, you owe me a favour. In my best crappy Godfather accent there, you know. So yeah, there you go, weak hook. So we've got a weak hook on them because she's part of my house. And as the dynasty head, you also get a few other little perks, such as I said, being able to determine what legacies you have going on, and also I think as the dynasty head, you can force members of your dynasty to stop fighting. So if you, that happened in the previous campaign where we had like different Johanssons at war with each other. I think that was a thing in the old game though. I think you could do that. But same thing, you can ask, you know, as a dynasty head, you can say, look, can you stop squabbling, please? As head of this dynasty, I'm telling you to stop fighting. So there's a few little perks and traits to being dynasty head, and then also house head as well. So we've got a little bit more extra depth to the kind of dynasty situation. Right, we're getting a bit dark here. Let's just turn my lighting up a touch here, my settings. There you go. It's a bit better. So where were we? Oh yes, intrigues. Which is no use for my character because he's the least intriguing person going. But yes, so schemes. You've got 2 scheme slots, so you can have 2 schemes going on at any one time. So you can have hostile schemes, which are things such as murder, or I think you can kidnap. And these are hostilities towards an opponent. And if you go into the actual intrigue perks, you can see specific schemes that you can get. So there are schemes for befriending, I think. Try to befriend people. You can actually sway people as well. Everybody can sway somebody, but you can. There's a specific befriend scheme. There's like romance schemes, which are personal schemes, and then you've got like your murderous ones, your hostile scheme success, disrupt schemes. So there's all abduction. There's abduction there, murder. Twice schemed. That means you can get extra hostile schemes. So you can get 1 scheme at a time at the moment, so 1 hostile and 1 personal scheme, but with traits you might be able to get a couple of extra slots there. And how schemes work? Let's try and murder somebody then, shall we? Now, it's difficult to determine whether this is actually easier or more difficult than previously, but how a scheme works in this one is, right, I'm going to murder you, I don't like you. Don't like the cut of your jib. Now, of course, it's going to cause my guy a amount of stress because he's an honest and just guy. But for the purposes of the tutorial, we're going to scheme against him. So we get an initial scheme success chance, which is based on our intrigue. And probably some perks in the intrigue tree, or maybe some dynasty legacies would boost that up a bit. The more intriguing we are. So you get a base chance. And then you also get a base chance of how that scheme is going to be, how secret that scheme will be. So you've got scheme success and you've got predicted secrecy. So not, you know, so two separate things. And you also get an expected time to complete the scheme. So every month there's a predicted chance that the scheme will progress. You get 10 square blocks. And there's a predicted chance per month that scheme will increase by that 10%. So it says approximately 8 years. It says approximately 8 years. But it's not certain. So it's not, you know, like scripted to the letter. So there's a bit of play, a bit of variance to it, which is good. And the way you can increase your scheme power, like before, is by inviting people to the plot. So you can go and you can say, right, who's going to join me? And depending on how they are related to this individual determines how much success chance they bring to both the plot itself and to the chance of being discovered. So you go along. Some people will refuse, some people can be convinced with money, some people may outright accept. And there's a plethora of people determined. So as things currently stand, we're a crappy schemer. This guy is a decent character, much loved, and so only a couple of people are going to add a few percentages to the plot power. So if we're to invite them, we've got some coin, we can see what happens. We will invite them, we can bribe them, we can use a hook as well if we have one, bribe them across, invite them to the scheme. It will increase the chance. And it will put the chance up. See what happens. No, you can retrospectively. I've been overwhelmed by stress. So what happens there? 10% less fertility because I'm pulling my hair out and don't want to have rumpy pumpy time. I'm too stressed. Right, so we've got 2 plot to kill somebody. The music ramps up. We have now got a 63% chance of killing this guy and a 78% chance of keeping it secret. And the scheme will take about 23 months to fire. So that's how these stats work. What's these agents here? What does that mean? What are agents? Agents are... Being an agent in a hostile scheme is a crime. Oh, right, so these are the agents that I've recruited across. Yeah, so they've gone from the invite list, they've now become proper agents. So now that they're agents, if they are caught, they would be also implicated in this murder. So in terms of the question you asked, basically, I think schemes can be discovered in the act. So whilst you are preparing the scheme, I think it can be thwarted. I think I've seen that. So that's that. And once it fires, based on the percentage chances, there's a chance that it will be failed, and you will be discovered. You can succeed and it be discovered. You can fail and it be discovered, and whatever else, combination of the two. And then after you've committed the act, it becomes a secret. So if you've killed this guy successfully, it will become a known secret, and somebody can discover that. So like 10 years down the line, somebody could discover that you've murdered this guy, and it could come back and bite you on the ass. So yes, secrets can be discovered. And you can set your spy master to discover secrets. So if you want to openly try and find the dirt on people, you can. Now, you can find secrets, as you can quite clearly see, anywhere in the world. Not just in your court. So if you want to go and find a secret on whoever, for whatever reason, you feel free to do so. Yeah, so somebody could have discovered that Senrad killed his father, yes. Whereas in CK2, once the deed was done, you were safe. So that's kind of cool. So the intrigues. I like the way that it's more. I think it's more clear how these work. You know, the random. 100% was a good. Was 100% good enough? 200%, 300. All this kind of malarkey. I think this is cleaner. You got an estimated time which works. You can figure that. You can figure that like putting plans into preparation. You can role play that as well. So I kind of like that. I kind of like that. But yeah, that's how it's going. And personal schemes, personal schemes against other people. I say romance schemes, and again, it will work the same. I think it will work the same way. I don't know if we can actually get a personal scheme on somebody at the moment. Can we try and romance some random woman? Who are you? I want to... There you go, so sway. Sway is a scheme, apparently. So this is a personal scheme. I want to sway this woman for some strange reason. So again, 95%. So personal... So like your hostile schemes are based on intrigue, some of your, I don't know if all or a lot of your personal schemes are actually based on diplomacy. So different stat. And there's some other things that go against it as well. So 95% of swaying this woman is going to take about 10 months. So if we start that scheme, unlike hostile schemes, you don't recruit agents into personal schemes. It's just based on your diplomacy. It takes a bit of time. 95% chance of success or fail for us because we are diplomatic, Mr. Smooth Talker. And you can see what happens. But I say there's swaying for romance, there's befriending. There could be others as well that I've not seen. So that's your schemes, and there's your hooks and secrets. So hooks that you hold are all listed here to keep a handy track of if you're grabbing hooks left, right, centre. You can fabricate hooks as well. So getting favours from people, I think it's a perk in the intrigue skill, but there's an opportunity for you to fabricate hooks. Secrets that you know that you can then use to blackmail people with. Hooks that people have on you, and of course secrets that we have. And being us, we're never going to have a secret because we are honourable, just, and everything else. So that's your intrigues. Do you think I have time to sit here for 7 hours and go back through chaptering this video? I usually would if it was shorter, if you were asking, but it's going to be a long video. If I thought about it, I could have actually been writing timestamps down as I've been going along, but it would be pretty tricky. So we'll move to the last couple of things, which are very quick actually, and then we're going to start playing as a character to see how these things all slot together. There are no factions, so you get factions like in the previous game, you know, peasant revolts, revolt faction, lower crown authority. I'm assuming, and same sort of jazz. You know, putting somebody claimant on the throne, all that kind of stuff. And there are people who cannot join your faction for whatever reason. So people that are in prison, people that you have, people that are... Why can't she join? What's wrong with her? While you're underage, whatever. And also vassals who are petrified of you, again, can't join factions, or are unlikely to join factions. So friends can't join, lovers can't join, prisoners or allies can't join. They will refrain from joining if they are terrified, or if you have a strong hook. So not a weak hook, but a strong hook. You can, again, people won't join factions against you. So there's a few little things you can do, a few little ploys you can make to try and prevent people from joining factions, rather than just having a chancellor, whoever it was, discourage vassals from joining. You can do a few things to kind of limit that. Whether these were things in CK2, I don't know, but it's explained better here, or it's explained here for us to see clearly. And finally, decisions. You can found a holy order. There's a whole different things that you can do. You can see them here. Strengthening your bloodline. Gains strong blood. Found a university. Found a new kingdom. Custom kingdom, I'm assuming that is. Restore the Holy Roman Empire. Depending on where you start, there might be other empires that you might want to reform, or other things you might want to do. I don't know if it'll depend on where you are. Probably will, but there's a few major decisions that you could kind of work towards if you wish to do so. You can see the prerequisites there. And then there's some minor decisions: inviting knights, inviting claimants, going on a pilgrimage as usual as before, holding a feast for you gregarious types, calling a hunt, costs a bit of coin, 159 coin to call a hunt, Jesus. And you can search for a physician, which is the only minor title that I've come across so far. So there you go. Your little issues pop up here. You can see what your issues are. Quite handy. Your messages pop up down there. So it's all, yeah, it's all very smooth, very slick. Marriage is still 16, I think so, yes. So there you go, that's a run through as much as I know in terms of all the tabs, and there's... there you go, 20 past 7. So all that's left for us to do is I'll take any last questions and see if I can answer them. Probably won't know much more, but all that's left for us to do is to dive in with a character, I suppose, and have some fun for the last couple of hours or so. Let's do it. Short break, you reckon? Could be right. So any last questions before we dive on in? Again, okay, so now I've been through everything. Anybody want to... Map modes? I went through the map modes earlier, but I'll go from again. You've got your de jure duchy map mode. De jure kingdoms and empires. You've got your religious map mode. Your cultures. And you've got houses, specific houses. And then the main map mode, which I really like this feature, is it's 3-tiered. So you start out with the paper mode for a bit of an overview of how stuff's happening. You zoom in a bit and you get the political map mode, which you can kind of click on and see who the realm heads are. Right click to see specific things. Oh, not on that mode. Not on that mode apparently. I used to be able to right click. There you go. Oh, paper, political. There you go. That's political. There you go. And then you can zoom in and get your details map mode for a bit more up close and personal. Yeah, it's a pretty big map. You say it goes a bit further south than the previous game. It goes all the way across India and all across to Mongolia. And you can play with all types of characters, apparently. So, you know, in terms of, as I say, in terms of starting, this as a base game has, I think it's got a bit more to it than the base game of CK2. So I think there's a lot of positives to work with. But I certainly do think, regardless, you know, I'm sure there are features of this game that are not going to be for everyone. Some people will prefer how it was done previously and whatnot. But I think the general feel, and I've only played 5 years with one character. I've been dabbling and tinkering and just playing around with different stuff. So I've not played, you know, a playthrough through several years. But the general gist I'm getting from what I've seen so far is, you know, if you like the previous game, I think you're gonna have fun with this regardless. You're gonna have some fun. There's some great potential for some storytelling. There's some new features that I like. So you know, I think there's still fun to be had. Certainly, there's still fun to be had. Yeah, I think mods. I think a lot of mods, depending on of course how all the stuff works behind the scenes. But yes, there is certainly. I can see a lot of mods adding some meat to the bones, adding some extra roleplay ability, some more complexities in certain things. I can certainly see that happening. I think this will benefit from some mods certainly, and maybe they'll tweak some stuff themselves. But yeah, the one mod I'm waiting for is ruler designer. I want to create my own character. You know, it's fun playing with historical characters, but I'm one of these that really likes to start with my own character. Thank you very much. So that's it. Right, I'm going to go to the menu screen, give us some menu music, and I'll take a break until 7:30. So that's about 7 minutes. I'm going to stretch my legs, go to the loo, organise when I'm having my dinner, and we'll resume in 7 minutes. I'll keep the menu music on and stuff. So, and then we'll take a vote. A very loose vote because, you know, we can't get anything specifics, but we'll try and decide on a character that we're going to take through for a good couple of hours. See what fun we can have. Just have some fun. Go to main menu. Do we get some main menu music? Give it to me, come on. Or silence. There you go. We're getting some music. Right, okay. Quick break. See you at 7:30. Oh, it's not food time. I'll just leave the food timer on. I don't have a break screen. Oh, right. Having a little toilet stop. My mother's cooking dinner. It's a surprise. I don't know what it is. And I'm on a bit of a health kick at the moment. So, you know, I was thinking, what can I have for a quick snack? I'm a bit peckish because my mother made me lunch for me because I was cleaning the drains, you know. Hands all not in a fit state. A nice battered fish sandwich with like a bit, you know, frozen fish fillet. Put it in the air fryer with some fish fingers. Fish fingers take 12 minutes to cook, which is fine because fish fingers are pretty small, right? This fish fillet was bigger and thicker than the fish fingers. So she put it in a sandwich, and I had a couple of fish fingers with the sandwich and a bit of dip. Oh, very lovely. And as I bit into the fish sandwich, I thought, it's a bit cold, is this? And then I got another bite, and it was a bit hard. And I thought, it's not flipping cooked. So how long you put this in for? Oh, 12 minutes. Yeah, for fish fingers, this thing's thicker and bigger. Bloody 16, 17, 18 minutes maybe. Oh, good grief. Anyway, so that was, and I'm one of these people that if I eat something and it's completely like not cooked, or if I get a bone in some fish or something, maybe normal people be like, well, you know what, I'll have something else, or take the bone out and continue eating the fish. I'm one of these people that I'm done. If I find a bone in my fish, the whole fish is done. Don't want any more of it, thank you. So having eaten this half raw fish sandwich, I only took 2 bites, thankfully. I'm like, I don't fancy anything else to eat now. I'm done with my dinner. So all I had at that point was 2 fish fingers and a handful of crisps. So I'm a bit peckish now. So I'm having a cup of soup. A cup of soup. Traditional bachelor's cup of soup. Although I have jazzed it up with a bit of cayenne pepper and an extra black pepper, because they're never quite the same. They never taste like you know, like soup should taste. So you got to jazz them up. I have not seen my new emojis. Right, I'm going to see my new emojis, and then we're going to start picking a character. What the hell is that? Where are we? Oh, for God's sake! That's my little child mimicking face. Oh, for God's sake! Oh no, that is horrendous. That's a bit more jovial. Oh, damn you! There's now how many emojis? 10 emojis. We're doing well. How many more faces can I pull? Oh dear. Right. Right. Sorry. You've got me checking Discord now. It's very unprofessional. Ah, there we go. Excellent. So we are. Oh, sorry, wrong screen. Right. So welcome back. If you are back from your little breaks, it is time for us to spend the rest of the session, the next 3 hours till about 10:30, having some fun with a character of a group choosing. Which could be awkward. And Shelley wanted to see. Well, Shelley asked about rule sets and is there a way to stop border gore. So I'm going to try and see if we can. Oh, there you go. There you go. Game rules. So you've got your difficulty option. You've got your achievements thing. You've got your Iron Man mode, and we've got game rules. So we can enable, disable. What's that mean? Oh, right. Okay, that's Iron Man mode. Disabled. So we can see the difficulty. So we'll just whiz through the game modes that are here. You're going to make a poll. Well, the difficulty with a poll, or general regions, you mean? Okay, yeah, please do. But you can't link it though, can you? You can't link stuff in here. I think mods can. Can I link stuff in here? I should be able to, right? It's my bloody stream. If you make the poll and then post the link on Discord, and I'll post, and then a mod will post the link in here. I think mods can post the links in here as well. Is that a plan? Yeah, just put it in the general chat somewhere accessible, and I'm sure Ollie or Shelley will oblige and put the link in here. Yeah, just general regions. So like, okay, I'll say it now. England's out. You know, England's out. Even for me, England, no good, no good, no good. But anything else goes, so, you know, wherever. I do want to put England in and see if anybody is sadistic enough to put me in England. Meanwhile, while the poll is being set up, I will go through the game rules at the moment. So yeah, exclave independence, as per before. This is the border gore, kind of anti-border gore. If you have a little random realm somewhere with no links to your main realm and somebody dies, it kind of passes away from you. Significant, total, limited, significant, total, off. So you can limit it to the AI only, which seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? The AI can't have them, but we can. Significant AI only, total AI only, limited. Exclave of independent rulers at peace will be removed on succession unless connected to the capital area by one county via a naval path or part of a de jure territory. So that's kind of semi, isn't it? It's a bit of a light version. You know, if you've got kind of some kind of tenuous link to it, you can keep it. We'll stick with that for now. But that takes off achievements. I'm not playing for achievements, of course, but in fact, I don't think you can play with achievements on until you go into Iron Man mode. So, right, we'll go limited. So that's your little border gore stuff. Multiplayer murder schemes. Well, I don't play multiplayer. Minor diseases will appear as per normal. You can increase the rate, I'm assuming. Gender equality, default, equal, inverted. Interesting. Default. Regional heresies. Outbreaks of heresy can occur in certain regions, more likely to be historical heresies. Okay. So sticking with kind of regional historical accuracy. Mongol invasion. Default, never, random, default. Casus belli costs. Casus belli cost resources to declare such as prestige or piety. So this is, yeah. So to press a war claim, it costs prestige or piety depending on whether it's a normal war or a holy war, etc. I'm assuming, no costs, wage war at will, with the right to casus belli. What about money? No. So it's either on or off. Culture conversion speed, default faster, significantly slower, and default. So culture conversion, faith conversion same. Diplomatic range. So default restricted, unrestricted, default. So you get a little cup that says that will disable achievements. End date. No end date. What? The game will not end at any specific given date? You could play for it. You could play forever? Can you play forever? Holy cow. No way. The year is 2052, and we are still in a feudal system. What the hell's going on? Right, de jure requirement on. Okay. On, limited, or on or off. Custom kingdoms. You can turn that off if you wish. So there's a fair few rules to start with. Generate families on, so that's where families are generated at the start of the game to make people available. Same-sex relations default, accepted, default, sexuality distribution. Heterosexuality is the most common, while homosexuality, bisexuality, and asexuality are less common. Equal, homosexuality, bisexuality, so you can determine which one is the most prevalent. Interesting. Faith acceptance. Dictated by doctrines. Full acceptance or default again. Randomized faiths, off or on, so you can randomize faiths for a bit of a mishmash, a bit of a potluck. Random ruler placement, again, bit of a randomization effect. Character nudity. I did say briefly earlier that naked people have appeared on my screen. Just saying. So you can turn that off. But no, leave it on. Why not? I can put a warning on there, surely. Hungarian migration. Historical, immediate, random, player only, historical. So there are your little options. fair few. I don't recall being rules in the original CK2. Game rules, at least. I could be wrong. Are there supernatural events? Given there's no option to turn them on or off in the game rules, I would suggest that there's probably not supernatural events. Just my kind of conclusion, because if there was supernatural events, that would surely be something you can turn on or off, because it's not everyone's cup of tea. Yeah, they added them later. I don't recall there being game rules in the original. So, you know, getting a bit of tinkering there. So as I said, yeah, they've put some things in that that have carried across, which gives this game a bit more of a fleshed out feel for a base game. It really does. I mean, my general consensus, I haven't really given my opinion. I'm giving you my opinion of certain things that I, you know, think could be improved in my opinion, and stuff that maybe might not quite so like. But overall, I'm happy. I'm happy. I've enjoyed playing. I've enjoyed finding out about these things. The proof will be in the pudding when I start playing properly. As you can quite clearly see, I've not played a long time, but you know, the more I play, the more a better judgment I can get. The feeling will be, if you can play for a long time and things still feel fresh and still feel decent, then that's the test, isn't it? Because if you play for a long time and things become repetitive, or, you know, mechanics are too simple, then that will be the acid test. You know, is there enough to keep this game going in its current state? Is it going to be kept fresh enough for a long... If you want to play for 400 years, or even more, you know, is the game got enough behind it for that to be enjoyable? That will be the true test. But in the short term, and in the immediacy, it looks pretty promising. Right. I mean, we haven't actually specified a start date either, because you can say regions, but I mean, different regions. Are we going to be picky? I'm going to pick 1066, I think. It's a traditional start date, isn't it? It's traditional. It's traditional. Right, let me have a look at this straw poll. I'll bring it up on a separate screen. I can see things live. Let's have a look. So we've got Catholic Europe, which obviously won't win. We've done enough Catholic Europe, surely. Africa, Middle East, South and East Asia, Central North Asia, non-Catholic Europe. I'm going to vote as well. I'm going to vote for non-Catholic Europe. Oh, I shouldn't be influencing people. Because I got, you know, Africa, Middle East. I mean, there's trying something new, and there's just trying something new. You know what I mean? I think that's a bit too out there, really. But I mean, you are voting. I should really go with the consensus. I haven't pressed the results page yet. I'm going to vote first. Non-Catholic Europe is winning. Oh, very good. Wow, still a load of people to see Catholic Europe again, still. Oh, cool. Ooh, it's close. It's between the two. Oh, we'll get some more people voting. Come on, folks, get in the straw poll. We've had 18 votes. There's more viewers than that. If you want to see a particular thing, get voting. Click on the link in the chat. Just scroll up a little bit. It's there. Non-Catholic Europe. Currently winning. I could put this on the screen, couldn't I, really? Well, not, because it's not a screen share. It's not a screen thingy. Non-Catholic Europe is now soaring. I got a feeling I probably influenced that slightly. Should have kept my mouth shut, shouldn't I? It wasn't even subliminal, rather. Subliminal messaging. It was overt messaging, and it worked a charm. Right. We've got 25 votes. I think it's stabilised at that. It's significantly ahead enough, I think, to surmise that non-Catholic Europe is the winner. Right. Non-Catholic... Oh, it's me Go Dan mug. It is. It's me Go Dan Firehammer mug. It is indeed. Eagle-eyed there, Holly, eagle-eyed. I only drink my stuff in either my Go Dan mug or my Deus Ex mug usually now, or my Stardew Valley. I've got 3 mugs, 3 gaming mugs. That's the only mugs that I use. And if they're not washed, I'll wash them, because these are the only mugs for me. Only mugs for me. Can't vote on the phone. So if you're on a phone, I do apologise. But you're going to have to go with a group consensus. This is a democracy here, where certain people can't vote, because that's the way we do things. Right, so we're going to go in a 1066 start, but we're going to play as any ruler because we have to find one that is a non-Catholic. I've never played a non-Catholic, ever. I don't even think I've tried a non-Catholic for even like a short period of time. Never. I've never sat down with CK2 and said, right, start with a non-Catholic for any purpose at all. Just to look at it, just to see it. I've just never done it. This will be the first time, and I've not even done it in this game either. So when I click on a Catholic ruler and click start game, I'm not lying, this will be the first time in a Crusader Kings game that I will be a non-Catholic. How sad is that? And I've played 450 flipping hours. Right. So there is a religion map, which leads us... I mean, Insular is a form of Catholicism. Oh, of course, it's 1066, which kind of limits us. There's more non-Catholic action in the 867 start. I kind of think we should probably play into 867 now, because we're kind of limited in this... Even Norway is now Catholicized. I mean, there's a little bit of... Nah, this is no good. This is no good. I think we need to go 867. I think so. I think that... And plus there's a bit more strife. There's a bit more strife. I mean, yeah, Muslim is non-Catholic. Muslim Spain, that could work. Muslim Spain in 1066. Mualadi. I kind of want to play Pagan. You've left it open for me, and I kind of want to play Pagan. I mean, it's a natural progression, isn't it, from Catholic? A bit of paganism, because you've got completely. I might be spouting nonsense here because I've never played it, but I think it's quite a similar system. Is it Muslim? Quite a similar feudally type system, whereas it's probably not. But like pagans I think is fairly different, isn't it? Waging war, concubines, you know, invasions. It's completely different, that, isn't it? That's really. That is like proper different stuff. So we can't be choosing all night. I mean, we've got limited time. So I'm gonna go back to the main menu because I don't like that. Change my mind. So new game. With the rules are going to be as they are. We're going to go 867. Any rule in 867. Go back to the religious map, and we get a bit more choice of our kind of paganism. If we want to go pagan, which I kind of do. Okay, I say that. I mean, this is a religion map, but it doesn't paint the full picture because there are pagan rulers within Catholic England. You can see by the stripiness. So we could start as one of the Viking raiders, who I'm trying to repel as my own character. So like boneless man, half shirt man. We could actually go across to Norway and play as a specific kind of separate count. Remover. Yeah, I'm not going to do that, don't worry. Who's Feudalist? Feudalist? Slovianskan. Slovianskan? The hell is that? The hell is Slovianskan? Right, this map mode will be fine. I think Catholicism doesn't spread here. Like Bohemia is not Catholic, is it? Is Bohemia Catholic? Slovanskianism. Unreformed Slavic faith. The hell is that? Slavic faith? Oh, but it's pagan. So we kind of get to this kind of borderland, and we're kind of looking at paganism round about here. Iberian Peninsula, what's down here? These are Catholic. We could go Muslim, but that's like an empire, isn't it? That's the Umayyad. Is this an empire or a kingdom? It's a sultan. Estonia, Latvia. Nothing in the British Isles. No, I'm not going British Isles, don't worry. Not Denmark. Smaland. Smaland. Shealand. I'll have a lot of fun pronouncing these names. I am going to play a vassal. Oh, do you mean a vassal within? Don't think I'm impressed with that cup of soup. Right, who are these people? So this... Ooh, Jarl Sigurd Snake in the Eye. Well, he's quite a famous chappy, isn't he? What about if we play like a vassal of this guy? Is there enough action in Denmark? What would be our goal? What would we aim to do though? I think has he got event spawn troop? We can't see. I don't want to go anywhere with event spawn troops. That's a problem. Bohemia, Greater Poland, Lower Silesia, Greater Moravia, Balkan, Slavonia, Croatia, the Empire of Bulgaria. That kind of borders on there. Poland, Sweden. Poland? Should we try Poland? Great Polish Empire. Oh, Poland's getting a lot of love for Poland. Shall we do it? High Chieftain of Poland. Of course, we'll try a vassal first. Is it going to be enough action to start with as a vassal, or should you just go to be the High Chieftain? Because that's a ducal title, isn't it? Poland. Yeah, Poland sounds good. Right, we're going to Poland. We're going to Poland now. Can we actually? I don't think we can go as one of his vassals. You might not even have vassals. Nah, you can't click anywhere else. It's either you play as this guy or you play as nobody. I think. Let me just test if I'm doing this right. Yeah. Right. High Chieftain it is. We are going to be this chappy. A bit of what's it called? Thingy's gone down my throat. Cayenne pepper. Let's go for it. So let's get a quick look at our character then. We are going to roleplay to some degree. We are playing the High Chieftain. Any Polish people? Siemowit of Greater Poland. So this is House Pia. One living member. This works for me because one living member of the dynasty. We're starting our own dynasty from scratch. I like that. That's good. So who's in our little dynasty? Can we see? Not yet. It's a tribal. It's Slovianska Pravada. Unreformed Slavic faith. No head of faith, which means that I've got free will to do what I want. Foreign culture. Foreign to who? How dare you call me foreign? I've got no player heir. So, right, we're going in. We're going in. You can tweak the game rules from here also as well. You can go into observer mode. You can pick a random character. I could have just done random character. That would have been easy, wouldn't it? And then just keep pressing it until I find one I like. Let's go. We're in. I'm going to go on 2 speed. 1 speed is too slow. I think 3 speed is a little bit quick. So we'll go on 2. I always play on 2 speed. It's the speed that CK2 should be played at. Nice and sedate. Oh, so it goes on to be a very important house. So we can create history here. We can. When are we getting a Fedoran mug? That's a good call. After the Pillars of Eternity playthrough, I will certainly be investing in a Fedoran mug. Certainly. A Mr. Green mug. Right, we're off. Let's take a look at our guy. Oh my god, who is he married? She looks very unhappy. She looks very miserable. Look at her. Life is so dull. She is sadistic. Oh, that's what she's missing whipping people. Oh, really? House Pias was also a historical rival to the House. Oh, perfect. Where are those Premisly dogs? Right here. Just a stone's throw away from reenacting certain things. Bring forth the wine. Right, she's sadistic, she's lustful, and she's craven. So, I think it's the craven trait that's making her a bit like that, but she's lustful, maybe she's not getting a nookie, or maybe she's just plucking people's eyeballs out of the dungeons. But whatever it is, she's not a happy lady. Okay, so here we are. We're looking a bit more up there. We are brave. we are honest, we are stubborn, a tough soldier, a rough terrain expert, and a strategist. So we've got a little bit of command about us. 16 martial. We kind of know our way around the battlefield. We're no experts, but we're no dunces. So we've got a bit of martial to us, and the 3 traits, personality traits: brave, honest, and a bit stubborn. So he's a brave and honest man of principle. But when he's got his mind set on something, he won't be swayed. Oh, it's very difficult to sway him. Right, let's have a look at the dynasty tree very quickly. So, High Chieftain Piast, our father, hands the dynasty founder, hands down to us. So literally we are the second in line, and we have a son and a daughter. Oh, I'm assuming these are randomly created, because we've got the family creation rule on. So we should have an heir now, right? Is he not an heir? What's the Oh, there you go. He's at, yeah. I think he's generated. He must be generated. We don't like Bohemians here in Poland. Right. Okay. This is completely new for me, so there's a bit of setting up to do. Apologies. Right. So we've got a bit of an eyeball for our character. So okay. We are the dynasty head. Duchy rank title. We are a little bit over our domain limit. We need to give away maybe 1 piece of land, so we'll have a look at that in a second. Let's have a look at a couple of things that I've never seen before. So we've got piety as usual, still devotion level. We've got 5 titles. Okay, very good. And then we've got 3 kids. Let's have a look at our son, who's just been randomly created for us. This is the trouble when you play abroad, isn't it? Simon. Can we name people? Here's Simon Piast, who is cynical, but he's also honest as well, and temperate. So I mean, cynical's not the worst thing in the world. So again, he's another good guy. He's kind of picked up our tree. We've moulded him, shaped him to be a good lad. So we're an honest and noble family. I like that. But he's a bit more of a sleuthy type, an intricate web weaver. And he needs to get married. So that could be something we look to set up quite quickly. Get some. And we've got 2 sisters. Let's have a look at these guys. She looks pretty decent. Shy, honest, and compassionate. But she's a mastermind philosopher. What, with 5 diplomacy? Is that learning? That's learning. Sorry. And who's the other one? Gordonty Piast. Again, look, everybody loves us to bits. Loves us. We are the father that every person should have. Gregarious and curious. Is it a he? It's a he. He is, how old is he? 9. Okay, good stuff. Intricate web weasel, exactly. Right, so there's 2 tasks that I can see that we need to set up at the moment. Getting our son married, and giving one of our counties away. But still just looking. So this is the house Piast. We've seen that. Let's have a look at this faith of ours. I've never come across this before. So this is Sloviansky Pravda. This is a unique faith. There's no other faith. This is a unique faith. No other like it. So we're kind of our own boss, really. And there's no head of faith. So again, everything falls to us. We can reform it. Oh, we can reform it and re-choose the doctrines and stuff. Oh, cool. So we can reform the faith and mould it to our liking as we go forward. Looks like the kids have inherited their sour mother's face, or their mother's sour face. Holy cow. That's harsh. That's harsh. Right, so, our faith. Here it is. Let's have a look at the 10. The holy sites. We've got... capturing the holy sites could be a thing. We don't have Novgorod or Kiev. Capturing those could be a goal. Wow, that's miles away. Holy hell. They spread far. That could be a little. That could be a long-term goal, and not a short-term one, certainly. Let's get back to that realm view. So, communal identity increases conversion speed in a county of my culture. So, if we capture the lands, we can quickly get the culture around. Is this our culture or faith? What is our culture? Polish. So Polish is the culture, and we can already see some of our innovations already. Gavelkind, which is properly called here, it's called Confederate in Anglo-Saxon culture. Culture head is not me. I am in Poland, and I am not the culture head. Who is this clown? So he has more counties than me, so he is the culture head, so I can't influence any innovations at the moment. So having a rival Polish fella here, I don't like that. Craven, generous, trusting is a nice guy, but we should really be striving to be the ultimate Pole around here, surely. And even if we have to go a little bit against our role playing here, we're going to have to force some issues because we need a bit of action. So okay, that's interesting. We're not the cultural head. That's a religion very quickly. So cultural spread, same faith opinion. So this is all about converting to our faith and sticking together. Ritual celebrations. We get piety for a feast. Vassals are more likely to come to our feasts, and if anybody turns us down, they lose piety. And we get extra vassal opinion and courtier opinion from Slovakians. And sanctity of nature. Oh, very hot. Oh, nature people. Look at that. Attrition taken in jungles, forests and tigers. Less. Because we're at one with nature. But things cost more expensive to build because it's construction and all things non-green. We've got another Mr. Green here. Right, so that's our tenants. We are people of green. We like a good old feast, and we're a very united culture. So in terms of our sins, deceitful, shy, and arbitrary are sins. So we don't like non-religious. No, we don't like people that aren't, one with justice. We don't like deceitful types. My son better watch out. And we don't like shy people. We like outgoing, boisterous people. We like feasts. No shyness here. So if you're honest and gregarious, social, and just, then you are a virtuous person. So yeah, we like honesty, we like justice, we like alcohol. Quite modern day Poland, isn't it? And I've seen several Polish people, and they like a bit of alcohol. Doctrines, male dominated, fundamentalist. Wow. Basically, other faiths do not like us at all. We can revoke titles from hostile and evil infidels without incurring tyranny. And it's theocratic, which means that it's the same system as before, which means our vassal bishop, if we have any, which we don't at the moment. Yes, we do, sorry. Our vassal bishop will pay us money and levies if he likes us. Right, one marriage. We can divorce at will. We can marry with cousins. We can legitimise bastards. Same-sex relations are criminal for males and females. Male adultery is criminal, as is female. A bit harsher on the males here. Close kinslaying is criminal, witchcraft is criminal, deviance is criminal, that's the same as before. We can recruit our own clergy. Members of the clergy can serve as commanders or champions. So they can fight. Clergy can marry. We can have female clergy. We can appoint our own realm priest or court chaplain. The realm priest or court chaplain may be fired. So we can fire our priest as well. So if he doesn't like us, we could turn around and say, goodbye. It's probably, how do you fire? How do you fire one of these guys? There. You have to appoint a new one, probably. Okay, so there you go. There's your little. There's our doctrines. Quite interesting. Can we take concubines? It didn't say, did it, in the doctrines whether. It seems to suggest you can marry one person, but did it say anything about concubines? How would you take a concubine? She's my child. Probably not the best example. Court. Lady court friend. 2 more. Seduce, romance, recruit to court, dismiss. No concubines, I don't think so. Right. Well, we're not going to be sleeping around because, you know, it's a criminal and we're a person of honesty, integrity, tenets of our faith and justice. So we're probably not going to be jumping into bed with people. But yeah, right. Okay, so we've got a bit of a handle on the religion, who we are as a person, who our wife is, a bit about our kids as well. So we've got the scene set. Let's have a look at sorting out some things before we start the ball rolling. So the game gives you hints. We are above our domain limit and our area is unmarried. So let's get those things sorted first of all. Let's give away 1 piece of our land. So which piece of land are we giving away? Let's have a look first of all. So if we go to realm and go to domain, we can see which of our lands is basically the most rubbish, the cheapest, the most paltry. I'll just give it away. So this is our capital, I'm assuming. Poznan. Development 2. Is that our capital? Yes. It's got the lowest development out of all of them. But hey ho, that is as it is. I don't know when the release is tomorrow actually. I'm not sure. This is giving us nothing. Chiefdom of something or other. So how many lands are in here? So there's 3 spaces there. There's 5 spaces there. There's 4 spaces there. And there's 3 there. It's going to be one of these 2 that we give away because it's got the least scope for development. Development 3. Supply limits, both the same planes. So it's Kalish or Wishoa. We'll go with that because it's giving us nothing. So, Chiefdom of Wishoa. Now it's quite straightforward to give away your land in this game. I like this feature. I don't know how it picks them for you, but you remember before giving away your titles was quite tricky, finding people and messing around. If you click on the title and you click on Grant 2, it puts people in you know of relevance, and these might not necessarily be your courtiers. So like this is our courtiers. Unfortunately, it's a bad example. But when I was playing as Wessex and I wanted to give away Devon, no, Dorset, not Dorset, Cornwall and Devon, yeah, Devon. It actually suggested people from nearby as well. So like some people from Mercy's realm were suggested, and when it gave you them in order of relevance, it considered how much they liked you. It considered some of their stats, so it made it easier to find a new vassal. But this is just people that are within our realm. So, I mean, our son needs to learn to rule. So I think our son can be given a piece of land. But we should marry him first, otherwise he'll choose his own. Otherwise he'll choose his own wife, and that's probably a recipe for disaster. So yeah, good point. So we'll choose a wife for our son, and then we shall give him that piece of land. That's a good starting point. So let's quickly do that. Player heir, here he is, good old Simon. And let's arrange a marriage. So arranging a marriage, and we're not gonna dither too much about this because we're not going to play this for like a full playthrough. But just to give you a bit of a flavour, we can actually pick to get a selection of characters. So this is relevance. We can actually look at alliance power. So if we want to pick a specific person to give us an alliance, these people are all viable candidates, and you can click on what alliance you would get. So this is Alliance of the High Chiefdom of Minsk, and you can see how much troops they've got. Do we want the High Chiefdom of Minsk as an ally? Where the hell are you? Oh, is that next door? Is that you? I think this is it, isn't it? I can't see. It's nearby, anyway. Let's put it that way. So we could get an alliance. I think an alliance could be handy. I think we'll marry for an alliance to start with, because we can see how alliances work. So, for God's sake. So let's have a look. Relevance, no. Alliance power. So yeah, there's 3 suitors actually for an alliance with the High Chiefdom of Minsk. We've got an alliance with the Chiefdom of Pinsk. Minsk and Pinsk. Right, we'll go for one of these two. One of these three. So how old are you? You're 25. Who is the fairest of them all? And it's good because they should all be sisters, I would reckon, and they all look very similar. Her claim, she's got lots of claims. Right, 9, 12, 5, 0, 3, 8, 3, He's a bit of a deceitful character. Let's go with a deceitful one. Two deceitfuls together. So she's 20, she's content, a bit paranoid and fickle, but hey ho, it works for me. So let's click on her. So if you click on her, it should bring her in. She looks pretty good, doesn't she? She looks pretty good. Right, so this is the High Chieftain. Oh, there you go. There's Minsk. Look at that. What? That's a fairly big place. Okay, that'll do for me. Not too far. Well, not too far away. But yeah, you Minskies coming in to help us. Very good. So there you go. My son and Dobroslava of House Krivici. Match made in heaven. So they will be born into our house. Medium chance of children. He gets some prestige. They get some prestige. And we get an alliance with somebody that's got a decent amount of troops. A regular marriage. Everything looks in order there. Send proposal. Get him married, and once he's married... Oh, I've not chosen a lifestyle. So, we're kind of military educated. We'll get a 20% bonus to martial. So if we're going to choose a lifestyle focus... what do we reckon? I think... Oh, and actually, because we picked a character that is not young, it's quite oldish, the game actually apportions some perks for you, so he'll already have some perks already mapped out. So he's got all of these perks already because of his age. He's already been studying or whatever, experienced. So we get extra cheaper casus belli costs, extra naval speed and siege weapon effectiveness, raid speed and supply capacities, less retreats, losses, and extra speed and stuff. We get strategists, which gives us... How much? What did that give us? We can see that on the map. Extra men-at-arms efficiency for countering, and some... Yeah, so that's pretty decent. I'm just going to go for... I'll go for... We're not a dreadful person. We are kind of a chivalry person, aren't we? Chivalry. We could go for strategy. I'm going to try strategy this time. We'll go strategy. Let's focus on fight. Oh, we need to pick one. Right, that's fine. I don't think we'll get there very quickly anyway, so we'll stick with that again. Again, we picked a character that's not deceitful. It would have been fun to try some schemes. We can still try some schemes and get some stress, it's not a problem. We can have a play around. Okay, so our son is going to get married. We're going to just start the time rolling in a second. Let's have a look at next up our military. We've got 326 whopping troops. Get them whopped out there. Big stuff. The big leagues. We've got 6 out of 7 champions. Read them and weep. Read them and weep. We could nudge him to the dark. Yes, just a little bit slight dark. Nothing too major. So we've got 6 out of 7 champions. Looks to be more 6 than 6 champions there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, our son has just been spawned, so he will come as a champion once the game ticks over a bit. Like now. There you go. He's now a knight. Welcome to knighthood, son. May you reign, may you fight strong. And 4 prowess row is really bad, but hey ho, we've got to work with what we've got. So we've got a selection of champions, as they are called. Our fighting champions. We could look at them all individually, but we'll kind of filter that in once we get the time rolling. And they're fighting at 110% effectiveness. Nowhere near the 175 of the mighty Alfred the Great's knights, but nonetheless, better than nothing. So we're now up to and now that we've ticked the time over, we've got up to 1,000 men all of a sudden. So we've got 1,300 men, not 300. That's a much better reading. 7 champions, so we've got superior quality. If we want to increase our quality, as I said before, we can create a man-at-arms regiment, and that will increase our quality even further. Get more champions in relation to the proportion of men that we've got, but we can't do any of that at the moment. We can raid. We can raid. I've never raided. Armies can be raised as raiders from rally points. Raiders can move into neighbouring lands and pillage them for gold. A raiding army must stop in a holding, choose to start raiding, and they will be stuck raiding for some time, and they will get gold, and then we have to return the gold back to the base. So the gold will be stored with the army. I don't know if this is different, but you store the gold, and then when you get home, you dump it into your treasury. So we're gonna have to go raiding, folks. No, this is our troops. This is completely our troops. You do see your alliances troops through military strength sometimes, but no, in fact, I don't think we've got the alliance yet. We haven't got the alliance yet, in fact, because he's not married, is he? We've not married him off just yet. We've made the request. He hasn't accepted. Relics and weapons. I don't think so. Will we get prestigious raiding here? I'm not sure. But we can find out because we're going to go on a raid. Of course we are. Right, so that's our military. Looking not too bad. We've got some men to play with. We just need to figure out where we're going to go. See what Casus Belli's we've got. We can just randomly go and wage war with somebody. Invade a land, maybe. Just for the hell of it. Council. I'm not going to tinker too much. The council seems to be set. So he's given me... Fabricating a claim might happen very shortly. She is assisting me at the moment, which is fine. She could give me a bit of extra court intrigue, which might be beneficial, just to prove, just for anti-espionage reasons. I think an extra 4 court politics might work. Give us an extra bit of, yeah, I think quite a happy balance there. Increase our diplomacy. Diplomacy is always good for vassal opinion and stuff. Okay. So we'll have you do... We don't have many vassals, so we'll try foreign affairs, collect the taxes, organise the levies, yeah, I'll do for now, and we'll do a scheme disruption because we're not going to scheme at the moment. So that's sorted out the council. So, you know, manoeuvring and sorting the council out is a little bit slicker, I think. Right, court. Search for physician. Not yet. Not yet. In fact, we can probably make our priest our physician. Do it on the cheap. Invite champions, not necessarily. We've got one guest. Got several courtiers. Just chilling out. No intrigues, no factions, and any decisions. We could go on a pilgrimage. Blah blah blah. No, nothing there. Okay. So I think we're pretty much good to go. We're good to go. We've got everything sorted. We're kind of in the mix. We're just waiting for that wedding proposal, and then we'll get that alliance, and then we're going to take a look and see who is going to be first to be crushed by us for honourable reasons, of course. Right, let's go. Okay, I know. Wedding celebration with my marriage to High Chiefess Dobrava. The realm expects us, so this is the same old. Do you want money? Do you want prestige? I want money, thank you. Okay, alliance has been formed, so it's been formed automatically. One thing I've seen in this game, I don't know if this was prevalent in the previous. If you've got, say you're married, you've got an alliance through marriage to somebody, and so your sister marries Duke Smith, and your sister dies. The alliance will probably end at that point because your sister's dead, so the marriage tie is broken. However, if they have any kids, or you know, there's a bit of a close blood bond there, you can actually renegotiate the alliance without any further marriages because you've got a close blood bond. Now, again, I'm not sure if that was a thing in CK2, but it certainly is here because in my previous playthrough with Alfred, my sister died. It ended the alliance. But then I could renegotiate the alliance because I had close blood ties because they had some kids together. So that was kind of nice. Right. May Rod grant them long... Who's Rod? Is that the name of their god? Rod. Rod the god. Yes, may Rod give them long life. Good old Rodney. Right, next up we need to give away some land. So, our child... We are giving away... So, succession law is Confederate partition. We can... Oh. Let's have a look at these. Oh! So this is disparate tribes. Vassal opinion, love it. Characters cannot be imprisoned. Limited tribal authority. Characters can be imprisoned. Tribal rulers with non-tribal lieges. Tribal rulers with non-tribal lieges may settle, becoming feudal or clan. Do we want that? High tribal. Titles can be revoked. Vassals can be retracted. I think the higher the better. I think so. We'll press on with this. It's going to cost us prestige. But a bit of imprisonment, why not? Higher. As a ruler, generally speaking, I'm thinking higher is better, isn't it? What about succession laws? Oh! We can change succession laws willy-flippin'-nilly. We must, because it's a 1066 start, we've probably got more innovations than you do at 867. I'm assuming that's probably the thing. Oh, I've misread it. You can't. You need hereditary rule. I stand corrected. So this is Confederate partition, which is the worst one to have because your land basically explodes into 1,000 pieces. Right, that's fine. So we'll do the tribal law. Yeah, can't do any of them. Tells you who your player heir is. Realms Confederate. So it tells you which title you're going to lose on succession, so you can keep track. So on succession, we are going to lose the chiefdom of something and the chiefdom of Kalitz to my youngest son. So my oldest son will take the primary titles, and this guy will take 2 of these. So it tells you how the split is happening. We've got various levels of gavel kind here. You know, the higher up it goes, the more land your primary heir keeps. So at high partition, it's still a gavel kind, so you still get some split. But as it says here, your younger children will, under the high partition, the lion's share of the titles will go to your heir. So this is, if you're going to have a gavel kind, then the high partition is the one to have if you want to keep your realm with the eldest heir. Right. Okay, vassals, domain, this is what I'm looking for. Oh, they've all got 0.2 now. Right, well I'm going for the one that gives me the least levies, which is Wishowa. Wishowa. 294? 294. Right, we're going to give our son Wishowa. That's what we're going to give him. So here we go. Let's give you Wishowa, sir. Let's grant you a title. Give you that one. He loves us for 50 years. And we lower our domain limit, which is nice. And he becomes our vassal. So we now have a... I'm probably going to start using hotkeys with this game because clicking over this side is... And it's not as easy as clicking over there for some reason. Strange as it sounds. Right, so we've got... there's no vassal contracts because it's a feudal thing. Gives us some gold, gives us some men. I can smell garlic downstairs. It smells lovely. Right, so we're within our realm limit. We've got one vassal who's our son who loves us, so there's no issues there. So we're keeping it in-house. Great stuff. So let's have a look at some of these suggestions. So the game suggests kind of directions. It pushes us to do certain things, just in case you're struggling for something to think of. It suggests things. So it says we could fabricate a claim. You know, we could fabricate a claim on the chiefdom of Bodzin. It's rich and prosperous, and it's just literally right on the borders of us. But we need to send a court chaplain or a realm priest to fabricate a claim there. So the game is kind of saying, hey, why don't we want to just nab some land from this guy? Which actually I did want to do because he's currently the cultural head. If we take counties from him, the cultural head will switch to us because we'll have more counties than him. Just a bit of power, just a bit of a power struggle. So that seems like a good potential option. So I'm assuming then we don't have any Casus Belli's. Trusting, generous and craven. He's a great eminence. He's not a military man, he's a thinking man. He's a man that's probably got the love of his people, very lovable, trusting guy, very meek. So let's take... He controls his entire realm though, he's got no vassals. It says it there. He controls it all. Very greedy man. Okay, he's well over his domain limit, so he's probably going to spend. He's probably going to disperse those out in a second. So let's have a look. We can go to war though. We could invade. We are pagan or whatever we are, so we can do stuff. Conquer a county. So invade a kingdom. No, we don't have the right fame level. Conquer a duchy. Again, we don't have the fame. So this fame stuff kind of limits what you can do. Conquer a county. A county is a title ranking below a duchy. Okay, I get that. What's this do? You gain the contested title. You gain 75 fame. Your ally share. High Chiefdom, Gardemir. Yeah. So I gain the title. So what is the drawback of taking this via conquer? The game is telling me to fabricate a claim. I don't think I need to, do I? Can I just wade on in with my size 12s and kick the doors down here? A conquer Casus Belli? He's got inferior troop numbers to us as well, which is nice. The only drawback is the cost of piety, as far as I can see. But all wars cost something, so... A crime. High Chieftain Gardemir loses opinion and is a crime. This is a crime? This is a criminal act? So? Are you in my religion? I don't think you are. You are a different religion? Oh no, you're not. You're Slovakian and Polish. I'm committing a crime, apparently. So, which count am I getting? Oh, that's a good point. Declare war. Conquer county. Change objective. We can pick our county. We can pick our county. Take your pick. Which, it makes no difference. It does make a difference. We could go into the minutiae of which ones are probably the most prosperous counties, but it was suggested there, so you know what, we'll go there. Why not? Where is it? Chiefdom, Rocklaw. Can we go there? Yeah, it's there. So you gain the contested title, but it does say that crime, rightful imprisonment, loses 25 opinion. That's his opinion of me. I couldn't give two craps of his opinion of me. You know what? I'm going to try it. Try before you buy. Declare war, a conquer war, and see what we get. See what happens. It's new to me. It's new to me, this conquering malarkey. It's new stuff. Never conquered. Oh, that's the money from the wedding. It's a crap. If we were role playing, we probably wouldn't do this because we're kind of honest and brave, and we wouldn't really be going around conquering willy-nilly with this character. But we're not looking to role play perfectly here. We're looking to try things out, to have a bit of a blast. So, do you know what? I wonder if it's going to give me stress though. Then is it going to give me stress? It doesn't say that, does it? It doesn't say that. Nothing about stress. Right, okay. So he's got 800 men. We've got 1,142. It's going to be pretty close. So we'll try it. Let's go. We've declared war on High Chieftain Gardemir, the cultural head of the Polish culture. We don't like it. We're an honest man, but some things you can't stomach. So we are now going to try and conquer. Now, if we go to war, you get a lot of war score for conquering the enemy's, the target. You get the most war score from conquering the target. So we're going to see how sieges work. So we are the best martial man for the job, more than likely. So we're going to raise the levies. Raise the armies. Going to take 2 days to muster. Much quicker, you'll notice, than the time it took for us to muster our men in Wessex, which was a bit more spread out, so that is a thing. And we're going to march our 1,142 decent quality men down. We are leading with our 23 commanding advantage. There's no other commanders better than us, I don't think. Nowhere near. So we are going to personally lead our men down to this county. We'll go to the castle, into the plains, and we shall besiege it for the glory of Greater Poland, the true Poland. And our enemy is walking away for some strange reason. Maybe he's... Oh no, he's coming in now. He's coming in. We are suffering attrition also. Wow. Supplies here must be paltry. Where's the supply? Supply limit 2,450. Why are we suffering attrition? Does it say? Oh, he's going to our capital himself, isn't he? He's going into the farmlands. Well, we besieged this first, so we should besiege this. Oh. No. Siege up. Oh, oh, balls. What am I taking? Oh, shit, balls. Oh, we're taking this. Oh, that's the war target then. All right, okay. Very good. It's a good start, isn't it? Right, how many soldiers are in this garrison? 547. Okay, we'll go to war with him first. We'll batter him, and then we'll see if we can take this county. Too much vodka. Too much vodka. Why is he running off? Where are you going? So we got more troops. We're probably going to have a commander advantage, and he's got we got a better quality. So this should be one and done if we catch him. Why do you run from me? Am I going to catch him? Am I going to catch him? I might catch him. I have caught him. Where's... Oh, we've sunk into the ground and we can't... There we go, we've got the wall. No, let's drop that down. There we are. So there we go, you can see the wall. We've got an 8 advantage, commander advantage. We've got the commander advantage. There will be some swing because of the rolls, but generally speaking, we're doing the most damage. We've got the superior quality with 7 champions to his 2. So... you can see how many men are routing. And we've slain a fair few. We've lost about, well, we can see you get the battle breakdown. So we've got 100 fame from that. We've got a bit of war score. We lost 88 men, and then you can break it down even further. So you can see who killed what. So how many levies killed, how many losses there. But even better, you can see. I'm sure there's a way to break this down now. Bear with me. Kills, losses, your soldiers, total main phase, pursuit phase. Oh. So one of our knights was wounded. There was a way, I kid you not, to see how many kills the commanders had. Oh, there you go, champions. There they are. There they are. So you can see how many kills your champions had. He got wounded in the battle, so that's such a general wounding stat, which will probably turn into a scar. It's battle hardened, you know. He's killed 24 men. He's not even the highest prowess guy. He's killed 24 men. He's got a scar on his face from it. Slashing. Also, you can see some events. You can see who wounded who, so you get even further of a breakdown. So 24 kills. Our champion wounded chieftain Broslav. Our champion was wounded by chieftain... Oh, bit of a 50-50 going on there. Bit of a duel. Both injured each other. Wounded him. Wounded... So they get a bit of a breakdown. Quite nice. See you later, Ollie. So there you go. There's your little breakdowns of who's killed what. Oh, is this my guy? Imprisoned. No, it's my prisoner. Oh, this is... Your champions. Ah. So any woundings that we've done on the other side appear here as well. So we get to see anybody we've captured, anybody we've wounded on their side as well. Okay, very good. Very good. So now that we've dealt with him, his 484 men probably going to struggle to besiege much of our land. We'll go now for the war target and siege that. Army is going to take attrition. Off we go there. And these lands aren't very well supplied, are they? Oh wait. Tough titties. So, fabricate a claim, we'll forget that for now. You can call on your... oh yes, we have an ally we could call on for this fight, should we wish to do so, but we've got this in hand, it's fine. You can declare wars. So I'm sure all of these wars that we can currently claim are probably conquering claims. I would imagine. Because they're the only claims that would make sense, right? Chieftain Yaromir. Yeah. Oh, we can conquer. Oh, we can conquer. Yeah, conquer accounts. So these would be all conquering claims. I'm assuming the conquer casus belli works by proximity, so you can conquer lands that are kind of bordering you. That's what it seems to look like. Am I fighting here? What's going on? What happened here? These my men? What did you do? What the hell happened here? Well, we've got full... Well, you can see, if we look at the army here, you can see that we've got full supplies. No, we haven't. We're well supplied. So, even though we're suffering a little bit, we've got decent supplies. What the hell's happening here? How is he raising all these men? Do you know what he's doing? It looks like he's disbanding them and then re-raising them, which doesn't make sense. Because if you disband your levy, there's a cool-off period to stop you from doing that. Sort of like, because there would be a kind of a thing that you could be mercenaries. Did it say mercenaries there? Could be. How much money does he have? Oh, 3 months. So it tells you how long the siege is happening. Basically, my camp are having a bit of a dispute. Deliver a speech about unity. Have them whipped. Sod this, I'm going to my tent. No, we'll deliver a speech. Our wife has helped us with a bit of diplomacy. Let's put it to the test. Stop arguing. I get up and deliver a speech about we are all fighting for the High Chieftain of Greater Poland. We must stand united against our foes, for if we don't, there are many outsiders who would take advantage. Looking abashed, they both apologise. Stronger, so it worked successfully. Well done. You can raise tribal armies with prestige. If we try to go to mercenaries, so mercenaries will cost us money. 1 second. Okie dokie. Okay, so we're besieging this land. So let's just take a quick... So we'll let that time tick away for a second. And whilst we're looking at that time, we'll take a look at that. 800 men just out of nowhere. They're going to merge and attack me. What's going on? I'm in a defensive position, but is this plains? We don't get a defensive bonus from this piece of land. It's like some lands, if you are defending and they attack you and you're defending in this area, you'll get a defensive bonus. And they're going to my land. It'll be too late for you, pal. It'll be too late. I'll have this besieged before you realise what's going on. Right, let's have a look. Where are they raising these men from? Bandits running rampant. Chieftain of Poznaz. You know what we're going to do? You know what we're going to do? I'll tell you what we're going to do. There's no button for it here, but we are going to ask our good friend to join us in this fight. Where's Minsky? Here he is. Old Minskykins. Call to war. Will cost prestige. Do we need his help? Do we need his help? Yeah, we do. Come forth, please. They're causing me a bit of... It's a bit tougher than I first thought. I hope you don't mind. But just to make sure that we don't fall foul. Oh, got some raiders. Random raiders. Of course I shall join, says a man with great flowing locks. So he's joined the war. Overtaxation causes banditry. And one of our lands is under siege. Which is a bit of an issue. Okay, so who is that? Oh, we could marry off one of our daughters for another alliance. Oh, we could designate a guardian for this kid. It's probably a bit late for guardians, he's already almost grown up. And a powerful... He wants to sit on the council. Oh, my son is injured. Bloody hell, he's good. Look at his bloodied face. Got a bit of work to do when it comes to all things knightly. His prowess is 7. Wants a place on the council. He would make a decent steward, wouldn't he? Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Steward. But being my son has its perks. I'm going to assign you as a steward. There you go. Yeah. Now get me some money. Stop your whining. Didn't need to do that because he already had 100 opinion, but of course it makes sense. Designate a guardian. Oh, okay, we'll leave that for now. In fact, I can do it myself. Educate child. He becomes my ward. Ooh! Ooh! Woohoo! Look at that! Look at that. We managed to wrestle that dog right out of his castle. We've taken the High Chieftain himself. Oh no, apologies. Oh yeah, we took him and his son. We've taken the whole lot of them. Stinking wretches. And that means the war is done. After we've called our allies, just made them work a little bit and send them back. Okay, which means we can get rid of these. We can press our claim, our conquest of a land which is not connected to us at all because we failed to realise we were sieging the wrong place. But well, still ours. It's better than nothing. Enforce demands to the brash High Chieftain Sibowit. May your humors rot in your living body. You will comply. Thank you. And so be it. And we now are over domain limits, so we'll have to give this away to somebody loyal. Now, there should be no problem here. This should be the same culture, the same faith. So it should be fine. We'll take a little bit of a control hit because we've ragged it away in the most heinous fashion. So control is literally 0. Chance of revolt happening. So that's a bit of an issue. But if we zoom out, we can now disband our troops. And they disappear. And we can kind of say, right, how do we give this title away? Let's give this title away. This is the Chiefdom of Rocklaw. Grant, right. Oh, and as you can see, we're getting a few... Like this, who's this guy? Conrad. He's a man that's a spymaster of Chiefdom of Simon... Oh, my son's spymaster. So he's still within my realm. Okay. So we're looking for somebody able to do the job. Maybe somebody a bit martial, because there's going to be a few issues there. So, who are you? You are my son's marshal. You're the same guy. 13. But no diplomacy, though. We'll go 12 and 7. It's a bit of a more... Yeah, a bit more all-rounded. Polish guy. Decent stats. 29. My son's spymaster. Diligent, ambitious, brave. An ambitious vassal could always be a problem, but... let's go with it. Let's go with it. Let's give him that. And he's another vassal to add to the list. Lovely. So we'll let the game tick over and see what happens before we make our next plans. My other son. Oh, I forgot about my other son. I forgot I had two. He can wait, little urchin that he is. I'm teaching him. There'll be more land and more glory and more spoils. We should be truced now, right? Yeah, so we can't wage war with this guy again. So what we might do instead is we might go on a raid. Bit of raiding action. Declare war, fabricate claim. Declare war. Which one is this one? Oh, they're now forcing me here. Again, this will be another conquest one. The kind of issue, you know, the kind of... It's almost like you can conquest freely, isn't it? Chieftain Yaromir, are you an individual chiefdom? You are an individual chiefdom. You're not even part of a... You don't even have a liege. He's a little sole little county man. Capture that one county and it's ours. It's ours. All ours. And we can give it to our son as a gift because we forgot about him. So people mentioned raising troops and creating buildings by using piety or prestige. Was it in the previous game as a pagan? I don't know if that cuts across here, so I'm gonna... I never played a pagan, you see, in the previous game, so you'll have to bear with me and tell me if things have changed, but it seems to look like things cost money and prestige. In the previous playthrough, things cost money. Here, this costing both money and prestige. So the money cost is lower, because in the other playthrough it was 150 for buildings. So it's half, almost half, just over half the price in gold and some prestige. So it's a little bit of both here. So I think the prestige thing is still a thing, but you still got to pay a bit of coin here. So that's interesting. And somebody else mentioned about raising troops as well. What did you say about raising troops? And I got CK3 for free. It's a preview build. Now I'm unsure as to whether this will upgrade to the full version when it's released. So I'll have to check that out. Not quite sure. But it's like a beta. It's like a beta really. You had to put a code in. It's like a beta thing. So if the game goes into full release and you've got a beta of a game, will it automatically upgrade? I'll have to see. I've got a feeling it probably will. I'm hoping it will. Anyway, we'll let the time tick as I eat my homemade chicken jalfrezi. Chicken jalfrezi with some noodles. Very delicious. Homemade as well. By my mother's fair hands. Bandits running rampant in our land. Oh well. As long as they just keep themselves to themselves, there should be no problems. Sweet potato curry and roast salmon with rice. Sweet potato curry sounds good. Okay. So did somebody how long have I had this game for? I've had this game for just over 2 weeks. So there's his traits. Sorry. Brave, honest, stubborn, tough soldier, rough terrain expert and strategist. So lots of things are happening here as time ticks on. So we're gonna I think he might be at war. Has he got two? He's got 2 counties, hasn't he? He's a dual count, I think. Yeah, he's got 2. He's only got 1,000 men. He's bought some mercenaries. So we might not want to go to war with him just yet. We might want those mercenaries to be beaten as he's defending against Chieftain Bretislav. So what we'll do instead is we'll try a bit of raiding. I've never tried raiding, so we'll see what the raiding mechanic is like. Let's take a look. If we raise our levy as raiders and let them muster for 3 days. There you go. So they've mustered. So we now have a raiding party. And then I think if you go across or highlight over certain things, you can see how much raid loot you get. So like raiding there or raiding here. Where are we? Raiding here. It doesn't say. Raiding there says 3. Raiding there. Or maybe you can only raid the capital. Raid loot none. Raid loot none. Is it how does the raid mechanic work? Is it the more prosperous the county? Is it the further away you are? This is not good loot, is it? None. 2. Last of the great raiders. None. 3. Yeah, that's the highest we've seen. 15! Oh, I'm going there. That'll do. Where are we? 15 looks good. Mind you, who is this person? Just want to be careful that we don't tick off somebody who's going to be able to defend themselves. 700 men? 700 men. Yeah, there are different map modes. I've cycled through them before, but there's no wealth one. There is no wealth or sort of prosperity map mode. He's not got a lot of men. Bugger it. We've got 1,000 men. Let's get raiding. Right, so then we're going to go to here. Right, take some money. You get more for raiding Christians. Maybe. If we, I'm not going to walk all this way, but if we were to, it might be too late now to see. If we were going to go over here. 15, 17, 3. Yeah. There isn't one here, unfortunately. It might be just because that I don't think prosperity necessarily in individual counties is a thing. Could be wrong. But if it is, it'd be nice to be able to see it. Right, let's nab ourselves 15 coins. I mean, to be fair, it's only 15, but it's over a year's worth of income. It's not to be bloody turned down. So when you raid, apparently you just kind of plot up and you're kind of stuck. I don't know if you can move if you want to move, but there. You raid for a certain amount of time, and then once the raid is done, you can move. And I think you're only allowed to carry a certain amount of gold in your party. There is no development map mode indicator either. No. So now we have... So there you go, you can see here, look at that. There's our raid loot marker. So you can see we can carry up to a maximum of 114 gold. So we would simply move on to our next location, and we might as well raid the next couple of counties here, because this liege lord isn't that bothered by the fact that we're doing such things. He's just kind of sat thinking, yeah, I'll have this well. Bit of gold we're losing, it's fine. I'm too busy feasting and eating and doing all kinds of stuff. Let them run roughshod over my land, because I can't be bothered to deal with it. So I'll just take my free money, thank you. See you later, Nagisa. Thanks for joining us, and hope you enjoy the game. Another 15 there. Reduce corruption. Very good. We've sorted the corruption problem out. Keep raiding. Another 3 there. 15 there. Oh, it's all adding up now. Fire and blood. The settlement of Whelan, an important stronghold in Greater Whelan, has fallen to my raiders. We have run vast tracts of land and many of the quivering subjects and shining treasures. Oh, bring me bounteous plunder, which gives us an extra 30 gold. Go the whole hog. Why stop short? Give me it all. Bounteous plunder sounds good. Right, who are we raiding now? We're raiding... Oh, Greater Moravia looks a bit more of a... Oh, if he sends forth his troops to sort us out, we could be in a pickle here. Could have just bitten off more than I can chew. Right, we'll raid this, and I think we better leave this particular area. Any sign of any levies being raised? Oh! Nope, that's more raiders actually, that's fine. It's fellow raiders. Raiding together. Get your hands off, it's all mine. Oh! First army of Cesium. That looks like he's... is that the same symbol? Oh, it's not good. Greed. Can you... I don't think you can move. How many days? Come on, raid this thing quickly. Quickly. A servant of honesty. I was shocked when I caught Gordontree trying to steal from a visiting chieftain. No. Honesty will serve you best in the long run. Cover up your wrongdoing. Guided by... No, we're an honest person. We teach him honesty. Ah! Oh, he's changed his direction. He's just about to come for us and he's gone after this little piddly guy. I'll take that. Have we got it? Have we got it? I think we've got it. Yeah, recently raided. Right, we're out of here. We're out of here. We're out of here. Yeah, we're out of here. I'll go there. Sorry about that. Yes! There you go. Safe as houses, I think. Oh yeah, it's our little fellow Polish friend. Hope you don't mind me nicking some of your gold, just to rub it in. And then we'll go back home with our spoils. Ah, it's not a bad first raiding attempt. Got a little bit of coin and went on a bit of a nice little pilgrimage. Not quite finished yet. Some of our raid loot has been delivered. Oh, has all of our raid loot been delivered? Oh, this is Fendi territory, isn't it? A stranger is brought before me. He's been waiting outside the castle gates for a week, my liege. The man bows deeply. My name is Elkanen. I've travelled far and wide and seen many things, but I am weary of the road. If you allow me to stay, I will happily share my knowledge of the world with you and be your loyal servant. He is a rabbi, Jewish faith. He's a learned fella. He might be a decent court physician. He is a court physician. Yes. Come forth, Elkanen. Come forth and be my court physician. I like you. It's going to cost us 10 gold to recruit him, but we've got a decent amount of coin because of our raiding escapades. And we gain a hook on him as well because we've given him a position of importance. So he owes us one. Right, getting this last bit of loot, and then we'll pop back home with it and restock and replan our next little jaunt. More fire, more blood, more bounty, and on we go. That was a very bounteous raiding journey. I like that. It may convince me to try playing a pagan a bit more often. You can conquer lands willy-nilly, raid at your every week, raid when you feel like it, take some gold from these cronies. It's like survival of the fittest being a pagan, isn't it? Being a tribal guy. It's just the fittest, the strongest. If you are the strongest and the fittest, you can do what you wish. You can do what you want. I want to conquer your land, I'm conquering it. It's a crime, is it? Who gives a crap? I'll just burn you. I'll sacrifice you to the gods. Go raiding. Take all the money. I was all mine. My money. I can be on board with that. I can definitely be on board with that. Right, let's disband these armies. Let's disband and let them replenish for now. Until the Catholic realms become stronger. Yes, and then with our vast fortune and highly tribally developed lands, which will be probably more developed more than most tribal folks, we'll just convert. Oh, the Catholics are God. You know what? I think I like a bit of Catholicism actually after all. I've changed my ways. Eventually you want to reform as pagans. Your neighbours can do the same to you. Indeed they can. Hence why it's survival of the fittest. So we need to be very fit and healthy to survive from our neighbours doing exactly the same to us. So with that in mind, I'm going to wage war on Lubus. Lubu. 3 kingdoms. I'm looking forward to watching another episode after this session of my political intrigue drama, which I am thoroughly enjoying, by the way. Converting to another religion as a pagan. I'm not sure how easy that would be. How would we do it? In the old game, could you just convert willy-nilly? Or how did you convert in the old game? You can reform. I've seen. Oops, it is. In the religion option, we can reform. I don't know if that's different. Levies. Should we wait for our levies? We'll wait for our levies to reinforce a bit more. Religions tab, other religions, and then you can click on one of them and convert. Ah, okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. So where's other religions? Is there an other religions tab? Don't pursue Lubus. Gotta do it, man. Gotta do it. There's other faiths, but is there other? No, only Slavic faiths. Aha! There you go. Take that off. So Catholicism. Have a look at Catholicism. Convert to faith. Right. Convert to Catholicism. Total cost 250 piety. My close family will convert. 2 of 2 vassals will convert. Your old faith will consider you evil. Accept vassals acceptance. Yeah. So my vassals will convert with me. Due to opinion, difference in learning skill. The piety cost is 250. Oh, there you go. Conversion costs. So undiscounted doctrine cost, 10 grand. Difference in fervour, learning plays a part. Converting to an existing faith cheapens it. Converting to a different religious family increases it. Unreformed faith converted to an organised faith. So if we reform, it'll be more expensive. The faith is present within our near your realm. There you go. So converting to Catholicism for us is not too easy, not too difficult. Sorry, we'll be surrounded by heathen types, but so you can just do it as and when you feel like. You see, I too learned these things. Right. Oh, I was waiting to increase my levy just a touch, just a little touch. Available perks. Right. Let's go with that one. Go down the same line. Gotta give myself a bit better fighting champions. So you can convert and then wage holy war on the heathens and expand quickly. Ah. little strategies. Get the backing of your Catholic neighbours. Mind you, if you're the attacker, I don't think you get the support, do you? What are you doing? Why are you in my land? He's just saying hello. Just having a bit of a shindig. Right. This is part of our religion, folks. Alright? Feasting. We've come back with all the spoils of a good raid, money overflowing. I feel like we need a feast. So feasting loses stress, gives you piety because of our religion, increases vassal opinion, which we don't need. It doesn't make any sense to start a feast, really, but we just want to do it. So my son will be the only person that turns up. No, there's one other guy as well. So we're feasting. Welcome, friends. Welcome to the feast. Oh! Hang on. As this lovely feasting music plays. So one of our acquaintances has been captured. Duke of Bohemia. He's not an acquaintance. I don't like Bohemia. Premised people, evil people. We're going to spread downwards and then target them. Very nice music. We should have. No, some of our prisoners will be released. No, we still have 3 prisoners. Aha! I don't think there's defensive pacts. Lovely feasting music. So we've got this guy, chieftain. So this is one of the chieftains from, I'm assuming, the fight that we've just had. Just some kind of a general. Not really of importance. He's a pretty good champion of theirs. We're not going to war with them for the time being because we've got a not a defensive pact. Has this split? No, it's because I've got this view on. Yeah, it's still in one. So we were going to take your land if we hadn't have misclicked. Right, fine. We can let him go. So we could ransom. It should cost 50. But, unlike the last... I'm not sure how it worked in the last game. If they couldn't afford the ransom, then I think it was just a flat up, you can't ransom them. Whereas here, if they can't afford the full ransom, they still will give you what they can afford. So they can't afford the full 50, but they can afford 19. So you get the option to accept the 19 or say, yeah, it's not enough. I think that's new. So, 19? Do we want him in our cells? Is there any reason to kill this man? Nah, let's give it. He's under house arrest at the minute. Is there a way to throw him into the deeper cells? Yes. Torture. Torture is there. Move to the dungeon. So he's currently in house arrest. We can move him to the dungeon. Not sure whether or not there's anything worse than the dungeon. Not sure. We could move him to the dungeon and then see if there's a worse than the dungeon. I might move the child into the dungeon for it, just to be really nasty. Let's try it. Move to dungeon. Loses some opinion. Lowering his health. Get in the dungeon! Right. So what quick? Okay, no. House arrest. Okay. I was just giving a trial run to my dungeon there. How do you like it? Is it good? Sky TV up to scratch for you? Pool table? Gym? That's how prisons are nowadays, isn't it? Okay, that's fine. We'll ransom him for the 19. I mean, how much is he? He's not getting a lot per month. I don't think I need hooks on you, do I? Maybe. With a bit of forethought and thinking, you might want to negotiate a release that might make you consider whether or not having a hook on him is worth it. But no, he can go. I'll take the coin. Now, this is the son of the Lord down here somewhere, isn't it? The guy that we've just fought. So, yeah, you. So you should pay big money. Oh, you should pay big money for this child. You should pay 100, but he can only afford 37. See, that's a little bit. Oh, no. keeping your son? He's under house arrest. We keep him fine. Just stay your blades and nothing will happen to him. He's like a ward. Consider it a ward. Is this another one of your children? Sure, a female child. You can have her back. You can have your female child back. She's only worth 25 because she's female. That's harsh, isn't it? Not worth more than the male. Dear, dear. For a favour. He would owe us a favour. Gets a weak hook on the high... Having a weak hook on the high chieftain of our... it could be handy. Potentially, but... yeah, we'll stick with coin for now. Stick with coin. I don't know how I would use a hook against an external foe. Nice peaceful music. Give me my money! So we're feasting. We've released some prisoners, or ransomed some prisoners. We're preparing for war, part 2. We're pursuing Lubu. We're ready to rock and roll. Mutual spirits. What started as an ordinary feast became an exceptional one thanks to the presence of Chieftain Conrad, who is the chieftain of the newly conquered Rocklaw, who is diligent, ambitious, brave, and he's the life and soul of the party, which is obviously which obviously means he's a proper religious guy. He wants a place on my council, I've just noticed. Spymaster? For his joviality at the feast, should he be rewarded with a council position, as we speak about all manner of subjects during that feast. Increases his opinion of us. Right. Neighbours' war resolved, very good. So let's have a look on the council. So our spymaster is just a regular Joe. Good luck, see you later, Tej. He's a champion, but he's a vassal. And he's got a... Oh, I'm looking at the wrong stat. That's a 6. I thought it was a 12. I've misread that. Marshal? Marshal could work. A better prowess as well. Yeah, Marshal it is. You're just a regular courtier. Nothing really to harp on about. But, yeah. Come on down. There we go. Enjoy your new position of power. And great feast, by the way. You're the life and soul of the party. Right. So let's have a look. We've got more levies right now. So what we're going to do is we are going to now finally go to war for the right county this time. Conquer county. Change objective. Lubu's 25 piety cost. Confirm that. You gain the title. They've got much less. Just double check he's got any allies here. No, he's not got no allies. An easy way to see if they've got allies, or a quick way, if you can zoom out very quickly, you can see any allies that he has will also be red on the map, so you can see who he's allied with. But he's allied with nobody. So, conquer county, change objective is right, you gain Lubu, I'm hoping. It's highlighted in blue. Let's go. Once again, we raise all armies. Should take about a couple of days. And we march to Lubu's. Hello, Hyper2K2, welcome. Welcome back from uni. I like the game, yes. I do like the game. I do like it. I'm looking forward to actually starting a real proper playthrough with, with proper roleplay and some narrative with it. Because, as I'm playing off camera, I can't, it's like with all games, I don't enjoy it as much as when I'm actually sticking to a story. So I'm going to enjoy using the mechanics of this game to try and create a decent story with a character or two. As I've said, I think somewhere along the lines, my first plan with this game is to maybe have a one character playthrough, try out some role playing with a character, some storytelling, some narrative, and see see how the game cooperates, and see what stories can come out of this game when role play, as an initial little test run before a full-blown playthrough. So we are still feasting, apparently. I get a pleading gaze from my daughter. A group of guests are hindering her escape. No, this is feasting and joviality. Shyness is a sin in our religion, remember? Shyness is a sin. Tell us a story. Come out of your shell, woman. Come out of your shell. Still feasting. Your feast. Click to select. Ah, look at that. We get a little feast screen. That's kind of nice. So you can see who's attending. You can see who's declined. Who the host is. Their opinions of you. Ah, that's pretty neat. I like that. That's kind of, there's nothing else to it other than just showing you. But it's, you know, I can see who's at the feast. Maybe interact with them while they're here. Can you get any options? Divorce my wife. Yes, divorce her. She's too sour-faced. Look at her. Goddamn misery. You're too miserable, woman. I'm supposed to be a nice guy. This is my daughter, who obviously she needs to be married off to somebody. We'll get another alliance, perhaps. We'll marry her off very shortly after we've taken this land. Yeah. We should be leading this, right? So how can we be feasting and leading armies? We're not! Aha! Aha! That's something. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you were... I don't know. Because we're feasting, we're not leading the armies. And I'm sure in the previous game, you could be doing two things at once. I might be wrong. But if we were feasting... Could you still do other things? Could you still be a commander in an army? Maybe you couldn't. Maybe you couldn't. But, I mean, it's nice to know that you can't do two things at once. So because we're feasting, we have a different commander in charge, who wasn't invited to the party. As my guests depart, I have my wife to thank for much of his success. Really? You looked miserable. She looks a bit happier there, bless her. Hands on hips, kind of... So we'll give her that. Until next time. Okay, that's good. So you couldn't do both. Which would make sense, of course. Right, let's go and siege this place because it's. Oh, he owns 2 counties, so I don't know if capturing this alone will be enough, or whether we have to capture both. But we'll soon see. But as you saw in the previous battle, which you may have forgotten now, but when we captured the 1 barony, it was enough to conquer the entire county. So no more having to go to the, go through the list of them. Castle, bishopric, and city. Just capture the 1 holding in the realm and it conquers it all. As we'll see again when this happens. So we've got 5 months left for this siege. The greater number of men you have in comparison to their garrison, the quicker the siege will go. Probably some traits and perks will also speed up the siege, I'm imagining. But also siege equipment. So if we had like onagers, it would speed up the siege as well. If we had an onager man-at-arms regiment, for instance. But I mean, 5 months for a siege, not bad. Well. For a brief second there, that was the army, rather poetically, of Jarl Landless. You may soon be landless. Okay, under siege. What is my court physician doing by my side in battle? Well, it would make sense actually. Let's scratch that thought. Court physician alongside you in a battle? Most welcome, if in case you get wounded. But why are you commanding me about battle strategy, sir? What gives you the right with your 3 marshal? You can exchange the castle's gate for planks, and dull the arrows in the troops' quivers. Lead the troops in a mock charge. See how they will do in action. You should defend. Should you held like? No, I know what I'm doing. No offense. You stick to healing people. I'll stick to commanding the troops. It's not me personally, of course. It's the commander who's in charge of this army, which is currently this guy, Bolko, a fearless blackguard. So based on their traits, people will be given a 2-word kind of moniker: wrathful, arbitrary, and ambitious. Yeah, he's the other guy that we give the this place to, didn't we? We give you the that other bit of land down here. 3,000 men. Don't know whose army you are, but lots of activity going on. There you go. So okay, we need to capture both, but you can see we captured the one land. It's captured the whole county. So now we go on. This is a hostile army. Is he at war with somebody else, or is that actually you? Are you? No. Siege of Guba. Nope. You are a fellow enemy, enemy of my enemy, and all that. I'll kind of go there for now. So we'll get a ticking war score because we've got the target. I don't know if they conquer this land, this county. I don't know how that will affect us. Will it be possible for us to win this fight? Or will it give us 100%? Oh, we're not sieging. It's an empty holding. Ah. So if we go there, do we go to war with him? Oh. You will probably lose. Well, forget that then. You do get locked into place, like in the other game. If you move too far, you can't go out. Thankfully, it was an early retreat from us. Okay. We'll stay here for now. It's costing us money, but it's not costing us supplies, I don't think. So we'll see what he does. Okay, so he's captured the land. So we'd have to probably capture it back. So he must be at war with more than one person. He's at war with 3 people. People are... Oh, hang on. What are you doing? Get out of here. Right, where are you going? I think we need to race against time here. I think we need to besiege this. Maybe because it's already captured recently, it might be quicker for us to siege this. Let's just see. I'd rather do without him attacking me. It's too close for comfort. It's still... Oh! Oh! 8 days. 4 days. We should be fine. Tells you their movement locked. Right, okay. No, it still takes 6 months. He's probably going to come down here. We might need to wait for him to swarm off. We're not besieging your land, honestly. We're not. Uh-oh. 11 days? Oh, no. Okay. Oh, Jesus. We've got a poorer commander. This is not going to go well. This is not going to go very well at all. Damn you. I need to figure out who you are, where you live. Oh, it is you. Oh, wait. Am I being? Hang on. Have I misread this? Because when I first went to war for this place, it was an independent county, right? This was independent county. And now it's part... No, it's still independent county, isn't it? How many counties are here? Inside, High Chieftain's... Chieftain. Has this place got bigger since I started this war? I'm confused. Go to... Oh, it's here. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Right, Let me run away with my tail between my legs for now. I will be back. Right, so if we zoom out, right, this is the land. So, yeah, so if we go here, he is the chieftain, right? Okay. So no, he's a different guy completely, but he's fighting him as well. That's what's happened here. So this guy here has issued me a cruel blow. So I will remember your face, sir, and I shall have my revenge. I will not be slighted like this. Okay, so it's fine. Different land, different land. No, I thought somebody else had taken it over, but no. As we zoom out now, it's definitely it's this land I was looking at. It's kind of unfortunate that it's a similar colour. I think that was the problem. Anyway, we are replenishing. We'll kind of disband for a sec. Can we disband? Go on. Enemy or hostile armies are around, apparently. He's taking this Lubu, poison chalice. The name should have said it all, shouldn't it? Really, we should just not have gone there. I was warned. I was warned not to go there. I didn't listen. Overtake, more banditry. Bandits running rampant. Neighbouring ruler war won. So your neighbour King Rotislav has won against Duke Whittle. Neighbouring war. Okay, well that's no interest to me really. It's this chappy here. He's now besieging this, which is going to remove my control of this, which makes me go back down to 0. See, what is the war that he's in? Is he taking this for himself? This could change things. He's attacking Chieftain Yaromir in the Lausitz conquest of the Chieftain of Spreewald. So he's taking just the one county here, which is fine. You can have that county. And then we could conquer this afterwards, but we'll be truced. Will it count as a loss? Or will the war, when his war's finished, will it go on? He's almost won this. When he captures this land here, it'll probably be over. So we'll wait to see what happens. Can we disband or what? No, there's people nearby. It's too dangerous. There's nobody nearby. They're miles away. He's here. What are you talking about? Ukraine. Oh, I'm paused. I flip in God's sake. The one thing I asked for. When you pause it, just have everything stop. No, they still move. Yeah, they still move around. Looks like it's not paused. Why? Two more days, one more day, boom. Back down to 0%, but he should be winning this fight now. Significantly. 100%. He's about to take this county. Yep. No. Which makes it easier for us, because if we capture... So he's a neutral army now, so if we capture this one county... Game over. He's only got one county left. And he should be really weak now because he's just lost. 357 men. So the quicker we get there and conquer it, the better. So, take 2. What, like reform our religion. So if we go to the religion tab, we'll keep it on pause for this. There, you can reform. So reform the Slavonsky Pravda faith. I'm assuming that's what you mean. And if you click on it, you get a cost to do it. You need some piety. You can select your tenants, all which cost piety to do. Am I fighting? Are you sieging this again? Or you just stood there? I think he stood there. So there's different prerequisites. So yeah, you can pick your tenants. So you need three holy sites. Yeah, piety. They can't be identical, so you've got to change something here. It might even if it's just one thing, probably. So you can change things around. So that's kind of cool, isn't it? But the more you change, the more you change, of course, the more piety it costs. So if you're trying to change everything, you've got to pay for every single thing you change. So you might just want to tweak a couple of things. Okay, so how do we adopt feudalism then? That wouldn't be a culture thing, would it? No decisions. Unite the West Slavs. Unite the Slavs. Defenders of Rod. Fortify holy. What's this? Adopt feudal ways. Okay, so consecrate a bloodline, found a new kingdom. The changes to your government to feudal, all tribal holdings will become castles. My tribal vassals will change to feudalism. So you need to have the law absolute tribal authority, which is the maximum. You have to be an organised faith. Level 2 fame. And a development level of 5. Has all tribal era innovations. Flipping hell. That's a lot of work, is that? That's quite a lot of prerequisites. Getting all them for a start is very tricky. So organised faith. Right, we've won this fight. Okay, so he becomes completely and utterly landless. Now, if that was the guy that was called Jarl Landless, it would be highly hilarious. I don't think it was him. No. You become the culture head of... Oh, and because we've got now an extra county, we have now got more counties than this guy, so we are now the cultural head of the Polish culture, which we still can't dismiss our flipping levies. Inherited a war. Ooh. You are attacking me. You are trying to conquer the same county as me. Let's put a stop to that, shall we? It's my county. It's my newly conquered county. Get your hands off. It's all mine. And I won't have a word said about it. We're suffering a massive river crossing penalty there. Right, so after we've done that, we should be fine. In the meantime, we can grant our newly conquered settlement to our 13-year-old son. Nubu has been, somebody put up a good fight on his behalf. You can have that one. There you go. Good child. How are my champions doing? Good old Conrad, 7 kills. This guy killed 41 people before he was taken down. Bloody hell. One-man wrecking machine for the enemy there. So Greater Poland is looking a lot greater than when we first started. It's a couple of extra counties to our name. I mean, these should be the same culture, yeah, because we're quite similar. That'll be the same culture. What about you guys? You same? Oh no, this is Palabian culture. Who are these Palabian people? Not a clue. Kind of West Slavic. Same group. So we shouldn't suffer as bigger penalties, I think, if we capture it and put a Polish person there. Right. Let's end this war. What do we get? Ooh, we get a bit of money and stuff. Force demands. Yeah, get 43 gold for inheriting this war. Lovely. I take it all. I take your money. 349 coin. We've got a fair bit of coin. Right, let's so he was a count within this land, trying to get more land for himself, but ultimately would have passed to his ruler. Right, let's get home. We've got to spend this moolah. I'm going to get myself some professional army troops to strengthen our army. I think is a good way to spend this coin. Man-at-Arms regiment. We get some Konai, which are these cost prestige. So the man-at-arms don't cost money. The man-at-arms do indeed cost prestige. So who are these things? Konai. Wow, 40 attack, 26 defense. These are masters of raiding, the infamous Konai light cavalry of Eastern Europe. Good for especially chopping down the enemy in the pursuit phase. Because it's a historical named unit, I think I'll have myself some. I think I'll have myself some of them. So let's hire them for 300 prestige, and we'll go for something a bit cheaper. Get some bowmen or skirmishers or bowmen or skirmishers. Good enough. There's a few forests. We'll go with Lightfoot. Get a bit of Lightfoot as well. Can we get Lightfoot? There you go. So we're getting a couple. We get some professional shoulders. We got some of those Konais and some Lightfoot. We couldn't get one more, technically speaking. Yeah, why not? Why not? Pikes. Oh, I'll go bows. You know what? Screw it. We'll go bows. So we've got some bows, some skirmishers, and some horses. That'll do. Keeps things ticking over. That'll increase the quality of our army even further. Might even get to elite quality with some professional soldiers thrown into the mix. We'll top up again our stuff, and then we'll. Right, let's have a look. Still can't afford him. Right, let's get him married. Let's get him married. Ooh. Let's have a look. Alliance power. Who's got a tougher political alliance? County? High Chieftain. High Chieftain of Bukovina. Where's Bukovina? Ooh. Where's Bukovina? Where is it? It's down there. Okay. 2,000 men! Poof. Poof. I like the look of that. I like the look of that very much. So, my dear, this poor man. No, not you. No. No, not you. You here. You, little child. 7-year-old. How old are you, love? 22. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Yes. He's just a little child, of course, but, nothing. Don't say anything. Children born in this marriage will be a Vassal dynasty. Yep, it's fine. You're a woman. Some prestige. Similar strength. A matrilineal? Of course I won't accept. That's fine. Formed an alliance. There we go. quite a powerful alliance. We have now 2 allies. We have allied to the High Chieftain of Bukovina and to the High Chieftain of Minsk. All far enough away from us that we don't want to encroach upon their land. So that's good positioning. And both relatively strong people. 1,300 troops for him, and of course we've just seen 2,000 troops for him. So we're in good stead. Expanding, strong alliances with our kids, and having some glorious fun. Ooh, another martial perk. So now we're going to go for that one. I like this one. Go for this one again. So now our knights are 75% more effective. So that's already, that alone has improved our quality of our army from whatever it was, very good, excellent, to elite, because their champions are now more proficient, and we've now got 8 of them as well. So we've got 8 champions, but some of these champions suck. Some of these champions suck bad things. So a champion with 2 prowess, he probably can't even hold a sword properly. So we're going to invite champions, and if you invite champions, as I said before, at least 3 champions will come with at least 12 prowess, possibly more. You can do this once every 10 years. You're putting out the call, send forth for more champions. These are how men of mine can't fight. They're useless. Absolutely crock of crap. Why are we searching for a position? Because I forgot to put that guy that I'd invited over to the Jewish man. Where's the Jewish guy? Didn't I have a Jewish guy that I invited to my court? Welcome, Serwan. If you have time and you want to look back at the start of the stream, I did a kind of walkthrough of all of the features as best as I could. It took a little bit of time, but the upshot is it's fairly easy to get tuned into this game. If you've played CK2 for any length of time, you'll be right at home with this. The tooltip feature, the encyclopedia feature, it's very intuitive, the system's very sleek. It's not difficult. It's not difficult at all. So you'll be right at home. There's some new features to learn, of course, which is good. Some features that are slightly different, but ultimately the game tells you through the encyclopedia, which you can actually search. If you're not sure of a certain thing, you can search it very quickly, and the tooltips also give you further information, so you can pick it up very quickly. And even new players, there's a good tutorial as well at the start. You can do the tutorial in Ireland. It talks you through and walks you through the basics of the game for new players as well. So it's quite accessible. Can we disband these flipping? Yes, finally they're costing me money. I mean, I know I'm loaded, but I shouldn't be burning money up, putting it up in smoke. Okay, so what were we looking at? The Jewish man fought in battle. So did he die then? He's not a knight, is he? Is he a knight? Is the Jewish man's not a knight, is he? I can't remember who he was. Is he dead? How long does it take to finish the tutorial? Probably about 45 minutes, maybe half an hour. I did it over 3 sessions. But it's not as long as it sounds, because I was getting distracted and I kept going off on... It's like when you do stuff, like on YouTube, you go off on little tangents and you click on videos to videos. I was clicking from tooltip to tooltip. Oh, what's that do? Tooltip to... Oh, what does that do? So I was kind of going off on the tooltips and reading stuff that wasn't anything to do with the tutorial at one point. So I was kind of learning through tooltips and then occasionally progressing the tutorial. So the tutorial probably, if you were going to do it from start to finish and do it properly and just do as it says, probably about half an hour, 45 minutes. If you do what I did and start reading about things and, oh, that looks interesting, maybe about 2 hours. I can't find my Jewish man. He's dead. My Jewish man is dead. I need a court physician. Fine. We shall search for one. Who is Ireland? Right. This guy is an independent county. 2 counties he has. What madness is this? We can't have that. I want it. Is he close enough? Let's have a look. Yes, he is close enough. Oh, but he's allied with a few people. Got to be careful. Let's just check who he's allied with. It might not be as straightforward as it seems. He should have alliances. He should have alliances, apparently. I'm not seeing it here. They usually show up in this screen here. Why is it not showing up? Like there, diplomacy screen. Here's a liege. Oh, it's up there. It's split in 2 bits. Bloody hell. Split in 2. Trickery. What trickery is this? He's got 1,000 men. I mean, I've got 1,500 at this point. Elite quality. He's got 6 champions. I've got 8. My champions are extra efficient because of my little perk. You can actually check other characters' perks. How do you do it? There. Click on that. You can see other characters' perks. I don't know how I feel about that. I think it should be a mystery. Because you can see exactly what he's got going on. So you can see, like, does his champions have a little boost? No, they don't, because he's not got the right perk. So I don't know. I think I would like this to be a surprise. So, I mean, the easy thing to do, of course, is not to click on it. So, you know, people that do want to see can see. So it's, you know, it is what it is. So I might not click on that myself, personally. I think it spoils a bit of the fun. You know, unless, of course, they're a friendly character. You know, bit of gossip, bit of talking. They will talk to each other about strengths. So if it's a character that you're friendly with, I think it makes sense to know what they're about, or your vassals and stuff. But an enemy, middle of nowhere, you don't know anything about. I mean, you can start to play around with it, you know, sending your spy master there to kind of figure out what he's about. There's ways and means, but anyway. Play it as you will. I'm trying to see if there's anything worth taking, and I mean, he's weaker. He is weaker than us. I'm quite confident with our elite. Should we try it? Do you know what I'm going to try? I am going to have my revenge. We're going to see how effective troop quality is. So we've got levy. We're getting man-at-arms. So we're getting some professional troops. We've got some now proper champions with extra efficiency. I might wait to get the 3 champions that are going to come to my court to get them in, so I've got better champions. But once I've got those 3 champions and the retinue's got up a little bit further, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the theory to the test, and I'm going to pit my army with its elite quality, with its champions that are improved, and with the retinue or the man-at-arms. I'm going to pit them against a similar sized army on purpose and see what the difference is. Try and see if we can find an army that's hopefully not going to be quite so high quality, so we can see the difference between an evenly matched army against something of lower quality, and we'll give that a bit of a test run. So, Chieftain, you are a novice hunter and architect with 10 learning, not looking good. You are a sour-faced woman with 9 learning. Jesus wept, these guys are terrible. 50 or 15? I mean, what's the difference? Oh, there! No! No, I didn't mean to click on that. Flippin' hell. I've hired an incompetent moron. God damn it. Simon. You're rubbish. I paid 50 gold for you. I've got people in my court better than you. I could have got for 10 gold for a court position. Oh, God's sake. Right. How many men have you got? He's got 1,400. That's a similar size. I'm going to war with him. So we can see, oh, he's got 10 champions though, so it's not quite so. And he's also got man-at-arms, so his army will be pretty decent. So I don't want to go against I don't want to go against a similar size, a similar quality army. I want to go with an army that's a little bit weaker in quality, just so we can compare and contrast. That's actually quite a tough force. This guy, we've got a truce with him. So let's go to the north. Let's see, what we've got northwards here. Pomeranian. He's got 600 men. Yeah, pathetic. Bohemia? 900 for Bohemia. Oh dear. They're looking a bit shabby, aren't they? A bit shabby completely. What about this guy here? Serad Kuyaiva. It's 1,000 men, all levies, some foot, only 2 champions. It's not exactly even Stevens though in numbers, is it? My experiment may struggle. What about this guy? What did we say about him? 1,100, 6 champions, got 500 light footmen. So if we were gonna, light footmen are counted by something, we could specify what man at arms we want to counter if we were going to be at war with him for any length of time. East Francia has just split, and now Bavaria is rather large. That wasn't like that at the start of the campaign. So who's the king of Bavaria now? King Ludwig the Younger of Bavaria, of House Carling. He's taking a nice little slice of the pie, hasn't he? You got Ludwig II, Carling. There's Carling Neufchateau. It's created a new house. Oh, very interesting. What time are we on? Oh, 21:50. We're going to finish about 10:30. Keep going for a little bit longer. Well, I can't find a suitable candidate for an even Steven battle, so we'll just find a candidate to nick their land. Where do these prisoners come from? Ransom them all. Give me money. I get dread. We're probably not going to like this though. He's not going to pay. He's not going to pay. Oh, new champion. New champion. Did it say at least 10 prowess or did it say at least 12? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, that's 10 prowess, that's not 12. Where's Invite Night? I feel like I've been conned here. Doesn't give you the tooltip now. I'm sure it was higher than 10. Anyway, he's still better than what we've got. Than a lot of what we've got. It puts him in 3rd place, in fact. So he's Craven, which makes a great commander, a great champion, a Craven fella. Wrathful and cynical. God. Right. So we'll bring him in anyway, just to show you how this works. Who just comes across? So he comes as a guest. You recruit him to your court. And the game, it's only going to cost us 5 actually, that's fairly cheap. And then automatically the game will slot him right in for you as a commander, champion. No messing on your part, and then you can start sort of forbidding some of the really crappy people. I thought it said 12, exactly. So it's actually, it's taking into account, or not taking into account, his Craven. It's probably taking into account his base score. So his base 12, yeah, base score, which is a flipping crying shame. But hey ho, couple of fights, and I think their prowess can go up. You know, when they start getting decent traits and successful battles and stuff. Okay, who are we fighting next? We've been here long enough. I kind of want this land, because this guy, I want revenge, but his army is actually pretty decent. Yeah, 10 champions. Not as efficient as my champions, but nonetheless, it's still more than I've got. It's got those couple of... I think we'd probably win this. And if we declare war, I don't know if we declare war, it might show us the relative strength of the guy. I think it does. If we say, right, we want to declare war against you, I think it compares our strength, maybe? Or does it not? Yeah, so he's inferior to us. So the game kind of calculates a little bit, kind of loosey-goosey, whether or not this guy's inferior, on a par, more powerful than you. And the game is judging, even with him and his ally. It also counts his allies. As you can see, you've got the allies' military strength as well. So at a glance, you can see straight away the total amount of troops that he's got and his allies have got are still inferior to you. So that's kind of handy. A little way to make it easier for you to discern that. So to combine, they're still weaker than me, apparently. So, do you know what? Let's do it. Let's see if the game is right, and let's see if we can take this settlement from him. He interfered in our war for Lubu. He inflicted a defeat upon us, embarrassed us. We're coming for revenge. We're coming for revenge. We're taking Spreewald from you, sir. Sorry about this, but it needs must. Needs must. To claim an entire duchy, we need just a bit more fame. I think we're fame distinguished. We need fame illustrious. We're not there yet. As soon as we get illustrious fame, we can start conquering duchy titles. Bloody hell, and obviously conquering entire duchies, it'd be chopping that land to bits and amassing land quicker than you can blink your eye. But for now, little counties will do, just dipping our toe into the water. The more counties we take, the more fame we'll get anyway. So yeah, let's go for it. Let's get this job done. Declare war, conquer county, change the objective, of course. He's got a fair few counties, you greedy swine. Spreewald. Spreewald. I'll take it. I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. I'll confirm that. So that is now Spreewald, right? Yep. Boom, we're off. War is declared again. There is no time for peace. An unworthy challenge. At first, I thought the simple footman a fool for stepping onto the training field. However, the battle proved more hard-fought than I expected, and it gradually became clear that he would be unable to stop his wild and vicious strikes from hurting me. Disarming him suddenly became a matter of life and death. I tried not to show my relief when his sword finally hit the ground. Who the hell is this guy? Who is it? 19 prowess! He's a wandering adventurer who's randomly decided to fight me. I could use more people like you. Of course I flipping well could. Bloody hell, yeah, that's very good. Strike him down where he stands. No, yes, I shall take you. Your champ... Oh, he just sits... Oh, just like a random... I don't know if that's linked to us calling for champions. Could be. Not sure. But that's a pretty nice champion to have with 185% efficiency. When we go to this battle, let's keep a close eye on how many people he kills. He's brave but lazy and shy, but he's a skilled tactician, a cautious leader. He's got only 10 martial, but he excels in actual personal combat. Perfect timing. So, without further ado, I think we are in war. We are in war. We are going to raise the levy again. I also like when you're at war, the raised levy banner comes up down here, just easily and quick to click. You don't have to go through all the various screens to get to that. You can just click it right there. Your levy comes, your champions are in. We are now commanding once again. Here he comes with his 1,300 men versus our 1,700. We'll see where he goes, and then we shall meet him in the field of battle. He's got 2,000 men, so we're getting a little bit now of a bit of a taste for army quality, because his army quality is still pretty decent, but he's got less effective knights or champions. He does have slightly more professional soldiers, though. I think he had about 500, right? And we have what? Or he had 300, and we've got. Ours is still replenishing. Oh no, we've got 300 now. We've got 300. So if we want to increase the size, it's going to cost us an extra 300 prestige. So we're a little bit light on that. So we'll have to just stick with the 300. Oh, another champion has arrived with a 12 prowess. We need every last. Only 3 gold. Every last champion. He won't join the army though, because I'm assuming he's joined the court too late to join our army. So he will not join the knights until this army is disbanded, I think. Right, we're off. So here we have it. We will now finally see if our quality makes a difference. So we have 8 champions. Oh, they've got an increase in champions all of a sudden. Now, the game did say that they were inferior to us, right? So we'll see if that's true. But our champions are more efficient because of our boost. Other than that, it's kind of 50-50. Even the commander advantage is 50-50. So I'm not confident we're going to win this, but let's see. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Let's see if we can get our revenge. It's not looking good. And they've got more men coming. I don't know who these people are. We're getting whooped. Oh dear, that's very sad. We were stationary, so we should get a defender advantage. Well, we won't do it because it's plains and you don't get an advantage in the plains. We got battered. Oh, and our heir has been taken hostage. That's a catastrophe. That is an absolute catastrophe. He's beaten us twice. That's not good. That's not good at all. Jesus. But it was a test. It was a test. I would be far more cautious if we were doing this properly. Okay. The game lied to us. The game lied. Do your own homework, people. I'm going to surrender. My son is now freed. We have surrendered in great shame. We lick our wounds. How pathetic. Well, oh, somebody's died. He died in battle. Oh, let's have a look. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. So we lost 595 men. So if we go to the champions, yeah, look at that. So this is the 19 guy. He killed 42 men, as we expected him to do. But this guy at 26 prowess, killed 54. He killed 45. Some pretty decent champions there. No wonder we didn't fare too well. He got wounded. He's dead. And he was the chiefdom. The chiefdom of this new county that we gave to him. So he's probably given it to a child, yes. So it's a sad, sad day indeed. That shall teach us to try to... that shall teach us to try and punch above our weight, I suppose. Dear. I feel like we should go raiding to lick our wounds. I could go rob some people. I need to rob some people. Oh, and because he's dead, we have an empty council position. New marshal required. Ooh. Belamber, one of my champions. 17 marshal. Okay. Would do for me. Organise my levies. I need more. More men. More men I need. Okay. Let's just recover. Let's just recover here. As I say, lick our wounds. Our council position. Oh, we've lost the steward. Why have we lost the steward also? Our steward was our son. Oh, because he was captured. He can come back now. There you go. You're back in, lad. You're back in. I can declare 8 wars. I think I don't want to declare any wars at the moment. I'm in a state of shock. State of shock and horror. I've got one bit of chicken left. And then I'm gonna do something. Okay. This is the same culture, same religion. You see, he would be a better target because he's got far less champions and not as much professional soldiers as the other guy. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to expand this way then, and take. This is a county. It's a very large county. I like. It's a very large county. I think I'll take that one. Sierrads. Chiefdom of Sandmeres. No. Sierrads. There you go. I'll have that one. Right, we'll try again. When you fall off your bike or a horse, the best thing to do is get straight back on it, not lick your wounds and have pity. No, it's completely and utterly get back on that horse, get back on that bike, and flipping kick ass. So what we'll do is we'll do that and take a weaker opponent down. So as you can see, his actual army strength is definitely inferior at this point. And we're about to. I don't know what he's doing. He's faffing about as we make a beeline for his land. This is I don't know when you left us, Larry, but this is a this is a new game. We started with a Polish fella. A pagan Polish, a non-reformed pagan Polish chap. And I've been playing around for the first time with a pagan. I'm gonna say there's a bit of scope here for some fun, raiding. And just waging war on your neighbours because you want to conquer. It's a crime apparently. It's unjustified, but you can do it. The only penalty is the other person doesn't like you. I'm going to be surrounded by people that don't like me. If that's the only crime, then fine. I don't know what he's doing. Fine. We'll focus on what we're doing. What we're doing is we are taking this settlement by storm. We are suffering a little bit of attrition. 1% attrition per month. Oh, he's now finally going to my capital. I'll put a stop to that. Normal Poland then. Oh, my child comes of age. Oh, now is a powerful vassal. With sufficient tutelage, even a child that has displayed little natural inclination towards diplomatic influence, such as gaudanty, can come to truly understand it. With an excellent grasp of all manners of etiquette and understanding of all kinds of entertainment and the eloquence to go with it, he will have little trouble navigating a life at court. So we can see who's got a charismatic negotiator. And how's that happened? So, the education system in this, I'm not quite such a... he was obviously uneducated for a long time, so whether you have to be teaching them for a certain time, but they if you like in the old game, if you tutor somebody with a different culture, they are likely to change to that culture. That's still something here, but I think they pick up the same education trait as the tutor for the most part, but because my son was untutored for a while, I'm thinking that's probably impacted on it. So he's got actually a fairly decent diplomacy education. 21 diplomacy, Jesus. He is gregarious, compassionate and honest. What a wholesome child he is. He would be Not too shabby a ruler in all things diplomatic. The kind of guy to repair the relations with our neighbours after we've ticked them all off, you know? But anyway, he wants a place in the council. Chancellor, perhaps? Could be a thing. You're not landed, are you? No. So, he's 19, but he's 21, so thank you for keeping the seat warm, but my second child now needs a place on the council, so I've got two sons on the council, a rather stern-looking marshal and semi-proficient fighter. I like the armour there and the helmet, very, very nice, and quite a ponderous-looking spy master. He's like just eyeing his blade, thinking what on earth he can do with it, you know, stick it in somebody's back. So the council is taking actually quite a decent shape. It's not a bad council at all in terms of stats. But this is a nice little capture for us. It's a fairly decent-sized county. Should be ours soon enough. 53 days to go. I mean, if you want to look at the different game speeds, I mean, obviously I play on 2-speed, but if you go up to 3, you can get the general gist of the kind of speed. And you've got the 4-speed. I don't know if these are the same speeds as previously. I never played on 5-speed. And then the maximum speed, you kind of just wee wee wee. That's very quick. That's kind of very quick. So you see that? Blink and you miss it. It motors through at 5-speed. Right, so we have conquered one of his counties, which is going to be nowhere near enough, but I want to fight. So we'll just pop back to see if we can nab him before he runs off in fear. And then we'll come back and take a couple more counties, and that should be enough for us to win the war. But yeah, we'll keep ticking over nicely because we've got the target. And as we're marching to battle, it gives you your probability to win. Oh, they're in debt. We've got a better army commander. We've got more army commander traits, more soldiers, higher quality, more men at arms. You will probably win, and then you proceed to die horribly because the game's lying to you. Oh, and we caught him, and this should definitely be our victory. So victory. Oh yeah, and another thing to mention is that 59%. That's actually pretty decent. Pretty decent. Right, let's get back and let's. I think one more siege might do it. As we look at the. Oh, I forgot. I was just supposed to look at the stats for the champions to see how we can lawfully imprison somebody. Apparently, who is this woman and what has she done? She's a fornicator. Fornication is a crime. Who have you fornicated? And she's pregnant as well. Who have you slept with? We could try and find out by employing our spy master to go to where she is. So she's a courtier of my son, I think, Chieftain Simon. So if we were to send our spy master, we could find out who she slept with, I think, possibly, maybe. And then by knowing who she slept with, the other person would also be implicated in the crime. And that'll be catastrophe, wouldn't it, for that person? I'm going to try it. I'm not certain, but it should work, right? It should work. Oh. Oh, you can now get married. Of course you can. But we've got bigger fish to fry, like to find out what the hell's going on here. So, right, so she is in the court of Wishowa. Where's Wishowa? Where's Wishowa? I'm losing track here. There's Wishowa. So there. So if I send my spy master there, he might uncover her dirty little secret. So let's try it. Let's see if it happens. Council. Find secrets in Wishowa. Now there's green and there's blue, right? There's green and there's blue. I'm just wondering if it's. I don't know. Is there a reason why they're different colours? Like, if it's green, there's no secrets to be had. If it's blue, there could be secrets there. I don't know. All the blues are in my. Oh no, all the blues are in my land. No, all the blues Forget that. All the blues are my vassals, aren't they? So blues are my vassals. These are vassals. Yeah, these three are vassals. So blues must be vassal. Green, I don't know what's green. Green is same faith. Maybe. What's green? And then there's white. That's definitely... Have Vikings taken some of this? Let me see here. Anyway, we're going to Wishowa with this guy. He's looking to find secrets. Oh, progress. There's a progress meter. There's a progress meter. 60% chance of learning a secret. So there is a progress meter, so we can see how it's progressing, and there's a 60% chance. So we'll see. Oh no, Wessex hasn't been taken. No, that's fine. So I don't know what those different colours were. Okay. Are we going here? Yes, we are. Good. Enemy combatants captured. So we're capturing more prisoners. We've almost got too many more prisoners than we can shake sticks at the moment. Where's that guy? I really do hope. Have you got enough money now? Caught prisoners. You. Was it you? You. Who's your father? Who are you? It's you, isn't it? No, that's me. Who are you? Who's your liege? Oh, it is you. Can your father afford the bill yet? He can afford the bill. 100 gold. Lovely. Finally, he can afford your release. Cheapskate that he is. Finally coughed up the readies. Give me money. 179. Is this a common trend for pagan rulers? That you know, money is less important than feudal rulers, and it's actually the prestige that's more important. You find yourself running with a surplus of coin. No sheriffs appointed. What's that? There's no sheriffs. Lack of sheriffs. County corruption. There are not enough sheriffs. In the chiefdom of... What's this place? What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Popular opinion. Lack of sheriffs. Offensive war. Oh, I wonder if my warring with random people that's unjust is causing discontent amongst my entire realm. Yes, it is. So my realm is unhappy with me waging an offensive war. We can actually highlight offensive war as a tooltip. So it must be in the encyclopedia. So what is an offensive war? Oops, I just pressed a key. What have I done? Offensive war. Being the main attacker in a war will gradually cause your vassals to dislike you after 6 months. Civil wars and great holy wars are excluded from this. Oh, it's just a general penalty if you're an attacker. Really? That seems a bit harsh. So every war you attack, you suffer a penalty? I'm assuming it's probably like akin to what? That's vassals though. That's nothing to do with popular opinion. So if we go to a vassal then, I'm assuming it's like a very similar mechanic to you're raising their levies so they're not happy in the old game, you know, that kind of thing. Let's see. So vassal opinion. So let's have a look. Yeah, offensive war -4. So it's almost like like a levy penalty, kind of. Yeah, the encyclopedia is really good. It really is. Just a quick search and boom, your answer. If you've got a question, you know, your answer is answered. There the vassals were actually unhappy if you didn't go to war. Oh really? Oh, completely different then. So yeah, why are these people unhappy? We are warring. We are warring people. What the hell is this anyway? This is the Wendish Empire. Oh no, we are in de jure empires. Unity. Okay, my silver tongue failed this time, and apparently a brawl breaks out, drinks go flying, and to hell with it, we flipping get involved. Start throwing our fists around, and I emerge the sole victor of the brawl. So there you go. Can't beat them, join them. And when you join them, make sure you beat them. There you go. All hail the guy with... Oh! I am actually gaining prowess. My prowess... Oh, that's not me. Is that me? That is me. My prowess is now 17. It wasn't that high before, was it? It's pretty high now. We'll take that, thank you. Get a bit of fame, get a bit of prestige, and we expand our horizons. I kind of like you get a lot of contextual music. So we've got the feast music when we've got a feast. You know, get a bit of music there for the drama of was that for the brawl? So you get a little bit of contextual stuff. A bit dramatic for a tavern brawl. Yeah, a bit dramatic for the tavern brawl. Yes. Right, we can get another perk. Less fatal casualties and extra battle command. Extra advantage for your commander. So, for this character. So that's pretty nifty. And we can not quite disband, but we'll disband when we get home into our own lands. And jobs are good, and so you know, we're improving, we're increasing. Our levy is increasing with every new land that we get. So, of course, our stewardship, like in the previous game, is influenced by stewardship, our domain limit. So, if we want to get more personal holdings, we can get our wife, for instance, here with some decent stewardship and have her through the council tab improve my domain management, but obviously she's crap at that anyway. So hello James, welcome. Oh, my pleasure, thank you for watching. Right, let's disband these boys. And there we go, we'll let them rest, recuperate, and drink alcohol and have a feast. We can't have another feast technically, I don't think, but they'll feast nonetheless. An informal feast. Oh, we can have another feast. Let's have another feast. Another victory feast. We need it. Lift the spirits, especially after the defeat we had a couple of years ago. We need to lift the spirit. And we've got new. I was gonna say we've got some new thingamabobsies, some new vassals. Right, let's grant this to somebody else. So again, recruiting from within your realm some suitable candidates. It makes it easier to look. We've got no children left to give them to, I believe, now. So now we're looking. I might give it to somebody on my council, just so that I don't have to give them a council position as a powerful vassal. So our spy master is top of the list. Our sneaky spy master, who's constantly looking at his blade in a shifty manner, like he wants to stick it probably through my back. Lustful, humble, and paranoid. Good learning. He's quite a good all-round character. Not very diplomatic, but you know what? Give it to the shifty guy. Give it to the shifty guy. Chiefdom of Sirads. Yep, that's the one. We'll give him that title, and he becomes a vassal. He loves us. He's not going to stick a knife in our back. And there you go. That's another vassal created, and our little what is it called? A high chiefdom? Our high chiefdom continues to grow. I'm thinking this little duchy here to the north, so ripe for the picking, isn't it? So ripe for the picking. It really is. It's a pity we can't go sweeping through the whole of it, but I mean, look at this guy's big bushy beard. Big bushy beard, man. Feel sorry for you, but needs must. We could wage war and capture more land, should we desire to do so. Bloody. Right, what I'm most interested in is I'm interested to see if this actually gives us a secret. So I'm going to speed this game up to 5 speed. Look, you can see literally how fast 5 speed is again. It's absolutely amazingly quick. I'm about so many different things. Yeah, I'll put it in later. Okay. So, oh, this is the feast. Bit of chin wagging with my son. So look at that. Full pace ahead. Full speed ahead. What's happening here? My daughter talking to me about theological treaties. Theological treaties? Do I care about theological treaties? We are quite a religious, kind of religious. And we're at a feast, and feasts are a part of this religion's doctrines, right? So talking about religion would be appropriate. Why not? Let's entertain her. Let's entertain her. There, look at that. It's just so fast. Everything's just popping up. Beep, 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 beep. Where's the one thing that matters, which is the timer for the secrets. There it is. Let's keep an eye on that. So everybody had a good time. My wife, again, thank my wife. There we go. Look at the speed. It's ridiculous. Right, pause it. I don't like that. Too fast. Too fast. I'm having a bloody complex. Okay, despite our best efforts, my agents have yet to uncover any secrets. I do not believe we will ever find anything either. There is less going on here than a graveyard at noon. Very well, you know best. Or no. I know there's secrets to be had there. There's a woman in that court who has slept around. I want to find out who she slept with. I don't know. I don't know if it's possible. I'm surmising it should be, because there is somebody there who will have a secret, surely. Is being caught as an adulterer? If it's a crime, it should be a secret. It should be something that crops up as a secret. Let's see, hooks and secrets. What does it say about secrets? Secrets can be discovered. Secrets are things that characters do not wish others to know about because they are criminal. So yeah, there is a man in that court. He's not forced to be in that court though, is he? From Ireland to Cathay. I suppose she's not forced to be sleeping with somebody from that court, is she? She could be sleeping with somebody from another court. So we're trying to find the secret on the guy. So if the guy's not in that court, this wouldn't work. We'll try one more time. Keep up going. Keep it going. Another round, please. Meanwhile, whilst you're having another round of finding the round of the game, find the secret. I'm going to have a round of the game. Conquer more land. This is not quite the same culture, so we might suffer a bit of a penalty for taking this compared to some of the other nearby stuff. But needs must. Needs must. What about Krakow? This is like modern. Isn't this a proper capital of modern day Poland? Seems a bit too far that way. Ooh. Insufficient census and mismanaged populace. Oh, it seems a bit decrepit, that place. We'll leave it. We'll take Santok, just because I can pronounce it. Crappy development, all of these places. It's got the best control. It won't do for long because we're going to take it and it's going to plummet, and there's going to be hell to pay. But yes, let's declare war on you, you fool. Contested title, change objective. I want Santok because I can pronounce it. And it's good to have it's good to have land in your realm that you can pronounce. Muster the men. I'll put it onto 3 speed for this now to conclude the session. We'll have a very quick conflab to finish. Let's get to the castle. And let's take it. 5 months seems to be the kind of standard siege amount of time. So you've got a garrison supply in the castle, and garrison health. These can change according to events, which will have effects on the siege. And I think what we'll do, let's have a look at building a building very quickly. So in our capital, which is here, we do have the opportunity to build some buildings. So we've only got a castle here. It's very lightly built on holding. We've got space for more buildings, but let's have a look at quick build. Let's get a building behind us. So if we were going to go for a building, what would we go for? We could increase our tax and our supply limit. Levies, control growth and prestige. Levies, knights, an extra knight effectiveness, heavy infantry damage, skirmisher damage. That's pretty nifty. War camps. And here we've got defender advantage. I think I like war camps. And again, you can preview to see. There's only 2 ranks of this, so obviously it's a bit more of a primitive people, tribal people. Not as many upgrades available, but we shall construct this. 82 and a bit of prestige as well. 82 coins, a bit of prestige. Garrison. There's your garrison. 355. I think it's separate. I think it's a separate number compared to the levy. So, what am I doing? We've raised our troops. We are capturing one more bit of land. There's a lot of war going on around here. These people, they like a bit of a fight, don't they? They like a bit of a fisticuffs. Greetings, hello. Yes, it is similar. Yes, it's similar to CK2. If you haven't played CK2, do not be put off from giving this a try. It's as I've mentioned before to other people, it's a highly accessible game. Lots of tooltips, an encyclopedia, a tutorial to get you into it. So even if you've never played CK2, you can get up and running with this with a bit of time. The learning curve for this game, in my opinion, is still a lot to learn. Don't get me wrong, it's still a lot to learn about the game. But I think it's made. I think the ride has been made a bit easier for newcomers. Right, we've captured that land. Only 18%. This is all in green, but this is a separate piece of land to that, right? This is not the same liege lord, is it? No, it's separate. It's 2 separate people. So why is that only 18%? Am I capturing an entire... Oh, has he? Is that my Lubu? Oh, he's besieged one of my lands. That is, he's besieged one of my lands and captured my flipping son as I've been chatting away. How dare you? Who the hell do you think you are? Dog. You will run away, my friend, I tell you that much for certain. Well, but not quick enough. Sleeping on the job. Right, take that back. And then we'll finish off there. 70%. Just for winning that little fight. 50%. So look at that. A max value. So you can't win a war just by beating enemy armies. There's a max value you can get from battles only. You've got to take some land. You've got to take some land. I didn't know that. Yes, my son will be back soon enough, don't worry. How did my champions do? They lop some heads off? There's there, look, 27 kills, good old Jan. Oh! Oh! This might be it. This might be the one. My logic may have been correct. We have found a lover's secret. We have found a lover's secret. Now, is it this? Do we know who the lovers are? Let's have a look. So, Marshall. Lover's secret. Who is his lover? Oh no, it's somebody else. Was it you? Who was the original? It wasn't you, was it? The original lover was... That's the spy master. The spy master is sleeping with the marshal. What the hell's going on? I mean, they're both single. Anyway, so let's go to hooks and secrets now, because we've got a secret. See how it works. So we've got secrets known to us. Yeah, so it's not the say, oh, I thought for a second. If it would have been cool if it was. But apparently there's more sleeping around going on in these here parts of the world. My son needs to clamp down. Not just random courtiers, though. Bloody council members, no less. I mean, I know they're single, young and free, but that's not the point. It's not the point. So, Stanislawa Gamrat's lover, Sedesmia's lover. You can blackmail for a strong hook. So let's see if it works. We'll blackmail the lady first. You know, why not? So yeah, you committing crime, a heinous crime of sleeping around. You're not cheating on anybody though. But anyway, you're sleeping out of wedlock. Very bad. So we can expose. So exposing a secret destroys all hooks. But what would it do? Well, it'd make it a crime and it'd give you an opportunity to imprison them. So whilst it's a secret, you can't imprison them, can you? It would be classed as tyranny. So you expose it and then you do the imprisoning. So you blackmail for a hook. I'll do both of them because, oh, they will accept. 100%. She wants to protect the secret. She's craven. It's a major secret and she's terrified of me. Because she's craven, she's also terrified. So she's petrified of us. She wants to keep the secret. We can blackmail her and we get a strong hook on her, which can be used for several things. And this guy, he's also going to accept, just because he wants to protect it. So again, we get a hook on him. So there you go. So that's how we can expose secrets to gain a powerful hook. And these strong hooks, as I said, they can be reused. They can be reused. If we can get well, we can't get a tooltip, so what we can do is we can go to the encyclopedia. And see what some things we can do with strong hooks. So strong hook is a very powerful hook, much more powerful. You can force someone to do terrible deeds, such as, so you can force people into your murder schemes. It prevents targets from taking any hostile actions against you, also from joining factions. And when you use them, they're not spent, but go on a cooldown, and then you can use them again. So it's quite a powerful thing to have. So blackmail is your friend. To keep your vassals in line, dig up the dirt. Dig up the dirt and hold them to ransom. Keep them in line. More things you can employ to your treacherous character. In addition to a bit of dread, a bit of blackmail on the side. Keep them all in line. Right, so there you go. Oh, we're not quite done. Are we still sieging this place? Yes, we are. 36 days. So you've got a strong hook. You lose a bit of opinion with them, but who needs an opinion? You're under my thumb, dear. I don't care what you think of me. I got a key to this game because I kindly approached Paradox and asked for one. Put a case forward for being a fan of CK2 and welcome them to check out my channel and check out my previous playthroughs, and they said yes, have a key. So I'm very grateful. Very grateful. I know I've not played a playthrough yet myself, but I've been tinkering, playing, exploring, and in even just the 40 hours that I've explored the game, I've had fun, and being able to play it a bit sooner than other people, of course, is a privileged position to be in. So I am very thankful. Very thankful to them. So I thank you if you ever see this, which you probably won't. They don't give a crap about my little channel. But anyway. We'll finish this stage off, we'll capture this land, and then I think we'll call a close to the gameplay session. We'll have a very last quick conflab if you're interested. Last couple of questions, and then we'll end. But I'll tell you something. If you've been here for the entire session, I thank you, because I think it's flown by. I've had a whale of a time. And I've learnt new stuff about the game, and that's why I purposely didn't want to do everything possible that I could do, and leave some things you know, kind of unexplored to some degree, because it's fun to discover things together, you know. And I'm sure, like CK2, there'll be stuff that you still discover after you've played for many, many, many hours that you didn't know. So that was the beauty of CK2. I played that game for, let's say, for about 400 hours, 450 hours, and I learned stuff right up until the very end of my last playthrough. Right. We're force demands, we take some more land, and there we have it. So in this 3 hours that we've played as a non-reformed pagan tribal ruler of Poland, completely played not quite in accordance to his traits and in the spirit of proper roleplay, but nonetheless, none of the acts that we were doing were massively tyrannical, because if they were, we'd suffer stress. And we haven't suffered stress, so let's just quickly test this. So if we try and murder somebody, we'd probably suffer stress, right? Yeah, because you're honest. So, you know, a bit of conquering. Yeah, not probably in the spirit of things, but nonetheless, you've got to appreciate we're a warmongering people. We can't disband because there's enemies nearby. But anyway, there you have it. There's a bit of a pagan playthrough, which is my very first ever pagan playthrough on a CK game, CK2 included, completely new, and it's opened my eyes up to a different and alternative experience. So yeah, if you are getting the game tomorrow, then still can't disband the flipping things. Right, there we go. I'm going to quickly just save it. Let's just save it as Pagan 1. Codename Pagan 1. That'll do for now. Let's exit to the main menu. There you have it. There's, how many hours is that? 7 hours, 7.5 hours of some CK3 for you guys. I hope you've enjoyed it. I certainly have. Yeah. You know, whatever you've seen of it in the stream, I hope it convinces you one way or another to make a decision. You know, as I say, it's take the different gaming features as you will. But I personally, I've had some fun today. I've had some fun off camera as well. I think it's definitely a game that is fun. You know, so on the whole, I think the roleplay and the storytelling capacity of the game is still there, and that's all that matters for me. If I can still create stories and the gameplay is still fun, you know, I can put up with a few features that might not be quite to my tastes, because I'll work around it if necessary. But yeah, whatever you choose to do tomorrow or whenever, if you are getting the game, I hope you enjoy it too. Have some fun with it. I'm sure you've all waited long enough for it. So yeah. So any last questions? Anything else to say? Any comments to make before we draw a close? What do you think of the game from what you've seen? Obviously, playing it yourself is a lot different. You can dive in deeper. You can look at the game mechanics much more intensely, and as to how certain things work and what things go into making. Like Shelley was asking about reforming the religion and stuff like that. You can drill right down properly when you get the game yourself. But yeah. Okay, you're going to get the game, Chris, on the back of the stream. Well, thank you. Well. I'm just glad you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you enjoyed the game. Yeah. The music is good. Again, there's probably scope for further musical adjustments and additions down the line, but it's a good start. It's a good start, enjoying the music. Royal Edition. Somebody's getting the Royal Edition. But yeah, right. In that case, but yeah, I like how it starts the intro page with the last character that you played, and you get the full garb. I like that. I do like that little touch. As I say, I do like the character thingy. And then this is our son, right? So this is our son, and you can see he does kind of look like us, doesn't he? He's got. Does he still have our little piggy nose? We've got like a bit of a piggy, pushy nose. Kind of. You know, hairstyle very similar. You can see that. You can see the related, can't you? You can see. It'd be interesting to see, if we get like a ruler that's got some really distinguishing features, if that's at all possible, to see if the children do come out with something similar. But yeah, right. Anyway, so you've got lots to mull over there. I've showed you quite a bit. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope you've seen enough to be able to make an informed choice. That's all I aimed to do, and whichever way you decide to go, fair play. But if you do get the game, I sincerely hope you enjoy it. In terms of the series, for me, a proper playthrough, a proper series of this, of any description, I can't say one way or another for certain, but as I said, my first kind of playthrough is going to be probably with one ruler. A one ruler playthrough, heavily role-played, even more so than I normally do, because I'm going to be doing a lot of scripting. Still playing on the fly, but scripting certain things, bringing to life other characters, other than just my ruler, looking at a bit more interaction between the characters, such as knights and council members, and just having a bit of fun with it, and just to see what RP elements we can bring out with these mechanics. But I'll announce that down the line. It's not going to happen just yet, but we'll see. We'll see when it comes. But that's me thinking. So there you go. Bank holiday weekend has been, and bank holiday weekend has gone. Back to work tomorrow. God. Boo-hoo. But whatever you choose to do in the week ahead, enjoy. Next stream will be on Wednesday. I'm going to be streaming the rest of the episode 1 of the Tell Me Why. So yes, I'll try and get some Pillars of Eternity up tomorrow, although I haven't recorded the session, so I'm going to have to work quickly tomorrow to get that up. And then next Saturday, we'll do some more Metro and carry on from there. So if you get in the game tomorrow, enjoy. Thank you for watching, and until next time, I'll see you soon.